Hi, everyone. Tony from Hack the Movies here, and today I'm joined by Clay Von Carlowitz. Hello, Clay.
Hello, Tony. How you doing, man?
Hey, you're in Prague?
Yes, actually, I got them to give me special permission to film my Mission Impossible episode there. I pulled a Tom Cruise. I said, listen, if you can make an exception for me, I think that I would stimulate your economy, and and they were very charmed. They were very charmed by it, and we'll talk about this sort of method a lot later when we get into how they went about shooting that train sequence.
Yes.
In the first feature film of the franchise.
Yes. So we're talking about Mission Impossible 1 today. I picked this one because I just got done working on the ABGN episode for Mission Impossible, which should be out by now. This is one of my favorite franchises, and I think you're in the same boat as me. I think out of all my friends, you like Mission Impossible as much as, if not more than me.
I'm very glad to hear that. Because I have a friend from my old job at Videology, the bar and cinema, who loved those movies as well, Steven. And I used to talk to him about them, and some people it's weird, still kind of shy about saying that they love a Tom Cruise movie, but I think that in the latter sequels of Mission Impossible, when he started to prove time and time again that he was built for this, eventually people just found a way to say you know what? You're right. They're crowd-pleasing movies, and he's Tom, and he's crazy, because confused with the Ethan Hunt character at some point, and then I don't know. We're not talking about the franchise as a whole right now, but it's hard to not touch on what he did with McQuary, with the 1-2 punch of Rogue Nation and Fallout. And the way that they really finally made it into this character with an arc and somebody who has flaws. But anyway. And we can talk. We won't go into specifics for the other movies, but we can definitely reference them. One of the things I like about this, I was just thinking, I'm like, this movie came out when I was in second grade, and the series is still going. And Isn't that amazing?
And the thing, and keep in mind, as we'll go into, it's a continuation of a series that started in the 60s. So it's this one long-running franchise, but I think it works because, it has a very good formula, but it also takes breaks. And now they've kind of upped the release of them, but there was a big break between 1 and 2, 2 and 3, 3 and 4.
It was 4 years, 4 years, 6 years, and then 5 years.
And then now they're doing them back to back.
Now there's a little bit expedited.
But I think it's a good example of a franchise that was rebooted, so to speak, that actually worked and has stayed pretty consistent. I know 2, I love 2, but 2 is definitely the weakest, but I love 2.
I think 2 is best viewed as this Tom Cruise, John Woo passion project kind of thing. But again, we digress. We're not here to talk about 2.
Today we're talking about Brian De Palma's Mission Impossible. Now, I've only seen a few Brian De Palma films. I like what I've seen. But a friend said this was probably, and I can't vouch for this because I haven't seen them, this might be Brian De Palma's last good movie. I don't know how you feel about that. I haven't seen any of the other ones.
An argument can be made about that. In fact, Brian De Palma has gone on record saying that he felt like Mission Impossible was him at his peak, as in after that he never had the same kind of creative freedom or power that he had enjoyed for an extended period of time. I would argue that Femme Fatale was a good movie, but it has many detractors. I get it, and I do wish De Palma were working as prolifically as somebody for example, Ridley Scott, you know, or Tony Scott, for that matter, if we're going to talk about people who worked with Tom Cruise. But for one reason or another, he hasn't. But it's funny how you say Brian De Palma's. I appreciate the auteur kind of nod, but it's interesting saying Brian De Palma's Mission Impossible, or because it is, and yet it isn't completely. And
it isn't. Because watching this, after having watched the original series, a few episodes, he changed things and twisted a little bit, but he actually was pretty faithful to that series. Like, he puts his little stamp on it, but he actually did a good job of making, like, a big budget version of the show.
Yeah. Well, what's interesting about De Palma being involved with Mission Impossible is that we have to go back to, like, Tom Cruise and Paramount and his deal with that studio and with Paula Wagner, who became his producing partner for many, many pictures. But Tom had done The Firm in '93 with Sidney Pollack directing. Now, Sidney Pollack, very great, like, journeyman director and actor, was famous for many, many movies, including Out of Africa, but also, importantly, 3 Days of the Condor.
Oh, yeah.
1975 paranoid spy thriller with Robert Redford as a nerdy, bookish CIA researcher who comes home from lunch one day in D.C. and then he finds it's D.C. or it's New York. I think they go back and forth. He finds all of his coworkers shot up. They're all dead. Yeah. And suddenly he's on the run. There's like a random love interest. I mean, it's fade down away, but still it's a love. And anyway, and it's about like him trying to figure out this conspiracy in time. And it was based on a great novel called 6 Days of the Condor by James Brady or something. He was a journalist, investigative journalist. But anyway, so Sidney Pollack directed that, and Sidney Pollack had sort of an affiliation or an affinity towards things that involved like politics and murky, corrupt organizations. So you jump ahead to '93. He's doing The Firm, directing Tom Cruise with Robert Towne as one of the screenwriters. Robert Towne had worked with Tom Cruise on Days of Thunder, a famously like complicated, plagued production, going over budget, things like that. But anyway, so Robert Towne, the great Robert Towne, wrote Chinatown. He's a great screenwriter, but you know, he was often used. He was given a lot of power in Hollywood, and I think that like when you got to Days of Thunder, it was an example of him being given too much power because the movie was so problematic, partially because he made such big demands and said like this set doesn't work, that set doesn't work. Anyway, Robert Towne was summoned when they were going to do Mission Impossible because Tom said to Paramount, "Oh, I like this franchise and I think it would be fun. I watched it when I was a kid." And then it's like, okay, Sidney, come here, like let's talk, buddy. And so developing a story with Paula Wagner. And then at some point, I couldn't find out when or how. At some point, he enlisted Brian De Palma. Brian De Palma is known for his, like, not just paranoid thrillers, but his movies about surveillance. About spying on people, about watching them from a distance and trying to find a way to exploit or uncover what they've done wrong and expose the truth to everybody. His movies time and time again are from like the same formula, and he's great at that. And he's a student of Hitchcock, and it's actually a great inspired idea to bring him on board to this franchise. And so I'll give the baton back to you because I think it brings us up to date.
And when he filmed this movie,
sorry, I just heard like a robot Tony voice. I don't know.
Okay. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, no, I can hear you now. I'm sorry. I'm getting anxious because like I'm about to watch a movie about like a weird seance gone wrong. On Zoom. It's called Hosts on Shudder.
Oh yeah. I heard about that.
Sorry. I'm just Modern Fears, Tony. Modern Fears. Anyway.
Okay. So Brian De Palma, like this movie, like it's kind of filmed. It almost looks like a horror movie at some points in the beginning. And like the way he filmed it is like, it's just so unique, especially when you see what the source material was. But I guess we'll go through the movie a little bit. Not like a complete play-by-play, but I have my notes.
No, I want to relive it, man.
We're just gonna do all the characters. So I like the way this movie starts because usually, if I remember right from the show, it just starts with the title sequence, then the mission. This kind of has like the 007 opening where it's like they're at the end of another mission. Which I don't believe ties into the main one. At least that mission isn't tied to the other mission. So I like that. And there's something funny I have it written down here. They tried to make the masks like realistic. First two masks he wears, they kind of looks like Tom. Like the guy he's pretending to be is just Tom Cruise in makeup. So it's like, we'll make a mask. So it's like, okay, See, in the show, it kind of started like that. The very first episode, Martin Landau, they're like, we have to go to the South American country and you have to imitate their dictator. And the dictator's just Martin Landau in makeup. So they're like, okay. So I'm like, all right, that's what they're doing. But then the show got away from that. The show was basically like, oh, the mask could just look like anyone. So this movie, I think it's interesting that it tries to go back with that with the mask. And then at the end of the movie, they just throw that idea out. It's back to just mask and then they never go back to that idea where you have to have the same bone structure. They're like, nah, just slap a mask on. You look just like the guy.
100% like John Voight, like flawless skin. And I like that they do embrace the kind of janky quality of the face. I mean, like, I don't know where the actual CIA or shadow organizations are in terms of like that sort of level of technology. I know that they do stuff with makeup and some prosthetics. I don't know if they have an actual fucking face maker like they show you in Mission Impossible 3. Yeah. But I do like that it is kind of like almost a Freddy Krueger thing with Tom Cruise. Like it looks like it's pressed on latex prosthetics. Like almost it's like a weird fright face, like Halloween. Like he could be the Crypt Keeper. And I like that. So Emilio Estevez is in this movie. Yes, he is.
And that's like a big actor for the 90s. And I have my notes here, having him, because spoiler alert, he dies a horrible, painful death very early.
So sad.
It reminds me of Drew Barrymore in Scream, where they put this bigger actor in the movie and then they just killed him right away.
Yeah, it was like a little bit of a letdown because, you know, if you remember, he came up with Tom Cruise. I mean, Tom was like sort of adjacent to the Brat Pack. But I mean, he was in The Outsiders with Tom. And
exactly, yeah.
And it was kind of nice to see. I mean, I guess we can touch on this theme when we go through the movie, but there's a little bit of a sense of like the 80s idealistic, rah-rah American boy clashing with like people who have been jaded by not just the Cold War, but like by post-Watergate and like a lot of stuff that basically corrupts them and taints what used to be good. So, you know, it was interesting to have these two guys come into the movie together, and then you're starting to think like, oh, what are the possibilities with this amazing cast? And then it's all taken away from you. It's like very rapid succession, and it's like so traumatizing. And every time I watch the movie, I think like, what would this movie have been had they let even Emilio Estevez live? I mean, I bet he could have had his own interesting character, not unlike Brandt, who played by Jeremy Renner. But, you know, we'll never know. I would love to see a weird prequel spin-off series produced by Amazon. I don't know if John Krasinski wants to do that.
But yeah, so you're saying how you liked that team in the beginning. So this is another thing where the movie is set up like the TV show. So even the credits, they flash ahead to what happens later in the movie. That's straight out of the show. And they kind of got away with that in 2 and 3. They didn't really, like 2 is just like flashes of like art of the Chimera, I think. And I think 3 is just the wick burning with like the names. They didn't go back to like hinting at later in the movie until 4, I think, and they've done it ever since.
Yeah, well, what's funny about 3, and I'm sorry, I'm just like
That's fine. You can go ahead.
I just have to because we're talking about a friend. In 3 was interesting because then you had this J.J. Abrams conceit, which is a device he uses so frequently in his shows, like specifically Alias, wherein he gives you an opening like fast forward, wherein like you are plunged into a weird situation where you're not sure what's going on at first, and then you're wondering like, oh my gosh, how is our hero going to get out of this one? And then they rewind. And I guess like, I mean, I don't know. Anyway, I could tell that JJ loves that conceit of like, I mean, he built his name on like TV shows first and then went to films. Just why it's interesting. Like we're talking about a movie series adapted from a TV series. But I do love that they went back to the classic, like, here's this and this thing and this thing. This is all the cools.
Because I guess with the TV show, and actually watching the TV show now, it works. You see the thing, you're like, oh shit! I want to see what happens when that happens. It was a good way to it ran for 7 seasons, so I guess it worked. Like they made sure, like you sat down and you watch, like, oh, I don't want to miss when the plane shoots that guy or something like that. So it opens up. You know, Phelps who is from the TV show, who was the Peter Graves character, chose not to return for reasons we'll get into at the end. And I totally understand why. As much as it sucks, I would have loved to have seen Peter Graves come back, because he had just did the 80s series just like 6 years before this. So he was still good to go.
Yeah.
So he gets his team, he gets the mission briefing, the self-destruct message. He gets his team together. He's dating an extremely young girl for him. And it's kind of implied that like Ethan has a thing for her.
I've done research on this.
Okay. We shouldn't get into it yet, though, right?
We won't. All right, we don't have to get into it yet.
Is it tied to the twist, or?
It just has to do with what was in the movie before it was test screened. But
okay.
You give me the red light or the green light.
That's fine. When we get to the twist with her, I'll go back to it.
Sure.
So the movie is co-written by David Coep, who was on fire for a while, like Jurassic Park.
Yes, no, he had severe third-degree burns. I'm glad that they put the fire out, and eventually he had skin grafts. Horribly burned. The special effects artists in Mission Impossible were extremely advantageous when it came to repairing his.
But you know what I mean? He did like Jurassic Park.
No. He was extremely in demand. He continues to be in demand to this day, and occasionally
he did like Spider-Man. You know, once in a while when he wrote The Lost World, which sucks, he was nice enough to have himself get eaten by a T-Rex on screen. I accepted that as an apology. Still need an apology for Indiana Jones 4, but anyway, moving on.
Yeah.
So the mission in this is someone has stolen one part of the knock list. And people, when they talk about this movie, they seem to get real confused by it. They're like confused over what the knock list is, but I think it's pretty clear. It's like a list of what there's. So the list is broken in half. There's one list that's all the informants, the undercover agents, and the other list, I believe, is their aliases, like their code names and stuff.
Yeah, it's just like a list of spies and like precious information in tandem.
So maybe people say that it's convoluted, but I just don't think it's that, because I've seen this movie 6 trillion times. I remember being a kid, like, you know, I was like a kid. I didn't really get what was going on.
Yeah.
I liked it, but I couldn't really grasp what was going on. Then I watched it later. I'm like, oh, that's what that was all about.
Yeah. I mean, the movie is kind of convoluted at times as far as like how they dish out the information to you.
Purposely convoluted. Not convoluted in a bad way, where it's like, you know, you watch a movie that has like 6 screenwriters and nothing makes sense. This is convoluted in like a good way, because there is a mystery that you need to figure out.
Yeah.
So we cut to the meeting, which again is just out of the show. Phelps would usually get his team together. It was usually like the same 3 or 4 people, but they did rotate certain characters. So you get the meeting and you're like, oh, this is the new team. Because like that was what the 80s reboot was. Like, oh, here's Phelps' new team. They're all great. And they're all going to have so many fun adventures together. But nope. He lets everyone know that he was at the Drake Hotel, which is
Drake Hotel, Chicago.
Yeah. We got to remember that for later. Now, here's my problem watching this now: the hidden camera glasses. Okay. Look, I know it's a spy movie with gadgets. I get you have to have these like out of control, unrealistic. Yeah. Which is funny because in real life, I think most spy gadget stuff was stuff that you inserted anally to go across state lines and like country lines.
They cut the anal stuff from this one. It was
I remember years ago, I think Colbert went to like a spy museum, and most of the stuff was just like these anal capsules that spies had to insert. And it's like, wow, I never saw that in any James Bond movie.
The dirty, dirty secrets of the CIA.
Yeah. So he has the glasses, and the image quality are great on them. And I'm calling bull, because I filmed with hidden camera glasses in like 2014. And I'm sure there's better models. I know there's like Snapchat. I know there's glasses that are made with cameras in them. But even in 2014, it didn't look anywhere near as good as this movie. So I was kind of let down. So I see this as a kid. I'm like, oh, man, those glasses are going to be great. And then 2014, I filmed with them. I'm like, wow, these glasses kind of suck. They don't even film in HD.
It's the magic of the IMF, man. They have access to the greatest stuff and the neatest gadgets. You'll never get those.
And introducing the gadgets is in fitting with the formula from the show. Like I said, the formula from the show is played perfectly here. Because
I really wish that I had put in the time that you did to watch the show and outing myself as having.
I'm glad you didn't watch the show because I wanted this from two different points of views.
I did. I'm aware of the show. Like, yes, I've watched clips from it, but no, I can't say that.
Look, I wouldn't have watched the show if my boss didn't have CBS All Access. And it was on the TV.
Is that where you watched it? I was going to ask where you found it. Okay.
Because it turns out, so CBS All Access, when they're not ruining Star Trek and just completely destroying it, they actually have some good archive stuff on there.
Okay.
I thought CBS All Access is just where you go to see Star Trek die a painful death, but you can actually watch Mission Impossible.
Oh, great. There's another $9.99 a month that I can have drained from my bank account.
Yeah. So they have to go to a party, like some gathering where someone who has the Oculus is at.
I think it's that. Is it the same politician that he was impersonating on TV? I feel like he brings him back.
He wasn't impersonating the guy on TV. That was just a guy.
No. Didn't he get interviewed?
No. What I thought was that guy was supposed to go to the party, but he ended up not. But he had an invitation. So Tom Cruise was watching that guy on TV because that was the guy he was going to impersonate.
So you're telling me that De Palma and Paramount and company didn't bother to cast another actor? They just used Tom Cruise to play the real guy.
No, because that was what I was saying. They tried to make the face masks like a little bit more realistic. But then they throw that idea out the window at the end of the movie.
Well, yeah, that's why I'm frustrated, because you see TV footage of this guy being interviewed, and I thought that was Ethan as that guy, but you're telling me, no, that's just that guy? And
I'm pretty sure that's just a different guy, and they picked his identity to infiltrate the meeting. Anyway, so they go in there. It's like a fun little adventure. They spray that guy with the stuff that comes up on the glasses. It's really classic Mission Impossible.
Yeah.
They record the list off the TV or whatever.
They have that upbeat music. You're thinking, it's business as usual. We're watching the team work.
They reuse a lot of the themes in these movies are from the show, which was also what I learned. Like the whole like da-dun, da-dun, da-dun.
That's Danny Elfman. Who was hired after Cruise didn't like Alan Silvestri's work. So
he didn't like Alan Silvestri?
No, he didn't like it. He didn't. Wow. I don't know. I don't remember what his words were, but he, I think, wanted something more punchy. So Danny Elfman had just a matter of weeks to get his shit together. But he drew heavily from, as you pointed out, the original score.
Yeah.
And I mean, it's funny because looking back, I feel like I can't imagine a better composer for the inaugural Mission Impossible feature film.
Alan Silvestri is the Predator soundtrack is one of my favorite soundtracks of all time.
Yeah, well, pick it up with Cruise and see what...
I will.
I wonder if there are audio files, because Alan did score the entire movie, so there might be files somewhere in some archive.
Maybe you've heard it, because when we did rental reviews, the very first episode of rental reviews, we did Mac and Me, which was scored by Alan Silvestri, and I learned he just recycled his Predator score for that movie, but he made it sound more...
Maybe that's what he was doing with Mission Impossible.
So
Tom
there's a chance...
What the fuck is this?
There's a chance, if you watch a movie that Alan Silvestri scored, maybe the Avengers theme was the Mission Impossible theme, and he just recycled it. One cameo I want to point out, Rico Ross is one of the security guys at the party. He was Frost in Aliens. And I only bring that up because I just reviewed Wishmaster, and he was in that movie.
Oh, great episode, by the way.
Thank you.
Yes, I did not see that when I was a child, but I did have the pleasure of seeing it a few years ago.
Oh, yeah. As I said, up until this point, movie's very formulaic. It feels like the show. And then everyone dies. Emilio Estevez gets a pole through his face, which is pretty violent for a PG-13 movie. Yeah. I was going to say, I always thought this movie was R because there is a lot of violence in it, but it's done in such a PG-13 way.
Yeah, it's really quick violence, but that thing you're talking about is almost as gruesome as Tatum Riley's death in Scream. You see this thing go into his face and then they cut away. Yeah. And I mean, it's spoilers. I don't know. Has anybody not seen that? But yes, he dies.
Yeah. So they die. The one girl blows up. He checks Phelps' camera and he gets shot by a guy and he falls off a bridge. And I'm pretty sure if John Voight actually fell off a bridge, he would die.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that was a stunt double.
Yeah,
maybe sure. Tom Cruise did it. Maybe he was like, yeah, sure. I need to warm up for the other stuff.
Yeah, so then we learned earlier in the film, I believe, but there was, I think they said to Phelps that there was a mole in the organization.
Yeah.
So Cruise calls Kittredge, and this is where you get the, you're in Prague? Kittredge wants to meet him at a restaurant that exists. It's an aquarium-themed restaurant, and it solely exists so it can be blown up and flood everywhere.
Actually, Tony, you're right. That thing existed because Tom Cruise thought it would be fucking cool. He was like,
exactly, and I agree with it.
Yeah,
but here Kittredge he's not really the bad. He is an antagonist, but he's not like the bad guy. Here he's kind of
in between.
He's kind of sloppy, all right? So he had agents following Tom Cruise on the first half of the mission. And then he meets Tom Cruise in the restaurant, and he just recycles those agents as different people. And it's like, you couldn't get a second team? Like, you couldn't just get other actors? Like, what are you doing?
Get another white van and have a bunch of people come out of it.
Yeah,
I mean,
because I love that part where Tom Cruise is like, the drunk Russians kissing on the bridge, 3:00. And he's like pointing out, he's like, I just saw all these people an hour ago. You should know that I'm very observant and would recognize them.
Listen, man, those people needed their hours, okay?
Yeah,
They needed to feed their families.
So he gets framed for the whole operation because there is a mole. And I believe like his family inherited like a bunch of money just randomly.
Yeah, no, his family's an interesting subplot because it's referred to, but like you never actually like see them or meet them. But it does kind of humanize the character of Ethan Hunt, but
yeah,
you never really get further than that. Although I really kind of wish that we had a scene where like we see his family on their farmland or wherever they are. I don't remember what state. Idaho,
I forget.
Somewhere in the Midwest, Wisconsin.
Yeah. So yeah, I think when I looked up the show, because I tried to look it up, I think there was only ever one time an agent died and was disavowed, and it was in one episode of the 80s series.
Okay,
that's what I read.
Not the original series at all, though.
That's
not
what
as far as you know.
As far as I know, I read because I was looking up the show, and in the notes that I saw was that the only one person was ever disavowed and killed in the show. So that's why this movie, if you were a fan of the show, this is like, oh shit, everyone just died.
Yeah.
So Ethan Hunt's on his own. Claire apparently survived. Yeah, his first one of many running scenes. So Claire survives, and I have to keep saying her name. Her name is Claire, right? It's Claire.
Yeah, Claire.
Okay. Because for some reason, the goddamn Mission Impossible 64 game just changes all their names.
What did they change her name to?
To Candace. And they completely rewrite her character to be just generic love interest. But I'm just so like, wait, I don't think her name was Candace. And I had to like keep reminding it's like Claire.
It's definitely Claire. And you know, I never forgot it because the scene where Ethan freaks out at her when she like shows up at his apartment later. And then he like, I don't want to do it right now because I'll scare my bunny. But like he screams at her, like saying like something to the effect of "Wake up, Claire! They're dead. They're all dead."
Yeah, they're dead. They're all dead.
They're all dead. All right, that's it. That's my one.
So Ethan has this plan to pose as the mole and meet with a arms dealer called Max, and so he meets her like her guys. They put him in a car. They like blindfold him with the scariest mask I've ever seen. Like that is a straight up serial killer mask.
It is horrifying. They could build a whole slasher franchise just on that mask alone.
Yeah, and I'm thinking, I'm looking at her henchman and her, and I'm like, I don't know which one of these guys made the mask. They don't seem like that creative of bad guys. I don't know who's knitting the creepy mask.
No, it's interesting you talk about the nods to horror in this movie because like there are little scenes where like you are kind of creeped out. There's that like weird dream sequences involving like Jim coming back to life, and there's a lot of stuff like in the replay, which is like that De Palma loves to use as the protagonist rewinding and reliving events, which in itself is kind of like nightmare inducing. But then you have this weird element of the mask, and I don't know. I was worried that he was gonna like wake up in some weird meat factory and see people skinned alive. I was not sure where Max was taking him at that point. I was very worried for Ethan's safety.
Yeah, so I really like Max, and I'm kind of upset she didn't become a recurring character. However, her long, blonde, white-haired henchman did come back in 4 for like a second.
I think that it was she was in Fallout, right? Like she was like we learned later.
No, her daughter is in Fallout.
Okay,
that was the thing. Her daughter was having like a charity thing for.
Yeah. But you're saying they refer to the Max character in 4?
Yeah, in 4 when he goes to meet that other arms dealer,
the tall blonde guy with the match. Thing.
the tall blonde guy. It's like, oh, I guess he got another job with another arms dealer.
Yeah, I mean, it's like a doorman or a bodyguard. It's like you're a dime a dozen. I need
it was just such a weird cameo. But yeah, I thought she was going to be like a bigger thing in the franchise.
She should have been. She was great. Are you kidding me?
Yeah, I guess that's what they're doing with her daughter character now. So he has to steal the other part of the knock list and offer it to Max, but he's not. You get the idea. He's not really going to do it, but he has to have it like physically.
Yeah.
In order for him to carry out his mission. So he gets a ragtag team. He gets Luther, played by Ving Rhames, who was like a hacker who was in a lot of trouble. And I love when he's like, "Aren't you the guy who did this?" He's like, "That was never proven, but it was really great, and whoever did it was great." And
he's super cocky about it.
And then Claire hires Jean Reno, who's so
her French friend.
Yeah, who's so clearly like, all right, well, he might not be the bad guy, but that's definitely one of the bad guys.
Oh yeah, no, he's definitely like the wild card, like weird, moody psycho of the bunch. Yeah.
He is an insane person. Like he's the worst person. But
it's like you try to imagine his history with other like operations and like why he thinks he needs to bring a knife to a mission and I mean, maybe he's used to double crossing people. If so, I don't know what kind of credit he has in the spy world at that point. If that's all he does.
I don't even think he's definitely not part of IMF. He's like they're criminals.
No.
Yeah,
he's some other organization.
And but, I don't want to get to the spoiler, but if you know what the spoiler is, Ethan Hunt should have been like, "Hey, Claire, what are you doing with this guy? Like, how do you know this person?"
Yeah, I know. I wonder how she. Yeah, because I don't know. I just feel like he screws everything up. Yeah. I mean, to say nothing of his double crossing, he has weird rat allergies, which almost result in completely sabotaging the whole knockless CIA break-in, which you'll get to later.
Yeah, which we're about to get to now. But yeah, before that, they break into Langley as firefighters. Security guard catches them, and like Jean Reno is ready to just murder this guy, and Ethan stops him. And I do like that they point out, like, Ethan is he does not kill innocents.
Yeah.
He actually, in this one, I don't think he kills that many people. I think he kills like 2 people altogether. The second one, he kills like 40 people. But usually,
second one, he just drops the whole like I'm not going to kill people thing.
But usually, I mean, they were bad guys. But usually in these movies, he doesn't kill too many people. He's not like 007 who's like, oh, I'm gonna break into this newspaper that's run by an evil guy and I assume everyone on this payroll is a terrorist. I'm gonna murder all of them. Like Ethan Hunt's a little bit more careful about who he goes after, which I liked. So then you get to the knock list heist, which is the most iconic scene in the series.
Oh yeah,
a scene that sticks with everyone. It's the scene that sold the movie and was then replicated in sequels to this, and then parodied and replicated in so many other movies. I feel like the Charlie's Angels reboot was trying to, in the 2001, they were trying to do this scene times 1,000, but they got a little too ridiculous. So it's this room that has the other half of the knock list at the CIA headquarters, and like they have to go in through the top. Mm-hmm. When I ask people about the scene, a lot of them are misremembering it. They seem to assume there's lasers everywhere in the room, and I
think it's just that there are
in the air vents. They're in the air vents.
They have to disarm them, and once they disarm them in the vents, then it's clear. But then there's a couple elements. It's I think sound, heat, and the floor.
Yes,
right.
Yeah. Everything is right. No, you got it. So when the guy isn't in there and it has all these security measures,
William Donlow.
Yes. I think what people are doing, they're mixing it with entrapment. with Sean Connery. That one had the lasers that they had to go under, which is fine. By the way, speaking of air ducts, every movie air duct is clean as hell. And the other day, because we got central air in this apartment, I went to like clean the dust of my air duct, and I just sneezed the rest of the night. The dust is just caked to the side of that thing. But in movies, air ducts are just always nice and clean.
And even weirder is the fact that this pristine set of air ducts in Mission Impossible 1 somehow has a rat problem. It's completely fine.
It can't be completely clean and also have a rat problem. There's gotta be.
Like, is this rat like fucking OCD or something? Like, I just don't. I don't get it. It's extremely like tidy. Maybe it's somebody's pet. Maybe it's William Donlow's pet rat that just happened to escape.
Yes.
Which means it's all the sadder that like the rat ends up perishing. Goddamn Jean Reno.
So that rat, I should mention the William Dumlow guy. They like give him diarrhea or something. They like to get him out.
Claire squirts that weird liquid into his coffee. Yeah,
so he's like throwing up, and that's what's getting him away. But yeah, so the rat shows up and it leads to Jean Reno dropping Tom Cruise, and like it's the famous scene where he almost hits the floor. And I love he's just like going like this, like it's not gonna help, but he just doesn't know what to do. And it's so I used to like recreate that scene, like when I was a kid, like on my computer, I would like get on a chair and do it. It was so nerve wracking. And then the sweat might be the most tense moment, where like the sweat's coming off his glasses and he has to catch it.
And somehow he's able to like move his arm, catch the sweat, and not completely throw off his balance and flip. But somehow he does that. Must be extremely great, like core strength or something. I don't know.
He did like trapeze and stuff and aerial stuff. He knows what he's doing. So yeah, the scene is so tense, and I don't think they ever like recaptured that magic until the Burj Khalifa scene in 4.
Yeah, like, well, it's interesting because the one in the sequence you're talking about in 1 was all about the factors that we knew about and our suspense about how this guy was going to get away with something. And what the Burj Khalifa sequence does in MI4 is, well, it gives us essentially like a whole nother set of problems, like namely the fact that like it is the tallest building in the world and he could die at any moment. So it's not just that he'll alert the organizations. So they up the stakes that way, and yet like they shoot it in such a way that the pieces fitting together like have you on the edge of your seat the whole time. And so I agree with you. Like in 2, you could say like the standout sequence was, well, the opening when he's climbing when there's not a mission at all. It's just fucking holiday. There's the theme in that movie. And then like there's a sequence where like he jumps from a helicopter like through some ducts.
And they reference it. Which
but like that's like that looks so CGI, and so it's not really like it's much of a challenge.
Yeah, and then in 3 he just goes over the wall of the Vatican. It's like a cute little reference
kind of thing.
Yeah. And then I forgot. So he does over the wall, then he swings later with the parachute.
Yes.
But yeah, none of those, while they were good, none of those really gave you the tense feeling like it did in this movie.
No. But what that's the way. It's just like we still talk about it to this day because it's just a master like class and like suspense like sequences, and it's also been praised by multiple people in the intelligence community as being like an example of like great undercover work or great espionage. Like they're saying like, that's legitimately how you would probably pull something like that off, like minus this or that kind of situation. But like the series is not known for always being the most realistic. It becomes a lot more adventure oriented,
depending on who's directing, what style they're bringing. But no, that was really good because getting back to the TV show, usually the formula was like, you get the assignment, assemble the team, plan it out, then you hit a speed bump. And this is like the speed bump in it where like they had to improvise, which is always fun, and like it captures it really, really well. And then we get the shiniest CGI knife in the world. He like drops his knife Jean Reno drops his knife.
Oh, and, yes, that's right, at the very end.
And it's like CGI, and it's just very, very shiny and glossy, which I can't blame him for. And then, so right away, Jean Reno already tries to betray them as soon as they get back to the meeting place.
Yes, which of course compels Ethan to show off his...
Apparently, IMF, one of the rules of IMF is you have to learn how to be a street magician. Because, you might have to just annoy someone on the street one day. So he's like, you didn't have the list. I had the second list, and I did all these cool tricks. And then Jean Reno leaves, and he's like, oh, by the way, Jean Reno had the list. I screwed up. Let me get that out of the trash.
See, that sequence, I love that scene, but, like, to this day, I'm still confused as to how much Claire knows. Like, because, like, it seems like she's, like, in on it at first because the way that Ethan, like, interacts with her. But, like, the whole time I'm thinking, like, it just seems like you're bullshit. I mean, he is bullshitting, though.
Yeah.
And that's, I think I'm remembering now. At the end, she discovers that, like, oh, like, you knew you were bluffing, so you knew that he'd betray you. So,
I don't think it's her. I think it's Ving Rhames is the one he tells it to. Like, Ving Rhames is the one who's like, oh, he had it the whole time? He's like, yeah. But then he notices the Bible he's using to communicate with Max. He notices it's stamped by the Gideons at the Drake Hotel.
Yes,
which is a big signal there. Let me see here. So Kittredge is tired of looking for Ethan Hunt, so he throws his family in jail and blames them for being like drug runners or something.
Yeah, weird. I think I remember at the end, like, him saying to, like, Luther, like, they were, like, kind of confused.
Yeah, he's like, they were confused how the CIA would think that they were dope smugglers in the Florida Keys. Like, that's a big stretch there. So he calls Kittredge, basically, and he's like, threatening him. And then we find out Phelps is still alive.
Yes.
And it's, John Voight is there. So Phelps basically, and this is, like, a really good scene, because they're both lying to each other. Phelps says that Kittredge is the traitor, and he's like giving him all the reasons Kittredge would be a traitor, but they're all his personal reasons.
Yes.
And you see, like you said, with the rewinding, Tom Cruise is like listening. He knows he's bullshitting, so he's piecing it together, like how it happened. And he's like, oh, he pretended to shoot himself. He hit the button. Jean Reno stabbed the other ones. But the one he's not sure about is if Claire was involved with it. So you see two different scenarios where she blows up the car and then another one where Phelps blows up the car.
Yeah.
Not sure which one.
Tony, you make me feel so at ease, like, rehashing that scene.
Yeah.
Because for years that gave me anxiety. Like, I honestly did not know who was remembering what for so long. And I was thinking, like, does Ethan think he's a good guy still? Like, or... is this Phelps, like, imagining this, or is Ethan like genuinely still on his side? And why is he pretending that he's like? Why doesn't he be like, you son of a bitch? And
I think it's because he couldn't prove it yet, and he didn't.
I agree. Yeah. It was smart of him not to be like, that's it, I'm taking you in.
Yeah, and another thing about the scene is the music. We talked about recycling themes. Danny Elfman's score is great in this, but this one particular scene, it sounds like he just took something he didn't use for a Tim Burton movie. Like, it sounds very Edward Scissorhands and stuff. I'm like, that it's the only time, like, Danny Elfman doesn't always sound alike, except for when he's with Tim Burton. He has a lot of range, and I don't think most people know that if they only watch Tim Burton movies. But this is one thing where I'm like, that's a Danny Elfman score right there.
Yeah,
so
I mean, Tony, again, he only had a few weeks, so, like, I'm going to forgive him for, like, reverting to, like, a Tim Burtonism.
Yeah. So then he goes back, he sees Claire sleeping there, and he's still not sure about her. Then we get to the ending, the train scene, and look, it was impressive at the time, I'm sure, but it has not aged well. The CGI train doesn't look very good. Neither does the CGI helicopter with Jean Reno's face awkwardly placed in it. It doesn't look great, but it was fine for the time. And
Tony,
yeah.
What you're jumping too far ahead for my, like, is for my money, because you're talking about the helicopter culmination of that scene.
Yes,
but like when they get on the train, like it is kind of cool, like the way that the wind is hitting them and like forcing.
We did jump ahead a little bit, but there is an establishing shot before that scene starts with the CGI train.
Yes. Okay, fair enough. But well, so they by the way, they did get some good exteriors because like Tom was like adamant about taking people out to dinner and pulling a Norway coronavirus thing. But like he realized that like he wanted an effect on top of the train so that it would seem like the wind could literally like throw you off.
Yeah.
And they weren't getting that from like finding a train that could go that fast. Yeah. Not to mention the complications of filming it. Yeah. But so what he did was he had them bring in this machine that they had used when he was training for skydiving.
Yeah.
Which uses it's like a wind machine. Yeah. And so it generates winds of up to like 150 miles per hour. So they did like decide like, we just got to shoot on a soundstage then because like you want this crazy stuff, and then you have that amazing cartoony helicopter.
Sequence. But before that, you know, Max is trying to get the list. Luther's there to, I guess, make sure it doesn't actually get in her hands.
Yeah, scramble and scramble and scramble.
So Claire like shows up and she's like, Ethan's behind us. Are we going to get out of here, Phelps? Do we have to kill him? Turns out Phelps is actually Tom Cruise. But then it's not clear. And then Phelps shows up in his super cool spy outfit. Yep. And it's like, wait, was Phelps in that room the whole time watching Tom Cruise waiting for Claire?
I think so. I think he was like hiding behind some kind of weird mesh thing. And what a freaking creep. I mean, maybe that's Brian De Palma's way of projecting onto like the Phelps character, and that he gets off from just watching like people betray each other.
Yeah, so it turns out Claire was involved with it. So we should really talk about like the whole Phelps thing.
Okay.
So this is why Peter Graves didn't come back. I think they asked him, and they were like, "Oh, by the way, you're going to be the bad guy. You hate America now. You kill an entire IMF team, and then we murder you horribly." And I can see, being Peter Graves, having played this character on and off for like around 40-something years, I might have also went, no, like Peter Graves, I guess he wasn't. It's not like other actors who get jaded playing a role, because he had a lot of stuff going on. He was never like super A-lister.
No, but he was a very well-respected, mostly TV actor.
Yeah, mostly TV actor. He was a good guy, and I could see them being like, "Yeah, so you're the bad guy now, and you get murdered." And he's like, no, that's awful. Like, what the fuck? And then I know there was another actor. I'd have to look it up. Another actor from the original show hated the movie because of that, and a lot of fans of the show really didn't like this. But a lot of casual people who knew about the show, I don't think they were as invested in the recurring characters. And like
President
a lot of people
included.
Yeah, so a lot of people, like when I was a kid, I think I might have known Mission Impossible was a show, but I didn't know that the movie was in the same continuity.
I remember having some relatives tell me like, "Oh, Jim Phelps is supposed to be a good guy. What's going on?" And then they would tell me like, "Yeah, Jim was like the main character on the show, and like, then he decided to be bad."
And that's why I think maybe this movie works better if you aren't a fan of the show.
Probably.
Or maybe if you might be a fan of the show and just hate Jim Phelps, maybe this is great for you. You're like, I like that first guy better, and they went to Phelps and they never got.
Well, it's interesting because like the later sequels were like, it ended up becoming more and more tributes to the show and drawing from it, I think, in terms of like, like the conceits and the whole mask maker and like the teams and the missions and like things like that. It tried to like honor the source material a lot more than it did at the outset. But what's funny about the Jim Phelps character arc, if you want to call it, is that I wonder if like they had offered, if the role had been written slightly differently so that like the character like actually like redeemed himself in the end, so that it would be more of like in line with like what they did with like Luke Skywalker, for example. Like, oh, you're jaded, but like you can like still redeem yourself. But like this character has no redemption, and he's completely like gone off the rails.
Claire dies, and he doesn't give a shit. He's like fine, but I do like the twist that Tom Cruise had the glasses. And he made sure Kittredge was there to show him evidence that Phelps was alive.
Again, a great example of the montage effect. And where you see characters discovering the same things in different places at the same time. It's incredible. The Claire thing, the whole Claire thing.
Tell me about the Claire thing, because it is kind of weird how it is in the movie now.
So initially, like, and this is to say nothing of the kinds of like writing and rewriting that went on behind the scenes before like the movie was made. And actually when the movie was in production, like they did not have a finalized script. So like they had to bring back David Koepp after they brought in Robert Towne and vice versa. So a lot of juggling of parts, and De Palma wanted these sequences, and they wanted to make sure that the plot made sense. And, to some extent it confused people, but still we still like basically understand the story. But Claire and Jim and Ethan were initially more of an obvious love triangle.
Yeah, that's what it seems like.
Yes, apparently there was a whole sequence in which we learn of their affair at the very beginning of the movie. So like it is introduced as a plot element, whereas in this movie it's like a little subtle, and you think like, they're kind of flirty. Maybe they have a thing, but it really isn't that obvious. If anything, it just seems like Ethan like has like maybe a thing for her, but he hasn't acted on it. But like in the original like cut of the movie that they showed to test audiences, there was they were having an affair, but the audiences apparently thought like, no, it takes me out of the whole spy genre. This doesn't feel like, and so I don't know. I'm still very curious about this sequence because it makes sense now that I hear of it.
I think it might have been more interesting if she really was like a proper love interest who turned out evil, which one of the James Bond movies did. I think World Is Not Enough did that, and there's been other movies that did that. So it is kind of weird how it is in the movie. By the way, congratulations to Phelps. He within 6 years he married a super young Spanish lady who was totally on board with betraying a whole organization and getting rich quick, and is totally fine with murder.
French.
Yeah, I can't believe that. I'm like, all right. I'm like, I gotta watch the '80s show. Maybe he's a little bit more jaded than that one. I don't know.
Maybe she married him for his power, and he's just this insecure old man.
I guess. It also would have been weird if Ethan is like cucking the major. All right, it's one thing to make the hero from the show the bad guy and kill him. If you cuck him, that's like the holy trinity of screwing over a character.
No, I agree, and that's sort of become a hallmark of this Ethan Hunt character, as opposed to James Bond, who is a prolific womanizer. You have this guy who's essentially like a do-gooder type, and he's like, when he's with a woman, he's a one-woman man, and he's like, again, back to the theme of like this like good like old-fashioned like rah-rah American guy who's like believes in like truth, justice, and the American way. So in a way, he's like Superman, right? And so but he's got the slightly aware edge because he's been doing this spy thing for a while, and so he wears glasses, and they try to push this thing of him being sort of a nerd, but it doesn't really gel because it's Tom Cruise, because he's still going to be Tom Cruise. But then even with the music, like you have stuff that suggests things like Superman, like when he does something incredible, like when he manages to jump onto the helicopter.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I took note of that, or I didn't put it in my notes, but I took note of like, that seems like a superhero music.
And he's done it again, kids.
So how do you think the Gideons felt about their role in this film?
I think they were probably offended until Tom Cruise showed up at the doorstep and took them out to dinner. Come on, guys. Let's go.
I love Phelps. He's like, they stamped it, didn't they? Those damn Gideons. I love that. That's what got him caught. And he seems like, until he films him, because he thinks he's going to get away with it, he's totally fine being caught. He's like, I know you know it's me. What did you figure out? He's like, those Gideons.
Well, let's not forget that, like, he was Ethan's mentor, okay? And so you have a variation in this movie of what Roger Ebert deemed the Tom Cruise picture in which I'm just like referencing my notes here. Yeah. The character is invariably a young and naive but naturally talented kid who could be the best if ever he could tame his rambunctious spirit.
Yeah.
And then you have a mentor, an older man who's done it himself, has been there before, but he knows his talent when he sees it. Yeah. And he's lost faith in the kid. He never loses faith in the kid, even when the kid screws up. So Jim Phelps is that would-be mentor character who ends up becoming the bad guy. So you have sort of a perversion of like what is a Tom Cruise formula.
Yeah. Yeah.
But then Tom Cruise wins the day, and it's implied that he becomes the IMF leader. But we all know that Ethan prefers to be a field agent. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I think he's like a team. He becomes a team leader. He is not like the head of the. Because I think the head of IMF there's like a director and then there's a secretary. I think.
So he does replace Jim Phelps, right? I mean,
that he does do. Yes, he does.
Okay,
do that.
So but it's just funny because like you can't see Ethan wearing the suspenders and the striped shirt and the weird tie and the big pillow pants, khakis.
Yeah,
and he doesn't. Like in the subsequent entries, it's like he resists like the opportunities to like be the guy who like calls the shots from behind the scenes. You know, he doesn't want it. He wants to be a field agent, but then there's a tension with that when you get to MI4 and like he has to manage people who are like, we don't know what to do.
With 3, he was fine just being a trainer because he was getting married.
Yes. But it was the whole like I want to try to leave this thing and have a normal life. Right. Like
and so the hell we already talked about the train scene on top. It is a cool idea for a scene. But like following the heist scene, it's kind of a letdown. And here's the thing: today it would look great. I watched Fallout again. There's a CGI helicopter. They probably would have shot more of it on location in camera because you could do that now.
Yes.
The train would look fine. And I'm thinking of the effect when they're on top. Did you see the second Wolverine spinoff where he's like in Japan?
Oh, no, only clips from it.
Yeah, so if you look up like on YouTube, like the scene where he's fighting on top of the train, like that's like it could look that good. Like if they came out just a little bit later, this scene could have worked a little bit better for me and would have aged better. But
I do have to point out though, Fallout, unless I'm mistaken, by and large used actual helicopters in their sequence.
Except for when like I'm talking about when the helicopter like explodes and falls. Like that's
fair enough.
But yeah, so it was impressive for the time. This is ILM doing it, and they were like post Jurassic Park. The issue with that is I think a lot of people saw Jurassic Park and they were like, our CGI will look just as good. It's like, no, that took a really long. Those dinosaurs took like 3-4 years. You're releasing your movie in a couple months. It takes a little bit longer. Yeah. Now it's not an issue. I love that Luther lives in this. Ving Rhames.
Oh my God,
and not the love interest. I love that he like is the one who survives and then becomes this like great recurring character from then on.
Yep. It's just like a couple of guys, who like know they can trust each other.
He joins IMF. He's using his hacking skills for good. And he's like, I'm glad. I know 4, he only has a cameo, but I'm glad they kept him around.
Me too.
Him living at the end of this reminds me of the ending of Deep Blue Sea. Did I ever tell you about the ending of Deep Blue Sea?
Well, you haven't told me your take on it because I have seen the movie. But
so you know how the lady scientist dies, and then it's Tom Jane and LL Cool J at the end?
Yeah.
Yes. So originally LL Cool J was going to die, but then they wanted to keep him alive. And then I think Rennie Harlan was like, oh, you know what? We'll just kill her. No one really likes her character anyway. So that's why it's digital when she gets eaten. That's why if you watch Deep Blue Sea, it's Tom Jane and LL Cool J together. They have no reaction to her death. They're not fazed by it. They're laughing. It's because in the original cut, she like survived and she's supposed to be like off camera in a cutaway, but they killed her off screen because they thought it was just cooler having those.
They needed another death.
Yeah. So I don't know why I went on that tangent, but
no. I'm glad you did because like I love Deep Blue Sea and it's like an amazing B movie and in some ways it's sort of a shark slasher film.
Yeah.
But like I think she dies justifiably. I mean, she was her fault. Like, the whole thing was her fault. So she,
But it's kind of funny that like that's because in a normal movie it would be like everyone dies except for the 2 that love each other. But in this one they're like, nah, that cool guy, he's staying alive. We're getting rid of the girl.
I mean, if he survived Michael Myers, he can survive a fucking shark.
And by the way they kill Jim Phelps, we forgot to talk about the gum this whole time. So one of the gadgets is the red light, green light gum. So it's basically a plastic explosive that you combine.
Yeah.
Tom Cruise slaps it on the helicopter, it blows up. You see, like, Jim Phelps, because he's hanging onto the leg of the helicopter. He, like, hits the rail, and I gotta go frame by frame. It looks like his head comes off, or his body's split in half. So he blows up on fire, and then he just gets crushed.
It is horrific.
Super high speed.
Yes.
And I just think, like, again, if I was a fan of the show, was excited for the movie, I would have probably been like, what the hell is this?
It is so mean to Jim Phelps.
And especially now that I know what the character's like the characters in the show, they're not like, it's more about the mission and like what their role is. There's not a lot, at least from the episodes I've seen, there's not a lot of episodes like specifically about that character and their backstory. Yeah. Maybe there is, but the ones I've seen haven't been like that. But he seems like a nice guy who wants to do good. One of the episodes I was watching the other day, he's just driving around town in his convertible, just smiling for no reason. And then to find out that he's like, the president's running the country without your permission. How dare he? Like, it's just such a change of character. There have been fans that were like so upset by this that they came up with theories that maybe Phelps is a code name, but it's never been used for anyone. Like, it's never been explored. So yeah, I think it's the real Phelps. It's cool for the movie. I think it works, but I understand people's problems with it. But after this, they were kind of done with all that. No other character returns from the movies.
From the TV show?
From the TV show. Yeah. I think they asked Martin Landau at one point, and he was like, nah. They could have got Leonard Nimoy. That would have been awesome.
Yeah, too bad. JJ, you had a chance.
Yeah, JJ. But yeah, so Mission Impossible, to wrap it all up, I think it's great. It's an amazing action film. Other than pissing off the fan base, I still think it's a really good way to reboot a series. And I like how they just made a new team. This is a series that can just keep going.
Yep.
Just make a new team. Oh, there's the new team. Like, eventually, when he's 104, Tom Cruise is finally going to retire. Maybe he'll have a couple more years left in him, but I think he might retire at some point. It's going to be interesting if they decide to make him the bad guy, although I don't think they will.
No, he'll never let that happen.
I don't think he'll let them, which is even more mean to the Phelps character, that he's like,
I know. Yeah. He took over and he's like, and I'm never going to go sour, unlike you, Phelps, you fucking jerk. No, I think that Tom will probably just like want to die from a stunt gone wrong at the age of 104.
That's what he's doing.
Mission Impossible 18 or whatever.
It's just a long suicide attempt that hasn't happened.
No, he's banking on him dying like in his hundreds. He's like, I want to get like the good stuff out of the way, and then I'll die in space, or like, well, no, don't die in space, Tom Cruise. Like, wait. No, I think it's great too, man. I think it's aged well. I think it's still really entertaining.
It might be the best out of the series. I'm kind of tied between this and 4, and Fallout has really jumped up to like number 3 for me.
Yeah, Fallout is incredible.
Yeah,
and I think that like the most fun in the whole series is definitely 4.
Yeah,
and overall, I think it's like the pinnacle of Mission Impossible as an action adventure film.
Yeah.
I think Fallout in a way is like maybe the best combination of all the elements. Mm-hmm. It's the best. It's like a great combination of suspense, adventure, drama, and it has like a little bit of like a poetry to it. And so in a way, it's like, it reminds me of like how Skyfall was able to like tap into like deeper parts of this this archetype. And but like, yes, like Mission Impossible, it's always a win for its like, I want to say, despite its convolutedness, like its straightforwardness. Like, okay, so it's about this rogue agent who's got to like save the day, even though nobody trusts him, and like it's refreshing in that way.
And like I said, I love how it starts off super faithful and then changes it. Like the whole rogue part of it, it's like, well, now I'm IMF, but like with criminals and bad guys and untrustworthy people. Like, I don't have a team I can rely on, so it was cool to see that change. I think it might have the best story out of like the first 3, maybe. Yeah. Well, definitely better than 2. But by the way, I just want to say, 2 might still be my favorite, but I fully recognize that it is the worst. But it's just so, like, I was watching it the other day because when we were writing the script, I just watched them, and we're watching it at the office, and like we're all making fun of 2 as we're watching it, and then at the same time I'm like, yeah, but I still love it. I don't know why.
Oh my God! Just turn your brain off and watch the movie.
I know.
Popcorn flick.
So yeah, that was Mission Impossible. Maybe we'll come back and do the others. I'm not sure.
Yes, please do.
Yes.
I mean, like, I know that we've talked about the others like a lot in this episode, but I mean, it's just like it's hard not to, because like you think like, oh, this is where they went with the series. But yes, I'm your man. If you ever want to.
You're my agent. You're my point man. You're my point man for my team. I'm putting a team together.
That's right. And I'm gonna stay gold. Unlike that like silly fox Jim Phelps. Double cross.
Anyway, Clay, where can we find you? Where can we find you online and whatnot?
You can find me at Clavon Karlowitz on Instagram, at ClavonC on Twitter. Otherwise, look me up on Facebook if you want. And a lot of exciting stuff coming up.
Yeah, you're doing some cool stuff. I think by the time this video airs, it would already have happened, but you're like doing like a play on Zoom?
Yeah. So I was part of a virtual play reading series, and we're doing an encore, and it's a true story about an art forger who is the most famous of his kind in history, and who made more money than maybe even any artist in history because of his forgeries. Yeah. But I play the guy's agent, and he's like a great character because he gets to like have all the fun but not like suffer the consequences. So
is that going to be archived anywhere? Do you know?
I'm lobbying for it to get on demand because the first one wasn't filmed. It was just the live event. This one will air on August 8th. I believe that's it's like I think it's a Saturday. It's a Friday or Saturday, August 8th. But I'm hoping that we can get it on demand because I'd love for as many people to watch as possible.
If it is on demand by the time this airs, because I'm not sure when this video is going out because I got to wait for the thing to be done, I'll put a link to it. I'm excited to see that. Go back and check out our Siphon Filter and Friends episode where we talk more about Mission Impossible.
Yes, I seriously, like, you and I could go on and on and on. We've only scratched the surface of Ethan Hunt and Tom Cruise, where one ends and the other begins, I really don't know.
You know what my goal is? I want to buy the rights to the video game Impossible Mission.
Is that a video game?
There's a video game called Impossible Mission or Impossible Mission 2. I just want to buy the name. I'm going to ignore whatever the hell the game's about, and we're just going to rip off Mission Impossible. We're going to make our version of Mission Impossible.
Sounds great.
Where I have to be the master of disguise, but, like, I'm not very good at it. Like, so Tony, you have to pose as this 180-pound acrobat. I'm like, okay, give me a mask. And it's like, what about everything else? Mask will be fine.
That's what I don't believe it. Trust me. I've done this a million times.
And then fans of the video game will be like, what? One, why are they making a movie? 2, this movie has nothing to do with the game.
And why did you kill off the main character? He was the best.
I'm going to look up if that game even has a character. I think it's an Atari game, whatever. I'm going to look up whatever the character is in that game, and I'm just going to kill them in the beginning. It's going to have nothing to do with it. It's just going to be our own original story.
He dies. He fucking dies because he was corrupt, and he deserved it. He had it coming.
Yeah. Anyway, so that's it. Make sure to like, share, and subscribe. Go to my merch store. Maybe I'll do another promo code. We got some stuff on Patreon. And Clay, I don't know if you know this. I know you are a happily married man, but I do have an OnlyFans account.
Ooh.
You know, it's just, you know, we'll keep it a secret between you and me if you decide to subscribe to it.
What you don't know won't hurt her,
Hi, everyone. Tony from Hack the Movies here, and today we're talking about Mission Impossible 2. Is it technically the worst but most fun Mission Impossible movie? Let's find out today on Hack the Movies.
Tapes, we're talking about tapes.
Hello, Angela. Long time no see.
I know. How are you doing, Tony?
Well, I wish I could say I'm doing better, but I got into a fight recently.
Oh, no. What happened?
I was just, I was out and about, and I saw people disrespecting women. And we all know how much I respect women. I said, hey, guys, stop doing that.
Yeah.
And they, you know, all 15 of them jumped on me, and I was able to take them out because I had just got done watching Mission Impossible 2.
So you know how
yeah,
to,
so I
how to
did.
do
I
it.
did a lot of front flips.
Yes.
And then I ran
Twirls.
forward and did back flips.
Yes.
Because you know when you jump backwards while running forward, it'll make you go forward faster.
Yes.
I learned that from this. And then one of them tried to get away in a car, and I shot the gas tank, and it immediately
explosion.
blew up. And yeah, it was a pretty awesome fight. I was pretty manly in it, but one guy got lucky and punched me in the nose, and that's why I had to put this Band-Aid on.
Is that a Batman Band-Aid?
Anyway, Mission Impossible 2. It's a great film. Or is it?
That is no question.
Angela.
Yeah.
We did some commentary tracks last year.
We did.
I found out that you really liked the Mission Impossible TV show.
Yes. I
And
love the TV show.
Somehow, you're the only person under 60, I guess, who has not seen the movies but has seen the TV show.
Not anymore.
Well, not anymore. You've seen 3 movies.
I've seen 3.
And 20 minutes of the 4th one.
I've got the
So
gist
yes,
of
at
it,
the
it's
time
fine.
of this recording, and probably still, we have 3 commentary tracks for Mission Impossibles 1, 2, and 3. We started doing 4, but that was over the summer. I learned what the problem was.
What?
The connections into my house, like
Yeah.
the cable going to my house, they were all corroded.
Oh, well, that
So-
would be why there was no internet.
Yeah, so we got like 20 minutes into it. I'm like, and then it just wouldn't restart. I'm like, all right, well, I guess we're done. But yes, those are on Patreon.
It's the best place to go.
It's the best place to go. You get that at the $5 or $10 tier. Or, Angela, say you don't want to pledge. You can just buy it, individual purchase. You can just buy them individually.
What?
It's cheaper if you pledge. But yeah, those are fun because I got to see you witness these films for the first time as a longtime fan of the show.
Right? It was like live reaction, and you got to see kind of my disappointment as we went from first Mission Impossible that like really encapsulated the TV show.
Yes. Twisted on its head a little bit.
Yeah.
You know, some people might say that the decision to make the hero from the show the villain was a controversial one. And we'll learn from the next film we review, it led to multiple people from the old show not wanting to come back
Yes.
out of fear that the same would happen to them.
Yes. I was going to say, did my research. But yeah, this one's a lot different vibes.
Yes, but I love it. So yeah, this is a big movie for me because this is like when we first got our DVD player.
Oh.
So the first like DVDs we got were like X-Men,
Yeah.
which I'm going to
Solid.
bring up. That's probably the biggest behind the scenes fact about this movie is X-Men related.
Oh, I don't know if I have that
I told you in the
fact.
commentary track, you will remember
Okay.
when we get into it. Was like X-Men, The Perfect Storm, Gladiator, and Mission Impossible 2.
Yeah.
And at this point, I was like 10 or 11 when it came out. So I missed it in the theaters, but I got to see Mission Impossible 1, grew up with that in the 90s, loved it. And
Yep.
like 10-year-olds watching this in 2000, this is the most amazing movie ever
Oh
made.
my God, absolutely.
So I love everything about this. I didn't realize how cheesy it was at the time. You've seen some of the work I've done. I've kind of put in ridiculous action, comedic stuff. A lot of it. I've then realized I love John Woo movies, Face Off,
go.
which we covered on this show.
Did I literally wrote that in my notes. 'Cause there's a moment that's like, face off!
I do love John Woo. Did you see his recent American film, Silent Night,
No.
with Joel Kinnaman? It was actually pretty
No, was
good.
it
It wasn't
good?
like the greatest thing ever, but like there's minimal, if like no dialogue in that film.
Ooh, well, I guess a la the title.
Yes, I mean you hear like background talking and so like there are people talking, but there's no like exchanges of dialogue. It's
Okay.
a really interesting film, not his
Ooh.
best work. But yeah, this is when John Woo was like on fire in America. What was it?
Yes.
This Face Off, Broken Arrow was another one.
Yes.
I feel like I'm missing one. But whatever it is, it was great. And it led to Mission Impossible 2.
Yeah.
So this film was written by William Goldman, but apparently nothing from his draft was used.
Yes.
He said the climax and the rock climbing is all they use. And I like the one thing he said. He's like, I couldn't come up with a good villain. The other guy did.
He admits it. He did have
Yeah.
Willie Strongman That's what I call him.
Is that for this one?
Yeah, that's what I wrote down.
Oh, yeah. You're right. So Willie was a character in the old show. Who was the big muscle-bound man, which we joked about in our commentaries. So when I did the first movie with my friend Clavon Karlowitz, he had never watched the show, but he loves the movies.
Okay.
So I had to explain some show stuff to him. But yeah, the show is really funny.
Yeah.
Because the mission leader, who is either
Peter Graves,
Phelps, Jim Phelps, Peter Graves, or the first guy who they fired.
He like gave up halfway through
It is funny, like the main character of the first season, they just like got rid of. They're like, he sucked. There are some episodes where he only sets up the team and doesn't
then he
go
just
on the
walks
mission.
away. No,
he was super
Jim
difficult
Phelps
to work
is
with.
the way to go.
But it was always like you got to get like a few members of your team. It was very formulaic.
Yeah.
You get the mission,
The dossier.
self-destruct. Yeah,
Yes.
Dossier, you get your team, and you do a super convoluted mission.
Yeah, like it always like they have so many moments where they could just shoot the bad guy, and instead they do a 50-minute like Bruce Goldberg, like a
They set up a
machine.
circus.
Yes,
And they do stuff, which is a 2-part episode for some
of
reason.
course. And then at the end, like another bad guy shoots the original bad guy.
Yeah,
It's like,
but they always like play off other people.
yeah, they don't shoot anyone because they are the good guys in the show.
But it's always funny to us because the two that he always picks consistently are, what is it, Candy? Cinnamon, who is a very popular model, and then Willie, who is a famous strongman, and they're always in disguise. It's like, wait, she's on magazine.
She's on magazine. He is like out of a circus of like strongmen.
And they're both very public. So when they go into other countries in disguise, like no one has heard of these people. I think an example would be like if the next movie, Ethan's like, we got to go deep undercover. I got 2 agents for the job. Sydney Sweeney and the Mountain from Game of Thrones. And like they're gonna be flight attendants.
yeah, and it is. It's always like,
and everyone would be like, "You're Sydney
around.
Sweeney, and that's the Mountain from Game of Thrones."
Yeah.
So it was always ridiculous. But yeah, so they wanted a Willie. Obviously, it couldn't be the Willie.
Yeah, I believe they were gonna like recast a younger person, which is.
But it
like,
would had to have been
Leighton.
like his son or something, because this is in continuity with the show.
The first one had.
Even though
Jim
they're
Phelps in it.
apparently at the time, no one cares now, and our generation doesn't care. Well, maybe you.
I care.
At the time, fans of the show really hated the Jim Phelps twist in the first movie. So like that was another person named Jim Phelps who also worked there, and I'm like, all right, guys, just bite the bullet on this one.
Right.
So yeah, I guess they wanted the young Willie, and I guess they threw that idea out. So yeah, then Robert Towne wrote the script. Well, he wrote like the story, and then Ronald D. Moore and Brannon Braga, who I think wrote a lot of Star Trek in the 90s. I think some of the movies and some of the shows. They're the ones who wanted Willie. So yeah, a bunch of people were writing this. This also begins the studio stressing out over Tom Cruise's insistence to doing real stunts.
Can I pulled a quote.
Yeah.
Well, all right. This is like a he said quote because it's from Matt Damon.
Okay.
But he once asked Cruise about like the skyscraper stunt.
Yeah.
And Cruise supposedly said, "So I go to the safety guy and tell him this is what I want to do." And the safety guy says, "You can't do that. That's too dangerous." So I got another safety guy. And I just feel like that's this movie.
Just a reminder, Tom Cruise is a producer on these films.
Yeah,
so that's why
he's
he gets
allowed to
away
do
with
that,
a lot of it.
but-
As much as the producers yell at him, he is also a producer.
Yeah.
So
I just like, I don't want to be that person on set who said, "Yeah, no worry, Tom Cruise, you can do this," and then be the reason he died.
Although he's got to chill with the stunts lately. When you get to the later movies, because I know you haven't seen them yet, but he's doing crazy stunts. But then like the newest one, he jumps off a mountain, which I guess we'll talk about when we get to it. But like they built like a giant ramp that they then had to cover up with CGI to hide that it was a ramp. And then it's like everything is so digital anyway. What was even the point other than you put that behind the scenes thing out to get people in the theater? Because like he actually jumped off a thing.
Yeah.
But when you see it in execute, like the Burj Khalifa tower looks amazing. Because that most of that was real. But then these last two, although they're great and I love them, I'm just like, you didn't have to do all this in camera. Like he actually jumps out of a plane but then he immediately goes into a CGI storm cloud. I'm like, well, what was the point of really jumping off a plane? It didn't make any sense.
I think he just wants to do it.
I think he just wants to waste people's money, I guess.
I tried to look up what it costs to insure a movie that he's in, and there is no actual number that's been published, but industry norms, it's 1% to 2% of the film budget is what insurance typically costs.
Okay.
But when you're doing something risky like these types of movies, you have to go through this special insurance company that charges 5 to 20% of the budget, and then you have to put down 10% to like get a deductible in there, like to even like a 10% deductible. So it's $20 million because this was, or almost $30 million because this was a $2.9 million movie.
Yeah.
To like get this insured, like
oh my God. That's got to be a nightmare.
Right? Like 10-15% of this of their budget is going just to insure these stunts.
I couldn't find the specific thing, but I heard that like the original cut of this was like 3 hours long. But then again, I hear that about a lot of movies, and I feel like they always start there and they whittle things down. But I think Cruise and John Woo didn't really get along. I think I remember reading something about that. They had to do some reshoots that interfered with a lot of people's schedules. And Dougray Scott had to turn down this little movie. He got a part in a little movie, and he had to turn it down to do Mission Impossible 2. So unfortunately, he did not get to play Wolverine in X-Men, a role that literally had its millionth movie last year. Over 20 years. It's going on 25 years.
Yeah.
However, people always say that's like a shitty thing because he's not as big as Hugh Jackman. I'm like, he's still like has been acting consistently. Dougray Scott. Also, Mission Impossible 2, the highest grossing film of the year 2000. So like,
not terrible.
no one really lost in this, really. Sure, he's not as big as Hugh Jackman, but he's still really consistent.
Right. And I mean, sometimes you have to wonder, like, how much of that is the character and how much of that's the actor. And it's probably, you know what I mean, right? Like,
it's a little bit because Hugh Jackman did,
both,
like,
right?
redefine Wolverine for people.
Right. That's what I mean.
Wolverine's supposed to be this big.
Right.
It's gigantic.
So, like, right. So it's like, okay, well, maybe, like, of course we love Wolverine, but, like, also we love Hugh Jackman?
It's kind of like one of those things. It's sort of like Robert Downey and Iron Man. We're like, we like both, and it was a good pairing. Exactly. So it opens up in Australia. Sydney, Australia. We meet a scientist played by, I can't pronounce his name, Rade Servej.
Yep.
He was Lily Sobieski's dad in Eyes Wide Shut, and he's the homeless guy from Batman Begins, and he's the horny Russian general in X-Men First Class, and he's one of the bad guys in Taken 2. If you've ever seen just like a vaguely Russian character with long white hair, it's this guy. They just cast this guy.
He's got a niche.
I literally know. He's always looked the same in every single movie. So yeah, he's a scientist, and he's sending a message to his friend Dmitri about a villain and a hero. He's being very, very vague.
Well, in order to create a hero, you have to
have a villain. And he shoots something in his arm, and he's like, Dmitri, you have to meet me within 20 hours. So it's very mysterious. We see that Dmitri is Tom Cruise.
On the plane. So I'm guessing
Ethan Hunt, whatever interaction he has with this guy, he goes by the alias Dmitri.
And I think that's the one and only time Ethan Hunt has ever used an alias.
With his actual face.
With his actual face, because he is constantly telling people his name.
Angela, a lot of things are very convenient in this film. It seems like they're done for, like, in the moment to be, like, a big shock, and then when your brain turns on later, you're like, that doesn't make sense. Why did he do that? They do the whole you're sorry and I'm sorry thing. But he tells them, like, hey, there's a cure, but it only works within 20 hours. The pilot releases oxygen masks, which knocks out everyone on the plane, except for a few people. One of them, I didn't write his name down, is Tom Cruise's cousin.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah.
I did see that his cousin's in it.
I see that guy in a lot of things, and I'm like, you're Tom Cruise's cousin. I know, because he put you in Mission Impossible 2. Yep. So yeah, everyone's knocked out except for the scientist. And he finds out too late that Dmitri is not Dmitri. And
I love that the reveal is like, he's like, why you keep calling me Dmitri?
You really shouldn't. He's like, clearly. You're not Dmitri?
You are not Dmitri.
He breaks his
What
neck
a reveal.
and
Yeah,
just
I
kills
know.
him. Although we learn he probably shouldn't have killed him, knowing what we learn later on. So yeah, we find out that Ethan Hunt is actually the actor Dougray Scott, and we'll figure out who he is later. Yeah, they actually show the face being ripped off, but this is the first time we see the thing on the throat changing their voice, because he still talks his voice.
Yes.
Because I think the previous film, Tom Cruise was just like doing that guy's accent. He didn't have the voice thing, and then when he was Jim Phelps, he didn't say anything.
No, he's just sitting there in the train.
Yeah, so now they have a thing with the voice, which will be in all the other films coming up, the little neck thing.
It's very convenient.
Yes, it's very, very convenient.
But also, like, you have a mask that realistic. Like, I don't doubt your technology.
The technology in this franchise is all over the place. So yeah, he grabs the suitcase or whatever he had, his bag. He grabs his bag, and his team gets out of there. And poor son of a bitch pilot wakes up way too late and just crashes into the side of a cliff.
Can we note this was a 2000 movie?
Yeah, there's a lot of movies right before 2000. That is funny when you're sitting there, you're like, well, there were a lot of plane crashes in movies before 2000. And honestly, it was only like a handful of years before they started coming back in movies.
Honestly, yeah, though. So there's like a moment and you're like, whoa.
There's a moment
really
where
just crashed this plane into the side of a mountain.
Yeah, just blows it up. And then we cut to Ethan Hunt rock climbing with no protective gear.
None.
Because he is a badass.
There's like this one shot where he like jams his knees into a crevice so he can just like like, God damn it.
I think they did have like a small harness and a wire on him.
I read that they
like,
really tried to like not let him die.
You're like, for the love of God, don't do this. And not all of it was on the mountain. Like the close-ups, like they built like a rock face. But apparently he did jump and like hurt his shoulder from that one little jump he does.
Yes.
But yeah, he's jamming out to some music. He almost falls. He uses his muscles to wedge himself in between two rocks.
Love.
And this is right away, I feel like John Woo. I don't think John Woo really got Mission Impossible. And I think Tom Cruise gets it, but his ego might have been a little too big that he didn't correct him. Like, these aren't like macho men movies.
Besides Willie.
But that's in the original.
He has a separate person for that.
Task. But it's always like, it's more like a team and people working together. This one tried to move it in the direction where like he's the badass hero. And it's really, I mean, he is badass. He does awesome stuff, but this is the one that was like macho.
Yes.
And I was just like, they're not really about being macho, dude.
Yeah, I mean, even in the show, like, Jim Phelps has gray hair. Like, he's not even young in the TV show, you know? Like, he is, like, they're, like, doing these tricks and these, like, schemes.
Yeah, and look, he can be, like, gymnastics guy, but like, he's just too badass in this. And I wonder if this is, like, because I guess, like, Mission Impossible, the first one, came out around GoldenEye. So at this point, they're competing with 3 new James Bond movies. So I feel like they were like, I gotta look way cooler than that Dick Pierce Brosnan. I gotta look so manly.
Right? And there's a lot of, like, it feels like Michael Bay in here, but this is too early for him, right?
No, he's around this time. Okay. He's doing, he did The Rock at this point. Okay. Bad Boys. Oh, yeah. But him and John Woo aren't too different with their over-the-top action.
There's just the ending, which is definitely the best part of the movie. But there's just, like, I lose track of the explosions.
Which also doesn't feel anything like Mission Impossible. There's, like, one segment in this film that feels like real Mission Impossible.
Yes.
But yeah, he gets to the top of the mountain, and a helicopter shows up with a grenade launcher that shoots a rocket that has sunglasses in it.
Yes.
Which they sold these sunglasses at the time.
Oh, I bet they did.
Yeah, and I kept forgetting. I was like, make a note to go on eBay and buy those glasses. And I didn't do it. I totally forgot.
I'm
disappointed
in you.
I'm sorry. I don't know if they still sold them. Actually, you know what? I did buy them, but when I got into that fight with those 15 or 20, I forget the number, I said, guys.
You were busy watching your mission, not fighting.
Because I was accepting a different mission while beating them up. So yeah, we get Anthony Hopkins.
I know, he's just a surprise in this one.
I think he went uncredited, but also he was kind of like on fire at that point too. Well,
because
they brought him back for Hannibal, which I love, and I have a whole episode on. And I
actually just watched Hannibal.
And that was a very big movie, not a very well-received movie. What did you think of Hannibal?
I love Edward Norton.
No, that's Red Dragon.
Oh, I'm thinking of just kidding, then I don't know. I watched the wrong movie.
Hannibal was the one where they got rid of Jodie Foster and replaced her with Julianne Moore.
Well, instantly terrible then. No.
That movie also, all those movies are super faithful to the book, although that one was smart enough to go, everyone hates the end of the book. We got to change it for the movie. Watch my episode to find out what it was.
There you go.
So yeah, he gets his mission from Anthony Hopkins.
Can we mention real quick?
Yes.
For those who have not seen the TV show.
Yes.
Of course you get the like Jim Phelps would walk into somewhere totally inconspicuous, like a movie theater, a like photo booth, a just mall somewhere, right? And he would just do something totally normal, like just like get a box of popcorn or something.
Yeah.
And then in the secret normal thing, there would be his little mission and it would self-destruct in, 10 seconds.
Yeah.
And this is like not secret at all.
But to their credit, there's a story reason for it, because he apparently went on vacation and didn't tell anyone where he was going. So they're like, motherfucker is climbing a mountain, get a helicopter.
They just send a helicopter. I also note...
Wait, by the way, if your agent is on top of a mountain, you probably could just walk out and be like, yeah, here's the mission. Can you go do it? I'm not going to blow up because no one's around here.
The rocket launcher, like with the sunglasses, like very. But they got a helicopter for this movie, and by God, were they going to use it?
Oh yeah,
they
love helicopters in the
helicopter shows up.
Oh, and the next one they go all in on helicopters. So yeah, he finds out that he needs to look into Sean Ambrose. Or no, I don't think they tell him about Sean Ambrose yet. No, they don't. They tell him he has to recruit a team.
Yes.
For something called Chimera.
Yes.
And he can pick any agents he wants, but he needs to pick a girl named Naya. It is imperative that he specifically choose her.
Yes.
So he has to pick her up. I forget where they are, Seville or something.
Yeah, in Spain somewhere.
Yeah, and bring her to wherever Anthony Hopkins is. And he says, like, next time you go on holiday, let us know where you are. He's like, if I did, it wouldn't be holiday. And then he throws the glasses at the camera. And they explode, and then we get the fuse, but we don't get flashes till later in the movie.
Right, and it's like different music.
Oh, well, it's Hans Zimmer. I have the record there. This is the little inside thing. It looks like a mission debriefing thing. Yeah, it's Hans Zimmer. This is 2000, so Gladiator the same year, and a lot of this music sounds like Gladiator.
Yes, and Gladiator sounds like...
Oh, I think they came out the same month. If I remember right, both these movies came out the same month.
I recently watched Gladiator for the first time, and I listened to it. I was like, this is absolutely Hans Zimmer, like doing this.
Yes.
Like this sounds just like one of his other movies. Now I can't remember.
Hans Zimmer's great. I love his music.
Yeah.
According to I use Amazon Music, and apparently last year, like one of the things I listened to the most was the Dune 2 soundtrack.
Ooh.
Totally unrelated. I got high a lot last year. So it was Dune 2 and then like lo-fi hip hop covers of Mario. And I was like, oh yeah, that was a stretch a month where I was like doing a lot of edibles. The Dune 2 soundtrack's great. But he is a great musician.
Yeah, absolutely.
I think he outdid himself when he scored the film that I starred in, The Dark Knight Rises.
Of course.
But once in a while, he can kind of rip himself off. And it's fine when he's doing a sequel. It's fine he's doing a sequel, but like there are moments later on in this movie that sound straight out of Gladiator.
Yes.
And I don't know if he was working on both at the same time and then accidentally mixed them and went,
the sheet music by accident.
This is like the heavy metal, like he had more time to work on it because Danny Elfman did the previous one, but he was like a last minute replacement.
Yes.
Yeah, but this is definitely like of its time, the whole metal riffing stuff. I mean,
they have like Limp Bizkit does a song.
Are you asking about that is the musical score? I do have the CD here with the songs. No. I think you're thinking of I Disappear. Oh, no. Here we go. Limp Bizkit. Take a Look Around.
Yeah.
Theme from Mission Impossible 2. Number 2 song, Metallica, I Disappear.
There we go.
Rob Zombie, Scum of the Earth. Butthole Surfers. They came in. I don't like They Came In, the Butthole Surfers. I don't like that at all. They should have fixed that. The Pimps. Foo Fighters and Brian May, Chris Cornell, Godsmack. This is a very 2000s score.
They wanted you to know what year it was.
They were like, none of this will ever be dated.
Oh, God.
A lot. That is the thing when late 90s, early 2000 movies are super dated by their music.
I just rewatched Lord of the Rings, the trilogy.
Yeah.
And love it, but there's just moments with camera angles where you're like, yeah, this is 2000.
Yep.
This was made.
Oh.
It has the same camera angles in here.
Choppy slow motion. We'll get to that. We
God,
brought it up
was
so much on this show that the early 2000s choppy slow motion drives me nuts.
They had the technology.
Yes, that's the most disappointing thing.
Yes.
They had it and they chose not to do it.
I've watched a lot of 2000s now. I'm realizing recently.
Recently.
Yeah, I watched Gladiator. I watched Lord of the Rings.
Have you not seen Gladiator?
Did
you watch Gladiator too?
I was going to do Glicked.
Oh, God.
Gladiator, Wicked.
They keep trying to one-up Barbenheimer. It's never going to happen.
It's never going to happen, but I thought this was a good way to get both sides of my friend groups together. And then it just never happened because we didn't plan it far enough in advance.
Gladiator
Other
2.
people stole our idea.
Gladiator 2 is terrible. But Denzel Washington is great in it. But it's terrible. Also, I was going to see Wicked. I was going to tough it out for the monthly wrap-up. And then I found out it was part 1, and I was like, oh, you fuckers aren't getting me. I don't have a girlfriend at the moment, so I'm not sitting through 2 fucking Wickeds. Never will I sit through 2 Wickeds.
Well, see, I couldn't see them together, so I saw neither of those movies.
That's fine. I assume you lucked out. So yeah.
I guess back to this movie that we're supposed to review.
Yes, back to this movie. That's a problem. We go a long period not talking, and then we talk about everything in this episode.
Sorry.
So then we see some flamenco dancing.
Oh, great transition.
Yeah, and we get introduced to Naya, played by Thandie Newton.
Yeah.
Whose real name, her first name is Melody.
Wait, really?
Yeah, it's like Melanie Thandie Newton. I'm like, you would pick Thandie over Melody?
Right.
Anyway, who looks fucking great in this movie.
Oh, yeah. I mean, she was in Westworld.
I didn't watch Westworld.
She's in it.
I mean, okay. She's in a lot of movies, Angela. I don't know if you know this.
That's the one that was important to me.
Does she look great in Westworld?
She does. She plays one of the saloon robots.
There's robots in Westworld?
Spoiler.
No, I've seen the original. That's the thing. That show came out. I'm like, I've seen the original. Apparently, it ended up sucking, like most shows do. I can't watch.
First season, great, and then I gave up.
Yeah, that's why I don't watch most big shows anymore.
Yeah.
Any show that everyone's talking about, I'm like, no, wait a season or 2. But yeah, she looks fucking great in this movie. They make sure to get as many shots of her cleavage.
Oh,
there's one
very
point.
Low cut.
Yeah, so she notices Ethan's following her.
Yeah.
She breaks into someone's apartment, and she's picking a lock. He finds her in the bathtub. And then the owner comes home and they're hiding in the bathtub. But there's a point where literally every time the camera cuts, her cleavage is in both shots.
In both shots. It's just magic like that.
And I don't know if this guy got an Oscar, but he deserved it. Whoever the cinematographer was. They should have went even further, to a point where it made no sense.
Right, just
every
angle.
But yeah, then again, they're competing with 3 recent James Bond movies. They have to have weird innuendos, which I feel like weren't a thing in Mission Impossible.
Do you mind if I'm on top?
Either way works for me.
No, they weren't. Very rarely.
I'm not saying they didn't exist, but then she does the whole because they're hiding in the bathtub. She's like, "Do you mind if I get on top?"
Yeah,
and it's just I feel like that's more of a James Bond thing.
Yeah, that was never part. The show. Sometimes their undercover would be that we're husband and wife, and that was their undercover. But there was never an actual love triangle or anything.
Yeah, they're not
They're
not doing sex
They don't
puns.
have time for that.
Yes.
In the IMF, okay? And we see later on this bites him.
Yes. Maybe he learned, unlike James Bond, who never learns these lessons. Never, ever. Ethan, this is like the one time where he's like, I'm going to get lucky on the mission. Then he learns is like, I'm going to get married in the next movie.
Right,
I
know.
So yeah, she sets off the alarm after stealing the jewels. But it's fine. Ethan has a cover. He is the head of their security. And he's like, oh, me and her were just testing out the security. He's like, we think the alarm should have... He plays it off really well. But we realize she is a thief. She is a career thief. But I like that even after they have the cover and everything, she tries to leave with the jewels. He's like, oh, ma'am, I think you forgot. And she looks really... she can't break her cover, but she's like staring lasers into his eyes. She's like, okay.
And just whips it out of that very low-cut dress.
Yes.
Somehow it's hot.
And I love the Spanish guy. Like, madame, are you trying to rob me? But yeah, she's annoyed that Ethan screwed her plan, and she's confused why he wants to work with her. And I like that he reveals... He's like, yeah, I was scoping you out for things. She's like, why? I messed up. He's like, no, you didn't. I set off the alarm. And then he sets it off again, and you hear all the security guard rush back into the room.
He's just being a dick.
So yeah, the next day, he stalks her while driving on the side of cliffs. He really loves cliffs in this movie. Cliffs are his thing. Tom Cruise went through a phase where he's like, I'm all about cliffs and motorcycles and rock climbing.
I did want to ask, is this the time of Motor X? What is that called? BMX bikes.
Well, that's different. BMX is
no, I know,
bicycles.
but there's a time where I just feel like there's just so many motorcycles in the dirt.
Oh, yeah. What do they call it? God damn it.
Yeah, what is that?
There's a word for it at motocross or something.
Motocross.
Yeah.
Is this that time of...
Well, I just think motorcycles were looking cooler. I think motorcycles are getting more sporty at this time, so you could do more with them. You're not like big Harleys or shit. But yeah, so he's chasing her around. He calls her on her car. And I like that she's like, how do you have this number? I don't have it, which means she stole the car.
Yeah.
But he's just like, look, let me do this. She's like, all right, you have to catch me first. So they endanger everyone's life on this road.
A lot of people's lives.
And then he almost kills her. He crashes into her. The cars get stuck. And then they almost go off the cliff. He catches her.
Yes.
She decides she will work for him. And then I have it here. Oh, I guess they're in love.
It smash cuts to the bed.
Yeah. Should I be running women off the road? Is that going to help me, Angela? Should I try this? It's one of the things I haven't tried yet.
Haven't tried. Oh, well, see, that's
next. I'm going to go drive around cliffs and be like, hey, lady.
Scream to them.
I'll catch you. And they're like, oh, my God.
It really, and see, that's what... Where I'm like, this is a bad plan. I say he tells her his real name.
Yeah.
Not being sneaky.
He's the worst at that. But yes, then he meets with Hopkins.
Oh, yes. Now I have. Surprise, Anthony Hopkins.
Yes. Who's mocking the local tradition of burning the saints.
Yep.
He shows him the call from help from the dead scientist.
Yeah.
And he's like, we got to get him out there right now. He's like, actually, he's already dead. And the reason he died is because they could not find Ethan because he was on vacation. So Ethan, I could see why he's stressed.
Yeah.
Going on vacations could lead to viruses wiping out the world.
It's like there is no work-home balance for this man.
Yes. Which we're going to learn in the next film. So they had Sean Ambrose, the Dougray Scott character, fill in for him. He filled in with Ethan a few times before. But Ethan does not like him.
No, he doesn't.
Because as you said earlier, the IMF really likes to come up with elaborate missions. He's the one agent who's like, I'm just going to shoot everyone.
He does.
Just going to shoot everyone.
He's like, guys, we have guns.
We have guns. Just, how are we going to get it? Like, oh, we're just going to kill the head of security and bribe everyone and do evil stuff. We're the good guys. So they realize that Ambrose has pretty much gone rogue.
Yes.
And he's got something called Chimera, but no one knows what Chimera is.
I really want it to be like Full Metal Alchemist Chimera.
Okay, I don't watch cartoons. They're for children. What is this?
It's you just combine a human,
okay,
like a little girl,
okay,
and then an animal, like her pet dog.
Okay.
And you smoosh them into one being.
Oh. There's a DC Comics character who does that. His name's Wannabeast. Ooh. His power is he can combine two animals and put them together.
Do they enjoy being together?
Well, then they become one animal.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
Yeah. I think Wannabeast came out first. Do the people in Full Metal Alchemist wear little jungle speedos and funny masks?
No, they kind of die very soon after you turn them into a chimera.
Oh, well,
They don't
Barnaby's is the one who
last
dresses like that. I think his
Gotcha.
monsters, I think his creations he could separate afterwards. That
Oh,
sounds like the
no.
horror version.
Yeah, this is definitely the horror
This
version.
sounds like Jeff Goldblum getting in a teleporter with
Yeah.
a fly. This sounds like a nightmare.
That's what I want from this. I want Jeff Goldblum.
Ethan,
to-
he's putting Jeff Goldblum in teleporters with various animals. Just Jeff Goldblum? Like, yes.
Just Jeff-
The poor son of a bitch. He's like 8 different animals right now. Oh, God, we got a mercy kill him.
Yes. So
So, yeah.
that's what I wanted from this.
Unfortunately, you did not get that. But yeah, they tell him, like, yeah, so we don't know what Chimera is, but we want you to get it back for us. Anthony Hopkins is very much like, we want you to retrieve it for IMF. And then he's like, oh, by the way, the reason we have Naya on there is because she's his former lover. And Ethan's like,
You totally needed a thief.
what? And I like Anthony Hopkins like, oh, sorry, you either misunderstood or I misled you.
Yeah.
Either way. Like, fucking asshole.
This is like instant karma for sleeping with the first woman you meet on your job. Like, that's the very first person he pulls in for this gig. And he's like, instant.
He should know better by now. Like, they really want, usually they let me pick the team, but they want her. I wonder what her deal is. I probably shouldn't sleep with her right away before taking that. I would have waited until after the meeting, personally.
I think this is like a theme in movies where spies all sleep together, right? There's many a movie about
Oh,
this.
again, James Bond.
James Bond,
Yeah.
Mr. and Mrs. Smith.
Well, in the first movie, it was kind of implied that he might have been getting it on with Phelps's wife.
Oh, yeah.
But he wasn't like a horned up dude in that.
No,
This one, he's a little
one's
horned
like-
up. And again, I think it's because they're trying to be like James Bond.
I just feel like if you were a real spy, you would not do that.
Oh, I'm sure someone's done it and fucked up, but I don't think it's like the
Like a good spy.
He should not
He's
be
too good
doing
of a
it. He
spy
should
for
know
this.
a little bit better than this.
Yes.
You know, Jim Phelps was a great agent before he got a young, hot wife, and then suddenly he became a bad guy. Ethan should be
Right?
real careful about the women he lets into his life.
Yeah, and he was already framed in the last movie, so he knows he can't trust
I
people.
want to make that movie where Phelps is just gaslit by his wife. You can afford the bigger mansion if you just did crimes. Like, okay, I guess I'll do crimes. He tries to get Naya out of it, and he says to Anthony Hopkins, she's not trained for it. And Anthony Hopkins has a great line.
But to go to bed with a man and lie to him, she's a woman. She's got all the training she needs.
Damn.
Only in the 2000s could a good guy say that line. I feel like now you can't say that line.
I just feel like it's one of those moments where people accidentally like say more than they need to say. You're like, people are like, oh, I've never met a happy woman. And it's like, what is the common denominator there?
I don't know. If he's talking about a thief, I think that's the correct assumption.
that's
Like, she
fair.
probably does. I don't know if all women are having this.
Maybe not like a hashtag not all women,
Yeah, hashtag.
but
I just thought that was a great line. I'm like, that's a good one.
is.
So
Anthony
yeah,
Hopkins.
she's reluctant to join the mission.
Yes.
Because she hates Ambrose. Because as we
course.
learn, he's a psychopath.
Yeah.
And Ethan's like, I don't even want you to join the mission, but it would really help if you did. Can you please do it? So yeah, she reluctantly agrees.
Yes.
And she's like, how am I going to get involved with him? So they purposely arrest her.
Yes.
And they broadcast this big score that she did that went wrong so it would get on Sean Ambrose's radar so that he would bail her out of jail.
Because you got to remember, this is before social media.
Yes.
So you got to go so big.
Yes.
That,
That was the
that
only way-
international news.
That was the only way to get attention. If I lost someone's phone number, I would have to go and try to steal the crown jewels. And someone would be like, oh, there's Tony. I forgot to call him.
You can't slip into their DMs. It's a little more complicated back then.
So yeah, Hunt recruits a guy named Billy Baird, who's just a wacky Scotsman, I think. He never comes back.
No.
And he's got to get his boy Luther. I like that the IMF did hire Luther after that previous one.
Yes.
They're like, wait, you broke into the CIA? And they're like, well, technically wrong, but I guess since you helped us out, we'll give you a job.
I know, that was very
That
exciting.
is because remember, he was a bad guy. He was like a bad hacker.
Oh, that's right.
Because remember, the whole thing, he was disavowed, so he had to get bad guys to team up with him.
Yes, that's what you do when you're disavowed. Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
I was just really happy that he came back.
I love Ving Rhames. Ving Rhames is in all the... As much as I love 4, and we'll get to it, he has a cameo. He's not part of the mission. That's like the one thing I didn't enjoy about 4. But since then, they've corrected that. They're like, no, you put fucking Ving Rhames in all of them.
He needs to be here. They give her a cool tracker in her ankle.
Yes, they give her a tracker. I like when Luther shows up, he steps in shit.
Oh, yep.
And he's like, shit. He's like, yeah, it is. He does not like Billy for whatever reason. But yeah, they're using the satellite to find Naya, and she's meeting with Sean. John Woo has to make everything amazing and awesome. So even a man catching a scarf in the wind has to be slow motion with a huge musical sting and multiple camera cuts. It's like, all right, John, let's tone it down just a little bit.
See, this is part of how like the first half of this movie is so slow because there's so many moments.
I mean, they're setting up, I guess, but it doesn't feel like the usual setup for a mission.
Right. It's just, I just feel like compared to the last 30 minutes versus the first 30 minutes, how much
it really does
you
go
get.
from like 0 to 60 really quick.
Yeah.
So Sean's right-hand man, Hugh, Richard Roxburgh, he was the bad guy in Moulin Rouge.
I love Moulin Rouge.
It's the only other movie I can remember him being in.
And he's wonderful in that, so.
Moulin, you like Moulin? We should revisit Moulin Rouge.
I will.
It'll get 5 viewers, but we can make fun of Ewan McGregor's awkward singing.
Aw, but he's such a little baby.
We can see not as much plastic surgery Nicole Kidman.
Yeah. She doesn't do any of her own singing in that.
Yeah.
It's all
Sorry, look,
someone else.
I like Nicole Kidman and everything. But when I watch period pieces with her, like The Northman, I look at her and I'm like, they didn't have plastic surgery back then. I'm like, and it's like just really obvious.
It is.
If she's playing like a woman in modern times, I'll go with it. But whenever I see her period piece, I'm like, no, get that out of there.
I mean, she is wonderful, but I also it's not subtle.
Yeah, it's gotten like because now you have to see her in front of every movie at AMC, so it's becoming more noticeable.
Yeah.
Apologies to Nicole Kidman. I'm sorry.
We love you.
You're not the only one doing it. If it makes you feel
Exactly,
better.
we get it.
So yeah, Hugh is suspicious of Naya.
Yes.
Yeah, he doesn't like her, and then Ethan is full of jealous rage. And it's like,
Classic.
well, Ethan, what did you expect? It's like, and also Ethan, like you slept with her once after knowing her for a day. Can you just?
He really gets attached.
He really does, and I'm just like, you're like late 90s Tom Cruise. You'll be fine, dude. You're good.
Yeah. You're not hurting for
Like in real life, you're scoring Nicole Kidman. Can you relax? And you go to Katie Holmes after this. Sean makes her wear a sexy red dress and then changes his mind mid-dressing. So yeah, and then Ethan has to walk out of the cuck shed. He like goes out. He's like, oh, and it's like, what did you expect, asshole? So yeah, they dissect the Chimera myth. And Ethan kind of pieces together because he knew what the doctor did for a living. He's like, I think because Chimera in mythology was multiple animals put together. He's like, I think they made a virus and an antivirus. And we don't know exactly what's going on, how this works in. But that is their theory. Sean shows Hugh that they're about to make 37 million pounds.
Yes. It's not in US dollars. I really remember that.
Yes, because they say pounds over and over again.
So many times.
And he's letting Hugh, he's like, Hugh, relax. We're going to make a lot of money. It's fine. And then Hugh's like, yeah, but I don't trust Naya. It's all a little too convenient. And Sean's like insane. And like he like grabs him and grabs his finger.
Oh yeah, with the
cigar cutter. But he tells him, he's like, yeah, maybe it is a little convenient that right after the plane she suddenly gets on a thing making me want to bail her out. And maybe she is a secret agent, but I don't know for sure. So you should just relax. And why can't I get laid? It's just like, wow, the bad guy is just not very subtle in this one.
I feel like one of them has listened to Anthony Hopkins' speech about ladies, and one of them hasn't. So
I feel like Ambrose might have worked a little too closely with Hopkins. Maybe that's why Hopkins doesn't come back. They're like, wait. Someone higher up was like, wait, Hopkins wanted you to get the secret virus? Yeah. Oh, we're firing that guy.
I feel like that's the same problem with the first movie, too. There was like a bunch of IMF agents who were like, went rogue.
Well, they didn't know that at the time.
They gotta really tighten up this force.
So yeah, he cuts off Hugh's finger.
Which is an important note.
It becomes a very important detail.
Yeah.
Also, was Hugh doing cocaine? Why was just the pinky finger really long? All his fingers were fine. That one did have a long nail. And it's like, what are you doing, buddy? Billy gives Naya an earpiece so he could talk to Ethan while they're at the racetrack. Yeah. Because she's there with Ambrose. She's pretending to be all in love and like, oh, wow, your horse won. She updates Ethan. She's like, yeah, so I saw a picture of money. They're going to make a lot of money. And then while that's happening, they notice Sean is meeting with a guy named John McCloy. Who plays that? Is that Brendan Gleeson, that actor? I think so. He's meeting up with this guy named McCloy, who was the scientist boss.
Yes.
And he looks very upset by the stuff Sean is showing him on his digital camera with the big CF card.
Yes, and the CF card, to put that just in an envelope?
Yeah.
I hurts my soul. I'm like, you're gonna break this.
It's gonna break.
You gotta put it in a case.
Put it in a bubble, at least a bubble envelope. Right? Put it in a bubble mailer. Come on.
Just an envelope.
So they know he's blackmailing him, but they don't know with what. So they need Naya to steal the envelope from his left jacket pocket.
Very important.
So she does it. She almost gets caught because he's like, hey, wait a minute. And she has to turn around and drop the envelope.
Down into first out of her arm, into her hand, into her back.
Yeah. She's like, what? He's like, put some money down for me too. Because at the race there.
They're at the horse track.
Yes. So Hugh is following her and Billy stops him. He slams the door on his face. And I like that Hugh almost murders Billy in front of everyone. And also, it always cracks me up when people say the Lou.
Oh, right.
Yeah.
I like it.
Okay. No, I don't want to spoil it. There's an episode coming out in June that I shot recently, and I said something that's very local to Philadelphia, and I did not know and got very made fun of for it.
Oh my God, I love it.
So look for the Judge Dredd episode coming in June.
We all have to watch.
So Ethan meets with Naya.
Yes.
And I like that he's chewing her out and everything, and then she's like, what are you gonna do? Spank me? And then it hard cuts to Luther in between them. Can I have the card and the camera now? Right, that cut to Luther looking really awkward is so good. But yeah, he has to get the card and copy everything over.
Yes.
He has to do it really, really quick. And it shows how deadly the virus is. They show this previous scientist who got infected, and it just eliminated his cells. And within 20 hours, you're dead. Yeah, so now that they have the information, he's like, get out of Australia. And he's like, I don't know how to get out of this situation. He's like, if you don't leave, I'll come get you. I will save you. So she meets back up with Sean and puts the envelope in his right jacket pocket.
Rookie mistake.
Yeah.
Well, she's a thief. She's used to taking things, not putting things back. That's not her specialty.
I guess so. I guess covering her tracks isn't her strong suit. So Ethan's team kidnaps McCloy. They gas him inside of his limo.
Yes.
While Naya meets with Ethan. So then McCloy is being tricked into thinking the scientist is alive. And they get him to confess everything. He created the virus and the antivirus. He wanted to see how deadly the virus was, but he didn't want to do it with microscopic organisms. He needed a human test subject to really scare people into wanting this cure for this virus.
Yeah, you got to have stakes or else people won't pay.
Yes. You could be like, I have a cure for this virus. Is the virus out? No. Well, then we don't care.
I don't want to, pre-order this subscription.
I don't want version 1 of this.
No, I'll wait for the bugs to get fixed.
So yes, he confesses to everything. He's like, I'm in the business of making money.
Yeah.
So yeah, they knock him out, and it turns out the doctor is Ethan. But who's the Ethan Naya's talking to? It's really Sean. So he meets with her and he's just like, you can't leave. I was wrong. He'll be on to you. Just stay here for now. And she's like, Ethan, I love you. Blah, 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 blah. So she leaves, and I like that he takes the mask off and he's crying.
So sad.
And
everyone's just instant in love with her.
Yeah. Well, he had a previous relationship, I guess, but
I know.
I don't know if he also knocked her off a cliff, but
I mean, maybe that's what really gets her attention.
I guess so. But yeah, he's all broken up about it, and he hears about the other team kidnapping McCloy. Yes. So he knows exactly what Ethan's going to do. Because again, he's worked with Ethan. He's doubled for Ethan.
Right, he knows. This is not the first time he's dressed up as Ethan.
Yes.
Okay.
And this This scene is great. I love this scene because they're doing the Mission Impossible thing where they're coming up with their plan on how they're going to get in the lab. But how we're getting told the plan is mostly through the bad guy making fun of how Ethan is going to do his plan. He's like, oh, he'll probably enter the building somewhere at the top.
And then he's like, I'm going to go in through the vents.
Luther's like, there's an atrium that houses sunlight, but it closes at night. And if we open it, it'll only be open for 40 seconds. That's to get you down and the cable out.
Up.
And Ethan's like, that's the only way to do it. And I like that Ambrose is making fun of him. He's like, he'd rather do some crazy high stakes thing than harm a hair on a security guard's head.
Right?
It's just such a fun way to have this scene told to us.
Yes.
Because we've never seen it from this point of view. We've never seen the villain telling us their plan as an insult. It's like the first movie was really good at subverting the formula. This is the only time this movie really does it well.
It looks like, what is their projector? It looks like it's just inside a big Pelican case. This was just so distracting
he has like a
to me.
projector in a Pelican case. I guess it was cool at the time.
Like the largest Pelican case you can find with like a cable in the one end and a projector
projectors
in the front.
were big back then.
That's true.
So yeah, Ethan's plan, like I said, is to go through the top. So they're going to use a helicopter. And then we get the wire hanging scene. They knew that was the standout of the previous film.
Yes,
so we get Ethan
it.
wiring into the building. And then he stops it right before he hits the ground. And it's just like, okay, it's not as tense as the first one.
No.
Because, like, I guess there's a
It's from
security
a
guard.
farther distance, right? Like they try to make it look bigger, but it doesn't have the same oomph.
Yeah, for whatever reason, it just doesn't. I know the stakes are pretty much the same and everything. It's just the fact that they're trying to one up with also a wire stunt.
Yeah.
It just doesn't work. Even though they're counting down and that's pretty tense.
Yes.
Where he's like 10, 9, 8, because there's a security guard there. He has to wait for him to turn around before he can cut the clip. So yeah, he cuts the clip. They get out. They're good. He's able to walk around the lab, but now they're missing communication. He tells them for 8 minutes we'll lose communication. So he's taking his slow time, going to each little petri dish, shooting them with lasers.
Right. Well, I want to say his hazmat suit is so cool looking. I've recently had a shoot that I had to do in a bio lab, actually, and I had to wear a hazmat suit that did not look as cool as his. I did not get a really neat, he almost looks like he's in a futuristic space suit. You know what I mean? Like he's real nice and tight with a cool helmet, and I'm just walking around as a big marshmallow in these very unwieldy outfit. So I just was very jealous of his really cool hazmat suit while he's going around in this deadly lab lasering things.
He is the form-fitting hazmat suit.
You know what I mean?
Nice. But yeah, taking us. Oh, we forgot to mention Chimera is like influenza. It's different influenza strains that turn into super flesh-eating influenza or something.
I'm just
like that.
really upset that it doesn't turn people
into an animal.
That's just the whole time I was waiting for it, and I'm like, damn.
So again, with the contrast, we see Ethan did his whole complicated thing, and then we see Ambrose come in and just shoot the security guards and make their way up the stairs.
How you doing? Bam. That's what I was waiting for.
Also, now that I'm realizing, competing with 007, Ambrose is the evil Ethan Hunt. They did that with GoldenEye, where 006 was the evil James Bond. I'm like, it's taking a little too many cues from those movies.
Yeah.
Should have just been its own thing. I say that as someone who's seen this movie a million times and will continue to watch it.
Also, saying that about a sequel? Why isn't a sequel its own movie?
You know what I mean. You know what I mean. Ethan gets in the room with the viruses that are in the canister. Yeah. And he shoots them into a thing that fries them. Yeah, and there's 3 injector guns that are loaded with the virus. And then the last one, he hesitates to think about his friend who died.
Who sacrificed himself.
Yes.
Essentially, right?
Yes. He shot the virus into him so he could bring it to Atlanta for the CDC so they can use the cure and be able to figure out a way to mass produce it. So yeah, he's thinking all about that in that moment, which gives Ambrose enough time to blow up and shoot up the lab to steal the sample.
unsafe. Like
Very
again, like
unsafe.
there's like all these like safety glass, and you have to like put your hands through this special gloves so that you're not like exposing anything to the air.
And they just walk out guns blazing.
Bam, bam, bam.
Which is funny because at one point they shoot the canister that slides it. He's like, "Stop it!" It's like, well, what the fuck are you doing, buddy?
Right? I know. There was a moment where we started being concerned that this virus might kill everyone, and then we were like, fuck it.
So then we get a bunch of choppy, slow motion fighting. And this is also Ethan, the beginning of him doing unnecessary twists and slides during his fight.
So many flips.
Which the whole like jumping and sliding with guns, that's a 90s.
Yeah.
John Woo kind of perfected that. So it's one of those like, it's okay when you do it.
Yeah, that's right. You're like, all right.
But also, as someone who likes the 90s Robert Rodriguez, I love that kind of over-the-top gun action.
It just gets to be a moment where I'm like, you just don't have to twirl anymore. Just shoot. Like
some of it's a little ridiculous. I will say Robert Rodriguez isn't as good doing it these days.
Yeah.
He did one of those new Star Wars shows, like the dumb Boba Fett show.
Oh, okay.
And he had a guy with like a long trench coat do an unnecessary twirl to shoot. And like as a fan of his, I'm like, no, I get what you're doing. It's not really hitting as hard as it used to. But people who aren't familiar, they're like, what the fuck was that twirl? And I'm like, oh, that's not a Star Wars thing. That's a Rodriguez thing.
Yeah.
I'm very used to this. This is not his best example. I'm very The best thing was in Desperado where Banderas like whips the guns while he shoots, which I don't think I don't know if that makes the bullets go out faster.
You gotta. Of course they do.
So Luther almost gets blown up. I like that they knew Luther would be in a van outside and they go to blow him up. And then Ethan and Ambrose, they yell at each other. Ethan's talking about Ambrose's plan. It's like, oh, you had this, blah, blah, blah. You have it all set up. But then Ambrose reveals that he has Naya hostage.
Dun, dun, dun.
And Ethan's like, no, that's the love of my life as of 2 days ago. Ah!
Yet again.
And they said Naya to grab the virus. And to screw Ambrose over, she injects herself with it.
I actually, at first, thought like, okay, that's somewhat clever, right? Because this now, before, she could just walk right back and get shot in the head, right?
Yeah.
This gives her 20 hours where he will not kill her.
Yes.
So at first, I'm like, all right, like, and it's, of course, showing her progression from in the beginning, she has no morals, as she says, and now she's sacrificing herself.
Which I don't think the script trusted the audience to figure that out. So Ethan has to go, you, who doesn't have any morals. Remember, she said that earlier. And she's like, I guess I do now. Save me.
But then, what does she do? She goes up to Tom Cruise and says, you should shoot me.
Yeah.
What was the point of you injecting yourself then if you were going to just get shot in the head? Like, you might as well have just thrown the...
Because they could still get her blood. I mean, it's pretty fresh. They're
But I
in
mean,
a
like-
lab. They could
Right,
probably
but that's
figure out a
what I
way
mean.
to
So it's
preserve
like-
her.
Theoretically, in this situation, right, she has to go get it because they know Tom Cruise won't kill her. So if she went and got the gun with the virus, she could have given it to Tom Cruise and then gotten shot. That's the reason she couldn't give it to him, right? So why didn't she just do that if she was going to turn around and say, Tom Cruise, you should kill me now? Like, that was silly.
It's a little sloppy. It's a little
right?
sloppy.
Like, I think she should have really been committed
It
to
might be one of
finding
those,
this
like,
cure and getting out.
It seemed like a good idea at the time, and then she remembered it was a flesh-eating virus. She's like, oh, by
she's
hour
like,
15, I'm going to be a little rough.
I just didn't like that she went from, like, I'm going to do something cool to, like, help me, save me, just sacrifice me.
Also, this is when the gladiator-ish music kicks in.
Yes,
like here with the
absolutely.
girl's voice singing. But yeah, he tells her he's going to save her, and he's like, stay alive!
Yes, yeah.
Then he jumps out of the building and parachutes away.
Like you do.
Ambrose slaps her around and promises that she's going to be responsible for spreading the plague. He calls her Typhoid Mary. And she's like, what? What does that mean? Then McCloy meets with Ambrose in his secret bunker that Ambrose just has, I guess. Because he's the bad guy in a spy movie, so he has a secret bunker. And how does Ethan get to the bunker? He rock climbs it.
Yes.
And Ethan does a front flip on one of the guards and gymnastics on the other.
Yes.
Literally has like the fucking whatever, the poles. And he swings and hits the guy. Was he just doing gymnast stuff at the time? He was like, I gotta work this into the movie.
Hey, I'm trying to remember, when was like gymnastics big?
I don't
The
know. It must have been
Olympics?
just
Was that
something he was
around?
doing.
Maybe.
We see the bad guys are testing out. They show that they do have Chimera.
Yes.
And Bellerophon that's proven. And they tell McCloy, they're like, all right, we want the 38 million pounds. And they're like, and stock options. And he's like, what? He's like, yeah, we're going to use that money that you can't say you gave us because that would incriminate you to buy your stocks. And then, by the way, that virus, we just sent her out in the middle of Sydney, Australia. So it's going to start a plague. And in a couple weeks, they're going to want that cure. And we'll own 51% of the stocks. So everyone will be going after your cure. They should be asking, wait, how did you have a cure pre-ready to go? Hopefully no one asked that question.
Nope.
And we're going to be trillionaires. And McCloy's like, you're not taking my company from me. I'm like, yeah, we kind of are.
That's where he draws the line.
That's where he Ethan's making his way to the meeting. He almost gets caught, but he does a backflip while running forward.
Yes.
Which cracks me up, and kicks a guy around a lot of pigeons.
Yeah, but like he jumps and then kicks because that gives you more kicking power.
In slow motion.
Yeah.
I think real slow motion, not the choppy kind.
There was like quite a mix in this
Again,
movie.
the flips and the twists and the twirls. It's like, all right, buddy, come on.
Wait, is this also where he has the grenade? He just like whips out
He has a
grenade.
pipe bomb, yeah.
Yeah, and it's just like...
he throws a pipe bomb at the door, blows it up, and then instead of just throwing another pipe bomb in or just walking in and shooting everyone, he walks through the door to give him a stare, and then a green screen dove flies through.
The doves.
Because
that's a John Woo, right?
John Woo, baby. And it's like, send someone to kill him. Let's continue our meeting. And I'd be like, can we move the meeting somewhere else?
He already made fun of him earlier, right?
Yeah.
Like, oh, he doesn't just shoot a guard. And he's like, someone else take care of this. I can't just shoot him in the head.
So yeah, McCloy is transferring the money. And Ethan is hiding, but Hugh notices he's there because that fucking dove outs Ethan. So he has to do some gymnastics and gets into a bigger fight with Hugh. And then Hugh has him at gunpoint.
Yes.
And doesn't shoot him.
Correct.
And he asks him to raise his hands, which gives Ethan enough time to drop a grenade.
Yes.
It's like,
grenade.
Why didn't you shoot him? You don't need Ethan for anything.
That's what, see, he should have known. He should have taken his own advice.
It's his pride. He hated being inferior to him.
Right.
Ving Rhames' character from Pulp Fiction should have came in and be like, that's pride fucking with you. Luther, no, I'm the other Ving Rhames.
Yes.
I'm going to leave now.
The other.
Some say the Band-Aid on the back of his head was his soul leaving. Oh. Did my soul leave out my nose when I got punched in my face?
That's what I want to know.
And definitely not when that zip popped. Anyway, Hugh brings Ethan into the lab.
Yes.
And Ethan is just mumbling. Sorry. Ethan, in quotes. And I like that he's like, he can't talk because I broke his jaw. And then what's his face is like, that makes a lot of sense and I'm not going to question it, buddy.
Obviously. And he's just like...
So he's like pointing the gun at McCloy. He's like, yeah, I'll show you how I deal with people. And he like shoots Ethan. He's like, yeah, I got him. No. But then he turns around and realizes Ethan has the pinky bandage. He rips the mask off. It's you. He killed you.
This is where I say that's face off. We got a good face swap going on here.
Also, it feels like the old show where they got the villain to kill the other villain.
Exactly.
But I love it cuts to like, apparently while that was happening, Ethan, dressed as Hugh, just grabbed the suitcase and left with no one noticing. And it's like, rip the mask off. He tries to get into Luther's helicopter, but then bad guys show up shooting the helicopter. He's like, never mind, I'll get a motorcycle.
Yeah, again with the helicopters.
So
but this is the transition to the motorcycles. And that's when we start getting, from here on out,
it's the most amazing thing
ever.
The
best movie I've ever seen.
He's just driving around with this motorcycle, and the bad guys are chasing him on cars that were made 15 years earlier because, of course, they're going to blow up.
Yeah. Just one good shot to the gas tank.
Yes. I love they all get on the bridge, and Luther's just lobbing grenade launchers at them, and like they blow up a car, and Ethan drives through the explosion. Yes. But Luther suffers a big loss here. He gets a hole in his Versace jacket. It's really upsetting him.
Upset me too.
Also, the motorcycle, when it jumped onto the bridge, looked really bad. Like, it was clearly like on a wire that they removed, but like it just moved a little too slowly onto the bridge. I'm like, I don't know if that's realistic or not, but I want to cut to
what
a
are the
cooler
physics
angle.
of a motorcycle doing that?
So there's a henchman in here who's hanging out the window in the car where all the bad guys get killed when he like does the burnout. And they're like, there's so much smoke. And then the truck hits them.
Oh, yes.
One of the henchmen in the car is Dominic Purcell, who was in Prison Break, right? That was the show, Prison Break. I know him from Legends of Tomorrow. He's been in a bunch of stuff. This just goes to show that, you know, within 6 years' time, you could be unnamed henchman and then get to be Dracula in Blade Trinity. We have a Blade Trinity review. We actually reviewed all the Blade movies. And getting back to Patreon, Angela.
Yes.
Did you know that I have an ongoing series on Patreon called Blade Boys?
Oh, that sounds so good. I would pay for it.
Yes, me, Royce, and Pessy, we go through every episode of the Blade TV show starring Sticky Fingers instead of Wesley Snipes. And I know what you're thinking. Hip-hop star Sticky Fingers, who had a small part in Leprechaun, Back to the Hood? Yes, Angela, the very same Sticky Fingers.
I've been wondering, where could I find more of him in my life?
Well, apparently it was in 2006 in the Blade TV show. But anyway, go back and watch the Blade reviews and then watch Blade Boys. It's a really fun show.
So good.
Ethan almost gets his head cut off when he skids into like a broken car. Which I feel like that was also them kind of one up the helicopter blade going into his neck in the first one.
Oh, no, they one up that, though, in this later.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, you're right. That's the one up there. So, yeah, he finally comes face to face with Ambrose. And they drive toward each other. And they do wheelies. Oh, before this, when he blows up that one car, he does a front wheelie and spins around. So he even got the motorcycle to spin.
Right?
But in this one, because, I remembered, because when I watched it, I was like, wait, did this just blow up for no reason? I forgot his gas tank is leaking.
His gas tank's leaking, and there's like another, like, little moment, too, where, like, something gets thrown off the...
Something happens. But, yeah, they drive toward each other, they wheelie, and then they jump unrealistically high, crash into each other, and then for whatever reasons the motorcycles also go up in the air.
I just think it's like a touching moment where they get to like jump into each other's arms.
And
like
romantic.
If this was like a different soundtrack behind it, it would be really cute.
They beat the shit out of each other on the beach while trying to get control of a gun. It turns into a knife fight, and then my eye phobia has been very well documented on this.
Yes.
As much as 10-year-old teenage Tony loved this movie and watched it over and over again, even to this day, I have to go, I have to do that. Like, I can't. I'm like, nope, because it's a real knife.
That's the thing.
Not that a rubber knife would have been better, because it still would have went in your eye, but they had it like on a cable, so it couldn't go any further. But
yeah, in theory, if the cable doesn't snap.
Yeah.
This is, I think, where I wrote the note of who is more reckless, Ethan Hunt or Tom Cruise?
Tom Cruise for sure. Ethan Hunt, in the world that we live in, that he lives in,
world, yeah.
He doesn't want that knife to go anywhere near his eye. The bad guy is doing it. Tom Cruise is like, yeah, put that knife right in my eye.
Closer. And I read that he was like, no, all your weight should go into it.
Oh, stop it! We mentioned this in the Daredevil episode. Where's Laurence Olivier to say, have you tried acting? Stop it. Stop doing that. Don't do that. Yeah, I still, not a lot of things get me okay, so the first film, the control room thing,
that's great.
Super, super tense. I'm tense that whole scene. The fourth film, the tower, super, super tense. This is just like 5 seconds, and it gets me more tense than all those scenes combined. Because I'm like, no, not his eye, not his eye.
There is just a moment. There truly is like a...
I don't like it.
Yeah.
But yeah, they continue to kick the shit out of each other.
More spins, more jumps.
Yes, and Ethan kind of gets the upper hand, but then he has a knife. So he has the knife. He could just toss it at him and kill him. But then Ambrose calls Naya a bitch. And Ethan's like, what did you say about my girlfriend as of last week? I'm gonna fucking kick your ass.
Not here.
And he throws the knife into the. That's the thing. The girl. Actually, I just realized the girl's not around. I'd be like, hey, don't call her that. It's different if they're around. You have to like act like, hey, yeah, don't do that. If they're not around, like, hey, man, don't call her that.
I just feel like there would be no movie if you were Ethan Hunt, because you would just be like, sure, I will kill Naya if it means to save the world. No problem.
Angela, I'm not in IMF. Like, what? I don't want to save anyone. Can you guys let me know if the world's at stake so I can get in my bunker?
If you choose to accept it. Nope, I don't. Thanks.
I'd be the
later.
Anthony Hopkins in this movie, baby. I'd be like, hey, you do it. Oh, we forgot to mention. So Naya, they dropped her off in Sydney, but since she's smart, she's made it to the nearest cliffside she can get to. Because she plans to kill herself.
Oh, yes. Again.
Yes, if they don't get to her in time. So he tells Luther, he's like, Luther, pick her up in the helicopter and bring her to me. It will be a lot faster. I'm going to go kill Ambrose. So yeah, he gets the knife, he throws it in the sand just so he can punch Ambrose a little bit more. Again, the macho-ness. It's like, come on, buddy. Can you just relax? So yeah, he ends up hitting his head against a rock.
Yeah.
Luther shows up with Naya. He runs to get the thing, but then he stops because Ambrose is alive.
This is where I wrote double tap.
Yeah.
You know, like you were right there.
You had to really kill him. Hit his head against the rock over and over again.
Yes, you did not ensure his death before you turned around. And this is rookie mistake.
Did you see the very last Halloween movie?
No.
Well, it's not great, but you would like the very end of it.
Ooh.
Where they're like, we definitely killed Michael Myers. And the one goes, not enough. And then they take him to a big meat grinding thing and they shred him to pieces.
That's
Spoiler for Halloween Ends.
All I want in a movie. I just want the, like, if I don't see, like, the blood and guts, I don't believe the person's dead.
Yeah, it is a good moment because they were like, nah. I've reviewed that movie twice. We did a full review and then we did What is the Worst, because that's technically a Halloween 4.
Gotcha. 3
Halloween 4s. That has a multiverse because they keep rebooting because they get embarrassed at how many sequels they have. Anyway, yeah, so we get, what's his face? Ambrose going, you should have killed me.
And you know what? I agree. He's right.
Which I feel like a lot of characters were saying at this point. I think Ian McKellen says it in X2. He's like, you should have killed me when you had the chance.
Yeah.
So Ethan, luckily, one of the guns that fell was right by his foot.
See, that's what I said. It was important to know.
It was. And he figures out, he's like, you know what? I'm going to kick the sand. Mm-hmm. And then the gun will go up vertically and I will catch it midair and have enough time to do one of my twists and shoot him. I like we never actually see him get shot. He's shooting like a million times and the guy's just rolling. It's an awkward death. I wonder if this is one of the reshoots where they're like,
What is this rated? Is it PG-13?
It's PG-13.
Yeah, it has those moments that make it feel real PG-13.
Yeah.
You know, instead of an R. Like, that's that moment that, like, we would have seen blood if it was an R-rated movie versus the, like, wild first half and the wild second half.
Yeah. So yeah, he saves the day. They cure Naya. Mm-hmm. I like that he meets with Anthony Hopkins. Anthony Hopkins is like, wait, you destroyed the virus. Thought I told you to bring that back. He's like, oh, no, it was a fire. It just happened. And Hopkins is like, okay, we're going to let this one slide. But yeah, he expunges Naya's record, kind of like they did with Luther in the previous film.
Yep.
And he also lies to Hopkins about her whereabouts. He's like, where's Naya? I'm like, don't worry about it. And then he meets with her in Sydney, and they're all happy now.
But for how long?
Well, I guess not much longer. I think they did say they wanted her for part 3, and she didn't come back.
Oh, is that what happened?
I don't know. I didn't. When I was looking it up today, I didn't have time to do like a deep dive. But I think she was considered for part 3, and then they ended up not using her. But yeah, the movie ends all happy. Cut to Metallica. What was the name of the song again?
Some,
I Disappear.
Yeah, I was like, we're going in on it. Like,
and yeah, so it doesn't feel very Mission Impossible.
No,
there's moments where it does, where they're planning out their heist and stuff a little bit, but it does feel like a little generic. I'm just going to shoot up the bad guys, which, yeah, he does use guns and stuff, even in later movies, but like, it's never like, I'm going to shoot up and blow up the bad guys.
Right. I think it just takes away, like, there's so many, like, action movies, right? And you got to like find what's your little thing that makes you like unique, or like what's your twist on an action movie. And I think it just took all of the Mission Impossible like uniqueness and was like, no, we're doing action movies.
Which I get, that's what John Woo does, but I mean, and he put his stamp on it, I guess. But yeah, it doesn't quite work as Mission Impossible.
If we even look here, it's like just him inside of an explosion.
Yeah.
Like nothing says Mission Impossible about it.
Now, that being said.
Yes.
It's my favorite Mission Impossible. I watch it all the time. I love this movie so much.
I'm a little upset because I feel like our review of it made it sound really cool.
Yeah.
Like, as we were talking about it, I'm
well,
like,
it's the coolest movie I've ever seen, Angela.
I just think, like, I don't know what it is about, like, I was like, each individual part sounds kind of interesting, but when you put it together, it just...
You're right. It does move at like, kind of like a slow pace.
In the beginning, right?
In the beginning,
like, the first half of it's super slow.
They try to make up for it with like the frantic editing and the fast like edits, but like the story is moving very slow. It takes a while for them to get to that big heist thing that they're trying.
Right.
So yeah, it kind of falls flat there. This one did not get the best reviews.
It did not.
People who love the first one were not super into this, even though it was the most financially successful movie of the year, highest grossing film of the year. Yeah, so for whatever reason, people just didn't strike a chord with them. So I feel like if I had watched this movie when I was like 20, I wouldn't have liked it. Yeah. But again, perfect time for young Tony to watch this.
I mean, this is a great movie
for it. It's amazing. I will say I used to like just skip to the final fight a lot.
Because that's the best part.
Yeah, I did do it. It is one of my... That last fist fight, too, was like one of my favorite one-on-one fist fights. Yes. Obviously, number one is Jimmy versus Dalton in Roadhouse, the original Roadhouse, where they fight shirtless on the beach and he rips his throat out. Obviously, that is the gold standard. Obviously. But this one is like a top 10, like just over-the-top, stupid fight. Like they're doing moves that don't make any sense. Nope. But it is a good time. It is a really good time.
I do think it's really fun.
I will say his team, it's really just Luther. That Billy guy... It's just helicopter guy. He's actually not that. He has that one moment where he interrupts the dude. But I wonder if a lot of his stuff got cut out. There's like really nothing to that character.
No, it's just him and the helicopter is more of a character. I feel like we see him all the time.
Yeah, they know like what characters to bring back and what characters to not.
Yeah, I agree.
They learned, they were like, yeah, I don't think Billy Baird, the character, is coming back for Mission Impossible 3. But yes, Angela, what are your final thoughts on Mission Impossible 2?
It was a fun time, and it was also the best of times, it was the worst of times. That is my review.
It's the best and worst Mission Impossible movie. Yes, that is it from us. We're going to try to cover all of the Mission Impossibles this year.
I'm super excited.
Go back if you want a head start to see what we think of 3. I mean, you can probably wait a couple weeks, or you can listen to the commentary track now.
The commentary's like that fresh, immediate reaction.
Yes.
Like, no clue what's happening, and it just happens, and then my expression comes out of my mouth. So that's so great, and then come back in a couple weeks and watch our review.
Check out that on Patreon. And Final Reckoning is coming out. They changed the title. Now it's weird, because the previous one is called Dead Reckoning Part 1. But it didn't do that well financially, so now they're just calling it Final Reckoning.
Like when you have like a lot of drafts of something, you're like the final.
This is the final one.
2. This is final. No, really, the final one.
Final 3. We talked about it when we reviewed it at the time. We're gonna re-review it, but 2023, there were multiple films that were secret 2-parters. Yeah, Mission Impossible was open about it at least, but it followed 2 part 1s. Was its Fast X, I think, was a secret part 1, and the Spider-Man animated movie was a secret part 1. And then it came out like right before Barbenheimer. So they started filming during COVID, and it got like a monkey wrench thrown into it. So that's why it probably cost more. It's still a good movie. But yeah, it's just funny that they're like, change the title, that'll fix it. I'm like, no, just go with it. It's fine. But yeah, the plan is to do 2, 3, and 4 separately, and then since the last 4 movies are by Christopher McQuary, we'll come back after Final Reckoning and we'll do what is Christopher McQuarrie's best Mission Impossible movie. So stay tuned this year for that. Like, share, subscribe, do all that stuff. Angela.
Yes.
If I needed a studio space or I needed to rent a film crew or something in the Philadelphia area, where should I go?
Can check out andrewwolfvideo.com for a great place for video studio, podcast studio, getting into podcasting.
Ooh.
As we see.
If you need advice on what not to do, you can hit me. Yeah, I wanted to use your studio for a cemetery set, but luckily we found that very real cemetery in the Ed Wood episode.
I mean, like, you couldn't turn that up, so turn that down.
And also, thank you for not giving me a heads up that the women sabotaged my birthday episode and I was left alone in that cemetery. Charlie's Angels episode. Anyway, that is it from us. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Hi, everyone. Tony from Hack the Movies here. And today we're talking about Mission Impossible 3. Did J.J. Abrams save Mission Impossible? Let's find out today on Hack the Movies. Hello, Angela.
Hey, Tony.
I got into another fight.
Again?
Yes. I've since been radicalized since the last episode. I've been watching a lot of Andrew Tate. And this time I saw someone not disrespecting women enough.
Oh.
And I went to fight them. Mm-hmm. And again, 30 of it, more than last time. What was the number I said last time?
I think
Whatever
15.
It was, double it.
Gotcha.
All those guys came out and they were beating me up. And they managed to get one hit on my nose again. The same spot on my nose. And luckily I had the same pack of Band-Aids that are very manly.
The manly Batman Band-Aid?
Yes. And I put them on my nose, and it's definitely not because we're filming this the same day when my skin is all breaking out. Mm-hmm. Anyway, Mission Impossible 3.
So this is still at a part where it is just Mission Impossible 3.
They're still numbering them here.
That's like the full title stop.
Yes.
Okay.
After this is when they throw the subtitles on.
Gotcha.
At some point, I don't know what it is like, but like after 3, they start to get embarrassed. And like,
Well, I was doing all my research, looking this up, and in some, like, IMDb says Mission, Impossible, I, right?
Yes.
Tried to look it up on IMDb. No, on Paramount to watch it. Mm-hmm. No. It's Mission Impossible 3, number 3.
Number 3, really?
Yeah, and I couldn't find it the way I was typing it in from IMDb.
That's like a streaming thing, I think.
It is funny, though. Answer?
It is funny that they don't number them when they're coming out. And then when they end up on like streaming platforms or even DVD packs, they will slap numbers on them so you know which one it is.
How to watch them in order.
Because which one, it's either out yet or it's coming out. But we did The Final Destination, which is part 4. But when you get the new DVD pack, it just says 4 on it, even though that's not really the title. Because they don't want to confuse people. Like, wait, didn't I just watch
Final Destination? Yeah.
But yeah, this is when they're still numbering them. But yes, Mission Impossible 3 originally supposed to be directed by David Fincher.
I saw that. What a wild movie that would have been.
Don't get excited. David Fincher has been tied to so many like big franchises, I think. Oh, what did they say they wanted him to do Spider-Man at one point?
I just don't understand who thought that would be a good idea though. Like who was like, yes, he'd be great for this movie.
Yeah. I mean, maybe me, because I am a fan of one third movie David Fincher did. I'm on record praising it. However, at this point, the good version of that movie had only been on DVD for like 2 years. So most people remembered the bad version of Alien 3. We reviewed both Alien 3s. Yeah, but I feel like since then, I feel like I've seen his name attached to like, I think he was supposed to do like a Batman. He's always getting like attached to big franchise things, but then he doesn't make them.
I like a lot of his films, but they never feel like big franchise films. Like, I just don't understand how they thought that was going to, like,
I'm trying to think. The only...
mesh.
He did Alien 3 as a sequel, but, like, the only thing he's ever, like, rebooted, I think, was House of Cards, because people forget that was a British show.
Yeah.
Yes, and then he rebooted as the Netflix show.
Because that was when Netflix was like, what if we use an algorithm?
Yes.
And we see that people who like these 3 unrelated things, what if we bring them all together? And then that's how House of Cards started.
And it worked out. It was getting a little bit bad toward the end, but I was still on board. And then... Why did they do the last season? I still to this day...
They should have just cut their losses and run. Like
that is one of the biggest mysteries. I'm just like, well, no, I get why you can't use them, like, because all this stuff is going on. But like, what made you think you could do a show without the character? That doesn't make any
it should have
sense.
just the show was there's been many shows that end on cliffhangers because they get canceled and weren't expecting it. Just end it. Just call it a day.
Anyway, David Fincher didn't do it.
Didn't do this movie, so all of that was nonsensical for you to watch.
Yeah. And then they got Joe Carnahan. What did he do?
I looked it up.
Oh. No, go.
Smoking Aces.
Smoking Aces. I wasn't
and
a big
the
fan.
A-Team.
I wasn't a big fan of either of those.
They're very forgettable to me.
Did he do The Gray with Liam Neeson?
He might have.
That was good. I really liked that movie. So he would have been fine, I guess. But yeah, both those directors dropped out. Cruise apparently was a fan of Alias, which J.J. Abrams was the creator of and probably showrunner, which I've never actually watched.
That was like a show that my dad liked.
I feel like that would have been a show that you would have liked.
I think I was like, it was in that time where like my dad was like, oh, your mom's asleep. You can watch this. And my mom's like, don't you let her watch that. It was like that time of my life and I somehow missed it.
Maybe you were watching Veronica Mars at the time.
I did like Veronica Mars.
Oh, I fucking called it. I was just what's like the teen version of this that at that time? Like, yep, Veronica Mars. There you go.
Good.
Yeah, apparently he was a fan of him. So he wanted J.J. Abrams, and that delayed the movie because, he was still working on that show and he was more involved with Lost at that time.
Yes. Well, that was his show, right? Lost was his.
Yes.
So.
And I think at that time he was like either show running or still really hands-on. So they had to wait until he could finish doing whatever he was doing. So he had time to direct Mission Impossible 3.
This didn't come out to 2006, which is 6 years after Mission Impossible 2.
And again, Mission Impossible 2, highest grossing film of that year. You think they would have pumped out another one at least.
They tried.
Yeah, they tried.
And then it got delayed. So.
And because it got delayed, Kenneth Branagh, Carrie-Anne Moss, and Scarlett Johansson were not able to be in the film. I don't know who they would have played, if it even was like the characters we end up seeing in this.
Yeah.
But they were attached to a 3, and they ended up not being in it. J.J. Abrams offered a former cast member from the show. Is that in your notes?
No.
Oh.
Uh-oh. I'm scared.
He offered Martin Landau an opportunity to reprise his role of, Roland Hand from the TV show. Martin Landau was like the master of disguise.
Yes, he was.
Him and Leonard Nimoy, I think, were both master of disguises in that one. Yeah, Martin Landau turned it down.
He was married to Cinnamon in real life.
Yes. Who we also talked about in our Ed Wood review.
Exactly, because he plays
Bela Lugosi. But yes, he turned it down, disliking the direction the franchise was going and wanting a larger role. Which one do you think it really was? Wanting the larger role or disliking the franchise?
It's Martin Landau. I mean, it was past his heyday, but at the same time, he was like kind of a big deal to be like given like a. I can see why you'd be like, that's a rinky-dink
because he's an Oscar winner at this point, so it makes sense. It's a cameo, it's a connection to the older one, and he's a big actor. Honestly, it could have worked because at this point, we'll get to it, but like Ethan is at this point in the film just training.
Yeah.
So it would have been fun if you had a disguise master, like a former disguise master at IMF. But yeah, no, he turned it down. Again, I think they really pissed off all the older people with the Peter Graves.
Yeah, I think they were probably scared of how they were gonna.
And it's written by Orsi and Kurtzman, who would also write Star Trek with J.J. Abrams.
Oh, yes.
Which, look, I really like that first one. Not as much as my friend Tab. He loves it. He loves Star Trek 09. He's a big fan of Star Trek 09. I don't think you ever met Tab.
I don't think so.
He's one of my podcasts. He's the one with like no muscles.
Gotcha.
He's that one. He has no muscles. He will never know what a gain is a day in his life. And he doesn't make fun of me on Discord showing that his muscles are better than mine because he has no muscles.
But you're saying like the one thing I should know about him though is that he loves
Star Trek 09 and he has no muscles.
Gotcha.
So Kurtzman and Orsi, they wrote that, and I have it here. They've mostly been writing great stuff. That is what I said in that original recording. Yep, I had nothing but positive things to say about the late Robert Orsi and his body of work. I definitely didn't say anything negative, and I'm definitely not recording this because I found out after we finished shooting that they had announced that he died, and I'm definitely not doing this to save face. No, I just really love his work and everything he did after Mission Impossible 3, and Star Trek '09. And it's just, it's really great. And yeah, back to the episode.
I found a quote about a review for this movie, and I just really summed it up for me. You may be mildly entertained, but damned if you'll remember this 5 minutes later.
That is a good quote.
That's how I feel about this
There's
movie.
something about this movie where, like, it's technically good. Like, in the moment, I like it.
Yeah.
I'm enjoying it. But out of all of them, it's the one where I'm like, what happened in that one again?
Right? Yeah.
What is it about it that
I don't.
it kind of loses your attention afterwards? I don't understand what it is.
I don't know.
I don't know. Because I was watching it again today and I was fully
Right.
engaged. But this is the one, I mean, other than the newer ones, just because I'm busy, I don't have as much time. But like, even like growing up, like when I was a teen and everything, like I watched it the least.
Yeah.
I didn't get to see it in theaters, unfortunately. My girlfriend at the time did, and she bought me the DVD.
Oh,
And she was hyping it up. Huh?
Thoughtful of her.
It was very thoughtful. Yeah, so I finally watched this like on Christmas or something.
Nice.
And you watched it for the first time when we did our commentary track on Patreon.
You can watch my like very live, very authentic reactions to this movie.
I'll bring up your one reaction, this one part of it. I was watching the little promo I made and it was cracking me up. You cracked me up with the one part.
Good. That's my job.
Good job.
Thank you.
Kurtzman and Orsi, this is when people still liked him. This is when people still like J.J. Abrams. Before he rehashed Star Wars and then came back and made the worst Star Wars movie. It's pretty bad. It's pretty bad. Now, like, when their names are attached to things, I just go, because this is when the mystery box hadn't pissed anyone off yet.
Yes.
He loves his mystery boxes,
Yes.
but then later on, the mystery box stuff, we're like, no, stop doing this. Just stop doing
I
this.
saw like a great documentary about showrunners, and he's in it. They just interview a bunch of showrunners, and he's telling the story of like he's like, you know, Lost is finale's coming out around the same time as the Sopranos finale was coming out, and he sees the Sopranos comes out first. He watches it. He loves it. He's like, best finale of a show ever.
Yeah.
And then he hears everyone say they hate this finale, and he goes, oh no, it's too late. I just thought it was an interesting little commentary.
They try to explain Lost at the end. I didn't hate Lost. I loved Lost, but the last season it stumbles a little bit. It mostly works. I don't really care. People really liked this when it came out. I remember people saying, "Oh, it's good again. It saved Mission Impossible."
It has much better reviews.
Yes, but again, not as much of like a cultural stamp for some reason.
No.
But yeah, let's get into this film and figure out maybe it'll come to us why it doesn't stick with us.
Yeah.
It opens up with the late Philip Seymour Hoffman.
No.
I was in Rochester this summer for DabbleCon 2.
Yes.
And I know what you're thinking, why the hell did you go to Rochester? And I could ask, why does Kaylee live in Rochester? We can't answer these questions. But at the Kodak Museum, they have a statue of Philip Seymour Hoffman. So I have my picture with Philip Seymour Hoffman statue. So he was hot at the time.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, he had been acting for a long time, but that was like, I forget what he did before this.
Is it Talented Mr. Ripley or?
I don't know if it was that.
There's another one. There was something somewhat before this, that like right before this, right?
Yeah. Because he was playing like smaller parts in films. But yeah, I forget. I have to look up what it was. Was it Capote?
Oh, maybe.
Maybe it was Capote. Maybe that's the one that really blew him up.
Yeah.
But like he was like, they were making him like an A-lister at this point.
Yes.
So yeah, it's him threatening a woman who we've never met before.
Nope.
In front of Ethan Hunt. And he's telling him that he has an explosive in his head. And he's like, you need to give me the rabbit's foot or this woman will die. And Ethan Hunt's like, I gave you the rabbit's foot. Didn't I give it to you? He's like, where is it? And he's like, I'm going to kill her. And he's counting down.
Yeah.
This scene I remember the most because it was used in a lot of the trailers.
Yes.
They parodied it at the MTV Movie Awards that year. Topher Grace was playing the character with the gun.
And we see it basically twice, right? So
Yeah,
that
yeah.
helps.
And we see, we see him start to go through the stages of grief where he's like in denial and then he's like bargaining.
Please.
Because he's counting
anything.
down.
Yeah.
And he's just like, okay, it's in Paris. It's in Paris. And he's like, it's not in Paris. But he like shows he's serious. He shoots her in the leg.
Yeah.
And like we see Ethan Hunt at his lowest. He has nothing he can do to stop this from happening, which is a cool way to start the movie. It's like, oh,
Right.
how the hell is he going to get out of this situation?
It's one of those classic.
Yes.
Start at the end.
Yes. So yeah, he counts down to 1 and boom, 10, boom, gunshot. And then we get the fun opening, and I'm like, oh, it's kind of hard to cut to the fun opening after that.
But I was really excited for the opening because it goes back to like the like original, like back to like the show version. Right.
Yeah.
We got.
And who does the music on this one? I think it's the one who always does his music. Hold on.
It's not the other two we already talked about.
No, Michael Giacchino.
There you go.
Who is probably, if you're going to get someone to redo a famous score, he's the guy you go to. He's done it for Star Wars, Jurassic Park, Star Trek. They ended up doing for Star Trek. He uses themes from the old show. The dun, da, dun, da, da. Like that wasn't in the previous ones, I think.
No, yeah. Like you're listening, and I was like, this sound, like the scene sounds like it could have come from the
For
show.
me, who like had at that point hadn't really watched the show, I had no idea. But like now that I've seen a lot of the show, I'm like, oh shit, it's the score.
It's really nice. I liked it.
But yeah, we get the fun opening scene with the fuse. I think we see a little bit of flashes of what we're going to see.
Yeah.
And then we flash back to Michelle Monaghan, who plays Julia.
Yes.
Michelle Monaghan from The Craft Legacy. We have an obsessed fan.
Oh.
Who keeps sending us copies of The Craft Legacy.
Shout out.
Don't shout out AJ Wizzle. He gets too much attention. But yeah, we have to mention it. And don't worry, we'll mention that Maggie Q was in the remake of Fantasy Island, which is also Blumhouse. Yeah, Michelle Monaghan, which I think is the first thing I've seen her in at that time.
More recently, she was in Maxine.
Yes, she was. I think she's on the new season of White Lotus.
Oh yeah, I think so
I've
too.
only seen the first season of that show.
Oh, that's a fun one.
Yeah.
I just started the third season.
Is the second season good?
Yeah.
Maybe I'll check it out. I did enjoy the first season. Yeah, so she is Ethan Hunt's fiance.
I wrote new movie, new girl.
Yes. That really should be par for the course of awesome man spy stuff.
Right. But to be fair, it has been 6 years.
That's true.
Right. He could have had like a decent relationship with Naya.
Maybe she's just like real into stealing. And he's like, come on, I got your record expunged.
You can take the girl out of the thief, but the thief out of the girl. What do they say?
I don't know. What do they say, Angela? I feel like you'll get away with saying whatever you're about to say. I feel like I'll be criticized if I say it.
I'm going to just be quiet.
There's a lot of things I can say about women that'll get me in trouble, but if you say it, it'll be fine.
You know what? We'll move on.
Yeah, so new girl, he's engaged to her. Mm-hmm. They're in love. They're having a party. And she has a sister played by Bellamy Young. And every time I see this actress, I feel bad for her. Because she starred in one of the worst comedies I've ever seen in my entire life. Which I also have a commentary track for on Patreon called One Too Many. Written by stuttering John Melendez from The Howard Stern Show and The Tonight Show with Jay Leno for 5 seconds, and then they got him off camera because he was terrible because he was only hired as a joke despite Howard Stern. He wrote one of the worst films I've ever seen. She's the main actress in it.
Oh, no.
You should watch this movie.
Okay.
I don't think you'd get 10 minutes into it. I honestly think if anyone's not reviewing the movie, I think there's no one on earth who can actually sit through that whole film if they aren't actually reviewing it. Ooh. It's one of the hardest movies I've ever had to watch. So whenever I see her, because she acts in a lot of things, I'm like, oh, that poor woman was in Stuttering John's movie. So she's pregnant. They're there celebrating. Mm-hmm. Bellamy, the character, she brings up dead parents for no reason.
Surprise.
She's like, when I heard you were getting married, I was like, I wish our dad wasn't dead.
Sometimes I think that's just, I mean, that's a Disney trope, right? That's like instant sympathy for a character is like dead mom, dead parents.
And then he goes, and then she goes, but then I realized that your fiance's parents are also dead. I'd be like, lady, can you fucking...
Not the time.
I'm like, what are you doing, lady? What the fuck are you bringing up the dead parents?
I just feel like the fact that they're engaged should be like enough of stakes of why we need to care about this woman.
Yeah. But she's like, you guys are perfect for each other, and I'm going to be an aunt. So she makes it about herself. I was like, and by the way, I'm also pregnant. It's my special day, too. It's like, no, it's not. Yeah, and then we find out Ethan's cover story is that he works for the Department of Transportation. And I love that he's super into it and has like a lot of details that he knows will purposely bore people.
Yes.
So they don't ask follow-up questions about his work. And one of the people he's telling this to is Greg Grunberg, who's always in J.J. Abrams stuff.
Oh.
J.J. Abrams puts him in everything. So as soon as I saw him, I was like, oh, there he is. At this point, it hadn't gotten annoying. When he showed up in Star Wars, I'm like, okay, all right, awesome, great.
We get some like almost bartender cruise in
Yeah,
this. Like,
he's like cocktailing a little bit.
I know how to do this. And then they're like, wait, we got to get back to the mission.
But then, like, he can't turn off his spy stuff because she's telling the story of how they met to her friends.
Mm-hmm.
And she forgets the name of the lake. And he's reading their lips, which sets up for something later.
Yes.
And then he just comes in and he's like, it was like this. I'm like, how did he hear us from all the way over there? That's creepy.
See, I think like probably the most frustrating
Mm-hmm.
part about being a spy is that you're good at all these things and you have to pretend you're not.
No.
Right? Because that would blow your cover if you're just like, I just happen to be really talented at reading lips and knowing geography and shooting guns and doing backflips, but like, don't worry about it. I work for the transport system.
You're talking about movie spies. I know the most frustrating thing for real life spies.
What is it?
Years ago on The Daily Show,
Uh-huh.
I think it was John Oliver when he was still funny. He went to a spy museum. And like most of the stuff in that museum was stuff that spies shoved up their ass so they didn't get caught.
Oh no.
So you said, you know what the most frustrating thing of being a spy, and all I'm thinking of is that wall of things. And I'm just like, yeah, that would be the most frustrating thing.
Man.
James Bond wouldn't be a swab in real life. He'd be like, hi, how you doing? I'm like, oh, I'm just a normal guy. What's up? What's going on? Nothing's weird.
And yet again, we've come back to Pulp Fiction.
Yeah. It happened in real life. So what were we talking about? Stuff on the butts. Where are we at here? Okay, yeah, he's creepishly reading lips. Also, Julia's brother is Aaron Paul from Breaking Bad.
Yes.
Very young Aaron Paul.
Little baby.
Ethan gets a call about a trip to Mexico, and he realizes, okay, I know what this is. So he throws out the ice.
I love that, like, whoosh,
Whoosh!
and he's like,
I gotta
"Nice."
get ice. And she's like, what? You have to go? Yeah, it'll be just 10 minutes. So he goes all the way to the 7-Eleven.
Yep.
Product placement. And he meets Billy Crudup there, who's Musgrave. We learned that Hunt is no longer in the field. He's only training. But for some reason, Musgrave wants to give him this thing because it's related to a recruit that he trained called Ferris. And Ferris is missing. So he leaves a disposable camera for Ethan to go through the mission.
Yes.
Disposable one. They still exist, but this was like the tail end of those, I feel.
Yeah, they're
of
kind of
being
coming
everywhere.
back now. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, people like shooting stuff on film, but they're not as common as they were.
No, there was a time when it was everywhere.
Yeah. So yeah, he looks through it. Turns out it's a mission briefing, and I love that he's like, "Consider this my engagement gift to you."
Right. And again, this goes back to like the show, right?
Yeah.
Where we not only get like this mundane object that tells him this the mission, but then on top of it, they are like, "Here is your team." Like they.
What if he had shown up in a tank and shot a rocket, and in the rocket was an iPod that he put on?
Yes.
But yeah, he gets the mission. Apparently, Ferris was investigating Owen Davian, played by Philip Seymour Hoffman, who is an arms dealer that they're always looking for. He's very, very mysterious. And she was caught. Now, usually they say if you get caught or captured, you'll be disavowed by the secretary.
Right.
But they're like, we are not disavowing her because we desperately need information on Davian and like his contacts and stuff. So we want to do a retrieval mission, which they almost rarely do. Ethan does them all the time, but what they're supposed to do is be like, "No, they're dead. Disavow."
They're supposed to just be like, they never existed. We don't know who they are.
Or the government's like, they did it on their own. I can't believe it. Why would they do that?
They went rogue. This is why there's so many rogue IMF agents.
You know, there's a few movies from now where the government's like, all right, you guys really need to fix your shit because there's like a problem every other year. And then you find out that Britain has their own. I guess it's MI6. They have their own problems with rogues. There's literally one called Rogue Nation. Anyway, he doesn't want to do it, but I guess he has a strong attachment to Ferris. So he kind of caves. Oh, and this is weird. Musgrave chooses the team for him.
Yes, yeah.
Yeah, so it's
But we get like the pictures. Like that's like was like the show. He got to pick his own, but he always like looked at a picture to decide.
Yes.
Does this look like the person I want to work with today?
Occasionally they would have a picture and just toss it aside.
Yeah, sometimes they're like, this guy? Nah.
I feel like those should have been like big celebrities, like Frank Sinatra.
Right, no. So I like that we kind of have this picture, like PowerPoint of all the people he needs to work with this episode.
So it's
movie.
Luther once again.
Mm-hmm. Well, because we love Luther.
Mm-hmm. And Declan, played by John Rhys Davies,
mm-hmm.
who he's in a lot of stuff. I think around this time, maybe it was a few years after this, he ended up being in the Tudors, that show.
Yes.
He was in Velvet Goldmine, which is a movie I really like. He played Dracula on a short-lived show. He's gotten around. John Rhys Davies has been in a lot of stuff. And Zen, played by Maggie Q, who was in the remake of Fantasy Island. Are you happy, AJ Wizzle? I referenced that shit movie I still haven't seen that you sent me a copy of for some reason. He also sent me a big magazine that had it on the cover, and I don't know why.
Maybe these are important things.
I like Maggie Q. She's in a bunch of stuff, not Fantasy Island, like good stuff. She would end up being in Die Hard 4 after this.
Ooh.
He accepts the mission, and he lets his fiance know that he has to leave. He's like, oh, by the way, work called, and I gotta go for the Department of Transportation. I gotta do transportation stuff. So they head to Germany.
Yes, this film was filmed in so many locations.
Yeah, they went all over.
3, 4, 5.
Because the last one was mostly Australia.
Yeah, that was boring. I mean, they needed those cliffs. So this one, I had like actual filming in Shanghai, Berlin, Rome, Vatican City, and LA, obviously.
Yeah.
But that's a good list of places to go.
A lot of movies. It's funny because now movies are just mostly in front of screens, so we're kind of losing out on that. Guess it's more cost effective. I don't know.
Yeah, but then you don't get that like tax deductible vacation.
Yeah, that's what you're missing out on. So yeah, they get to Germany, and you said the last one had too much setup and it was too slow. This one, they're like, all right, we're there.
Welcome back, brother.
We're already in Germany. We already have a plan. Luther is setting up like gun turrets, like remote control turrets.
They're
that have X-ray heat vision. They all have predator vision. He's able to see through the walls.
This one was like not a quiet.
Yeah.
Like I don't know, in my head when you're trying to like do an extraction, isn't that like a sneaky quiet type of?
Well, Ethan's being sneaky quiet. Luther's just pulling up to the place. It's like
guns ablazing.
They have the chick underground drilling into the power lines, and then Declan's standing by on a helicopter, which he's upset about. He's like, I'm always copying. But yeah, Ethan is walking around, and Luther, for some reason, over the radio, I'd be like, you don't know if those comms can be hacked or not.
Right?
He's like, so you're getting married? You're getting married, Ethan? And he's letting him know. That's like Luther's story arc for this, is to let Ethan know that you can't have a regular relationship. You gotta not even try.
I mean, it didn't work well for him in the last film.
It didn't. Actually, that had more of a chance to work well because she was also in a shady line of business.
This one, his fiance doesn't know anything about it.
She's just a nurse, and she's just a nurse. So it's like, you don't want to do that. While they're looking around, he finds Ferris. She's like all beaten up. She's being tortured by Eddie Marzin's character, Brownway, I think is his name. Weasley-looking British guy. He shows up in a lot of movies. Declan, like I said, is standing by with the helicopter. Ethan sets off the bombs, and then
bombs?
Yes, but like more well-placed bombs.
Yes, I just feel like they're not sneaky.
I think it's to surprise them. It's not even really
a distraction.
I mean, he ends up killing them, but it's to catch them by surprise more so than to blow everything up.
Yeah.
And what's her face cuts the power to the building, and then Luther with his night vision guns, he's just having fun shooting everyone through the windows. So yeah, he grabs Ferris, but then she begs him. He's like, turn off your transmitter. I have to tell you something important.
Yeah.
But before she could do that, people come in and shoot. And then we get, I like this movie, but this part's dumb, where he throws the gun to her, the slow motion CGI gun. She's like, yeah, now I'm a badass. So they get into like a cool gunfight. Oh, I like how he has one round left. Or she's like, how much do you have? He's like, enough. And he gets one shot off and knocks the guy out the window. He's like, all right, now I'm out. Okay, so then they jump out of the building and then it blows up.
And then it blows up.
Onto the van. They jump out the window onto a van. You know, the van cushioned their fall, Angela.
Well, of course.
Of course.
That's how that works.
And then they get picked up by the helicopter. Declan picks them up with a helicopter, and then another helicopter comes after them. And while this is happening, Ferris's head starts hurting. So they have like an intense thing now. They're being chased by a helicopter. They got to figure out what her head is. What's up with her head?
Yeah.
And then what's his face? Declan gets the great decision to fly through a wind farm, the solar wind farm.
Yes.
Or what are those? Yeah, wind.
Yeah, like a wind. Yeah, with the
Not solar, but yeah, the wind turbine.
Farm, yeah.
Apparently those things suck.
Oh, yeah, they're like.
Apparently they're not very effective. They break all the time. They're actually like really bad for the environment. People are now learning years later. It's like, we really should just use nuclear power. It really was a lot cleaner. I like the video of the one that's just on fire and it's just making giant rings in the sky.
That's how I want my energy to come from.
Look, I know nuclear power has some problems. The waste, meltdowns, but for the most part, it's a lot better.
Besides those things.
Yeah, a few meltdowns once in a while. What's the worst thing that happened? So yeah, they realize there's a bomb in her head.
Yes.
So they have to shock her dead and bring her back to life.
I am so confused about this defibrillator situation.
Well, I think it's because like the shock will like
turn off
the charge, but it will also like stop her heart. So they need to
it like short circuits the bomb, but not in a way that blows up the bomb. Right?
Yes.
Like you can't just go up to like, here's a homemade bomb. Here's 2 paddles.
Yeah.
Zap.
They
I would not.
There's a similar thing like this in Escape from New York. They tell Snake Plissken that the bombs that are in his neck, just like these little bombs that blow up, they can defuse them with X-rays before they go off. So they're basically doing that. There's like a plant and there's a way to short it. But I guess the way to short it will also stop you and like kill you. So you have to be
because you can't. That's why you say clear.
Yeah.
When you go to like start someone's heart again, because if someone's touching them.
Yeah.
I've watched a lot of ER.
I remember ER.
I know. I'm a doctor.
You're a doctor now. You're basically a doctor. So yeah, they have to charge the defibrillator while they're doing it. I always struggle with that word.
Good thing they have one in that helicopter, though.
Yeah, they just happen to have one. So yeah, they were able to dodge the missiles. They almost kill a bunch of sheep. One big like turbine like falls and almost hits a sheep. And I love how like he does that last minute thing through the turbines and the other helicopter just gets sliced in half. That was pretty cool. That's a whole exciting sequence. Fun. But they finally charge the thing, but not in time. Her head blows up. But like it's kind of gross because her eyes get all wonky and like her skull's kind of like fractured.
You're also like scared of eyes, so
yeah. But this is a different fear.
This
isn't so much a eye injury. It's just like, oh yeah, her insides blew up and now her like skull is all out of whack. Like they. And by the way, it's a PG-13 movie and they like cut to her constantly, like, all wonky eyes. Like,
see, that's the difference between a 2000 PG-13 movie and a 2006 PG-13 movie.
They did do something. One of the new Marvel movies. It's Multiverse of Madness. It's not great, but there is a moment where there's a superhero in like one of the other realities, and his power is like if he says anything, it sends out a shockwave, and then the witch covers up his mouth, and then he panics and he shockwaves his own brain. But you see, like it's Sam Raimi who directed it.
Okay.
He's very neutered because it's modern MCU, but he got like a little creepy stuff in there, and you see his skull like pop up and then deflate. Whoa, I'm like, it was cool.
That's
just
cool.
look up. Don't watch the whole movie. Just look up that scene. It's really cool. But this reminds me of an early version. It's just like, it's like, oh, an explosion just went off their head. Now their skull is just all fucked up.
Just like,
oh, rest in peace. We didn't mention it's Kerry Russell.
Oh yeah.
Because I think J.J. Abrams did. What was it? Felicity? Was that the show that was popular at the time? Yeah. I never watched Felicity.
I didn't either.
I like Kerry Russell though.
Of it.
Kerry Russell's fine.
Yeah.
He also threw her into the last Star Wars movie. She doesn't even show her face in it.
Rude.
Probably because she didn't have to be on set the whole time. She probably just sat in a recording booth and did it.
Yep. That's how movies are made nowadays, guys.
She was really good in Cocaine Bear. Cocaine Bear was fun.
Yes, that was a fun movie.
Yeah. So she's dead. They're very depressed about this.
Their mission failed.
Yes. He comes back and he's sad, but he can't really make up a lie. to his fiance about the Department of Transportation.
I feel like there's plenty of things that go wrong with the Department of Transportation to be sad about.
Well, I mean, there's plenty of accidents and stuff, but I don't know if they involve actual people. Like, it's weird work related. I don't know.
I know. I feel like you could be like, train went off the rail and my best friend was involved, so I'm gonna be sad for a little
Instead,
bit.
he's just like, I don't have a cover for this. We're just not gonna talk tonight. Good night. Okay, so Lawrence Fishburne is, I guess, replacing Anthony Hopkins. They get like a new director every movie.
That's because the directors are shady.
Yeah, they are.
They're never
shady.
like definitely the good guy.
They definitely looked at Anthony Hopkins with that last one. They
Right?
went, he's no good. Also, what's he saying about women sleeping around? Oh, we gotta fire him.
That and trying
Just
to
send a
steal
lady. They like to lie. Okay, we gotta fire. We're getting a lot of complaints.
All right.
Does IMF have an HR? What is it being human resources for the impossible mission force?
Right? When everyone is disemboweled, like, isn't that just already
They're like someone else for the millionth time. Someone wore a mask of someone's boyfriend. I can't do this anymore. How many times are they gonna fall for this? Anyway, he is Brazel, Mr. Brazel.
Oh yeah.
He chews them out for their mission. He's like, well, an agent came back dead, and they're
not
like
successful.
And Musgrave is there, or Musgrave. And he's like, well, we retrieved 2 laptops. He's like, yeah, which were totally incinerated, basically. They'll be lucky if they can pull anything off of it. So he's like cracking down on them.
Yeah.
He's like, you guys fucked up royal. He's like, now I gotta go tell this girl's parents that she got into a car accident that no one saw or witnessed. And Brazel like hates Davian. Apparently, he's saying that he's like, since day one on this job, he's been trying to take down Davian. And then Ethan flashes back to training her. Because in this movie, he's just, this is like the best person he ever met. And I loved your reaction in the commentary. We're like, we've never met this woman before. The movie makes it seem like we've known her the whole time.
Yes,
but I guess
right?
if he's only been training for a few years, it could have been a relatively new thing. What gets funny is that, like, all the movies after this, he never brings up this girl ever
No,
again.
she is like the end all be all.
Yeah.
I mean, I love a good friendship in a movie.
Mhm.
I get annoyed when like everyone has to like start making out with each other. You know what I mean? Like, so I love this idea that they're friends.
Yeah.
And like not a romantic idea, but also like we see her for 2 seconds. He's so like it is like wrecks him, and then the end.
Yeah. Never gets brought up again.
She's not a problem
ever.
anymore.
But we learned that this was the first recruit he ever recommended for active duty.
So it's like his fault that she died.
I mean, it's not his fault, but like he feels a personal responsibility.
It absolutely is, because he was in charge of this mission. Not only did she get captured.
Well, not the initial mission where she got captured.
No, but he was in charge of the rescue mission, and he
was,
did not
but
rescue her.
We learned that there were a lot of things he was not prepared for because there's a lot of shady stuff going on. So it's really not his fault. He gave her the training. It's just the problem is the caller was coming from inside the house in this case. So he didn't really prepare. Although him of all people should have been like, and by the way, your mentor might betray you at some point.
I swear, every movie is someone he's worked with betraying him. And so it's just like, if she didn't betray him, it was someone's going to betray her. Like,
I think they stop it after this. He still gets betrayed and disavowed, but it's not from within IMF anymore, I think. I don't know. I have to rewatch a couple of them. So yeah, he's all on. He wants to avenge her death. He's ready to get back in the field and do that. Hunt gets a call at the funeral.
Yes.
That Ferris left a message for him in a P.O. box. He goes, he finds it, but it's a blank microdot. Yes. And I like Luther going, it's blank. And he's like, well, check again. He's like, there's not really a lot I can check. It's literally microscopic. I mean, I'm seeing it. So they don't know what the blank microdot is about.
Yes.
And I like that Luther, he sees how distraught he is. And he remembers how upset he was with Naya, I guess. He's like, were you two involved? And he's like, she was like a little sister to me. And then he goes, you never slept with your little sister, right? And I like Ethan like pausing, looking over her. And he's like, I had to ask.
I mean, that's fair, though, unfortunately. Because that is currently a theme in a lot of media.
Oh, yeah. What specific media? What specific media? What are the websites that you go to for this media?
I'm thinking Game of Thrones.
Oh. Oh, is Game of Thrones why it's so popular? There's a certain subgenre that's gotten real popular the last 10 years, and it's like, come on, guys. I'm like, who keeps searching these? Stop.
But,
anyway,
it keeps coming up in like TV and movies, and I don't like it.
What other movies? Like I heard about Game of Thrones, but
I don't know because I've watched one episode of season 3 of White Lotus, but there's real weird incest vibes. Where like the older brother and the older sister are both fighting over the younger brother. Yeah, don't like it. The rest of the show so far is great, but
so Hollywood and porn are having the same problem. Like,
yes, it's making me upset.
Can you chill with it? Anyway,
so yes, I'm glad we clarified.
Yes,
this is definitely not romantic. We can all have friends. It's fine.
Yes. They meet with Benji, played by Simon Pegg.
Yes.
Who I think we joked, it was either the commentary track or our Shaun of the Dead review, where he had a quote when he said, "It's not like I'm going to be in Mission Impossible 3." And he ended up being in Mission Impossible 3. Apparently, there was a rumor for years that Ricky Gervais was supposed to play this.
Really?
And he had to leave the movie, and Simon Pegg replaced him. But they've since come out and said that Gervais was playing a completely different character. Okay. I don't know if they said which one. Like, he still was supposed to be in it and didn't get to be in it, but Simon Pegg didn't replace him. This was like a character meant for him.
Separate, yeah.
He's a small part in this movie, but he was so beloved, he became a big part of this franchise.
I'm so excited to see more of Simon Pegg.
And J.J. Abrams made him Scotty in his Star Trek reboot.
Oh, that's right.
And Simon Pegg ended up writing the 3rd movie in that series. But yeah, he's a really great character. He managed to get some info from the laptop. Mm-hmm. And he finds out that Davian is going to the Vatican to meet about something called the Rabbit's Foot.
Yes.
And Benji is like, it's cost like $800 million or whatever. Whenever I see anything like this, I think of my old professor who was fat. He brings that up. He's like, he always said, he talked about this technology that would destroy everything. And I always think it's this. He's like, or maybe it's not. I don't know. He like does this whole like world ending philosophy thing. And then he's like, or maybe it's something else.
That feels very J.J. Abrams though, right?
So we got to find the Rabbit's Foot. I'll talk about the Rabbit's Foot later. Hunt tells Benji, he's like, hey, don't tell Musgrave about this operation. Because he knows Musgrave is being like cracked down on.
Yeah.
And he's like, I want him to have plausible deniability if we go in and everything fucks up, that he wasn't involved. So he's like, we're going to go. Don't tell anyone.
Right.
Then he meets up with Julia. And he tells her he has to leave again, but he can't tell her why. And she's probably like, what is up at the Department of Transportation?
So secretive.
A bridge collapsed and there's someone stuck under a tunnel and I have to leave and not call you at all.
No, we've got cell phones at this point. Yeah, it's 2006.
I'll be in a tunnel where people are stuck and there's no signal down there, and I'll be down there all week and you won't hear about it on the news.
They faked the other news story. They could fake this one.
So he feels bad about it. She thinks he doesn't want to get married, but he does. So to prove it, they get married at the hospital.
They get right there in the hospital.
They have like little children's rings, like cartoony character rings, and then they fuck in a closet.
You got to consummate that marriage.
I guess you do.
Or you could get it annulled.
I guess so.
This is
I learned
Catholicism 101.
I learned that from Arrested Development.
Oh, really?
Where Job doesn't consummate his marriage. and then he does right before the divorce.
No, see, then it's like you never got married. It didn't happen.
So they have a team meeting about how they're going to break into the Vatican. And they're like, the Vatican is so hard to break into. It's got all these walls and all the security camera and this. The
great outfits.
Yes. So they come up with a plan. They're delivery men or whatever that company is.
Yes.
Definitely product placement. But yeah, they come out and they do some offensive Italian stereotypes. They're like, pasta, mangia, blah, 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 pizza, Very, very Italian.
Yes.
Not authentic like me. So yeah, they set up a whole thing to distract people. He leaves. He climbs up the wall.
Yes.
They're using They're using fun gadgets in this.
They do.
Two didn't really have fun gadgets.
No, I think that goes back to that idea of that. Like 2 was like we're macho action men, so we just use our fists, right?
Yeah.
But like the original show has these gadgets in it.
Yeah, 2 is just like the glasses, and then even like the camera. Like there wasn't
Nothing was cool.
and like, oh, my computer's really good at hacking satellites. Yeah, it's not that Mission Impossible needs to be like a James Bond level with gadgets.
No, but
Yeah, I'm glad we're seeing they're more practical. But yeah, they make sense.
Yes, like
this.
they have some of that kind of. I just feel like the show always had some weird. That was always part of the beginning of the show. Was like, look at this gadget we're going to use later.
Yeah.
You know.
Which they did in the first movie. It was like, look at this exploding gum that we have.
Exactly.
So yeah, he runs up the wall. Yes. He prints out a picture of the camera's point of view and like tapes it in front of the camera. Speaking of cartoony gadgets, the next one has the cartoony gadgets. Like they're ridiculous to the point where like that doesn't exist.
Oh man. But these masks exist. I just feel like I'm still stuck on this idea that they can get someone's face so perfect that
it doesn't make any sense.
Ever like met this person before. It's just like based off of a picture. They're like, we got you.
Yep, it makes no sense.
So all the rest of the technology in this world, I accept if I accept the masks.
Yeah, and then they had to do it. He rolls off the wall and does the wire, and it's like, okay. It's at least it's just not. At least they're not trying to recreate the scene. It's just a little wink. Whereas the previous movie was trying to like one up that scene. And it's like, oh, you did not one up that scene at all. So yeah, at least it was quick and done. He switches into his priest outfit.
Yep.
Declan changes into 2 more outfits. He goes from delivery guy to tourist, and then he sneaks into the Vatican and he switches into a 3rd one. And then Zen shows up looking hot as hell. Driving a nice, I don't even know what the hell that car is.
Oh, I don't know cars.
But it looks nice as hell. And then we actually get to see the masks being made in real time.
Oh, yes. Yeah. So we do see
it. So I like that it's like, so she's going around taking pictures, and then it's 3D
like
printing.
3D.
Before 3D printing was like well known.
Yeah.
It's
like, this is actually a really fun scene. I feel like.
Yeah, this is great. This feels like this is what you want from the show.
That's like, I know. Feels like everything is like, oh yeah, this was a cool shot. This was a fun scene. And then at the end of the movie, you're like, eh. Like, I don't know why.
To be fair, I've watched a lot of Mission Impossible episodes that I can't remember. So maybe they got the formula a little too well. Yeah. Where I'm like, that was all right. Wasn't bad. Yeah. Didn't waste my time.
Yeah.
Works better when it's a TV show, not a multi-million-dollar movie.
That's true.
You know. So yeah, it's carving the mask, and this whole time Luther is just like, you gotta not get married, buddy. It's really not gonna work. And I like Declan is also like, yeah, trust me, it's not gonna work, buddy. Anyway, I gotta go do this thing now. So yeah, they're putting Philip Seymour Hoffman's face on him.
They're like the
Yeah, and he's just like, don't do it. And he goes, Luther, I got married 2 days ago. And I like Luther just goes, congratulations.
It's just because Ving Rhames is just amazing.
He's great.
I mean, I just love him. So.
Zen spills red wine on Davian and his shirt. I like Philip Seymour Hoffman. He's like, oh, no, it's fine. I just always spill red wine on my nice white custom shirt.
I think, he makes enough money being an arms dealer. Yeah. He can have just like unlimited fancy shirts. Yeah.
I mean, it's still annoying. I hate when I go out and I spill coffee on myself and I'm like, I don't have any shirts in my car.
Because you're not an arms dealer. I think that's what you're missing here.
I should leave backup shirts in my car. When I used to go out, now I work from home. I don't worry about it too much. I did have an emergency stick of deodorant in my car.
Yes, that's a good one. And then I have backup pants when I go on a shoot.
That would be smart. I should have backup clothes in the car. No, the deodorant, I felt really smart the one day. Well, I felt like an idiot the one day because I was like, wait, I forgot deodorant.
Oh, no.
I'm like, wait, I forgot I have my trusty deodorant stick. I'm a genius. And I pull it out. Forgot that it was like 100 degrees.
Oh,
and I take the cap off and it just leaks all over me. I'm like, wait, I'm an idiot again.
That was like a roller coaster.
Yeah, like I went from feeling like an idiot to smart and then an idiot. And I'm like, well, now I'm covered in deodorant, but not where I should be. Now I have to stop somewhere and get some. Just completely melted into the thing. God damn it. Emergency deodorant in the winter and fall and maybe spring. In the summer, switch to like aerosol or something.
Yeah, like the spray.
Anyway, I would be good in IMF because I think ahead like that.
See?
My backup mask. It's like not as good. It's got like the straps on it. I'm the senator. Oh no, kill that guy.
Little eyes cut out.
It's a cardboard thing. Did you see The Substance?
No.
Oh, you didn't see Substance?
No, is it good?
Oh, shit, yeah, but now I can't make my joke because you didn't see it.
Sorry.
Definitely see the substance.
Okay.
Did a review on it too. Don't watch the review until afterwards.
Okay, watch the movie, then watch the
Oh
review.
no, screw it. Don't watch the movie. Just watch my review. Don't skip any of the ads.
I never skip your ads.
Oh, thank you. No, definitely check it. Because then I can. And when you do watch it, let me know, and I will tell you what the joke was.
Perfect.
Bathroom.
Yes, he goes in the bathroom. That's it.
To clean it off, and I like that they have a security guard come and check everything.
Right.
And then he leaves, and then he
why,
comes up
like
like through the toilet. There's like a thing near the toilet that he crawls out of.
Yes. There's like a moment when he first walks in that makes me think of Fight Club, like the bathroom scene of Fight Club, where I the guy goes in there and then like all the waiters just like grab him, and I'm like was kind of waiting for that moment.
Oh, wait till you see Mission Impossible Fallout's bathroom scene where Henry Cavill reloads his arms.
Oh my God, I love Henry Cavill. No, that's a lie. I don't love him. I love like Geralt.
Oh, The Witcher?
No, I love him as Geralt.
Oh.
Like I don't like Henry Cavill as Superman.
Oh, no.
Don't find him attractive at all.
He's the worst Superman, which is a shame. He's the best casting for Superman,
right,
but he ended up being
like,
the worst in execution.
So it's a very specific moments of my life that I find he's important.
Specifically the trailer, they added some sound effect where he goes like this, and everyone jokes that he was reloading his arms. It's like, like, wait, that doesn't make any sense.
Once you get to a certain age, Tony, it's just the joints they're not silent anymore.
But yeah, so he's in the bathroom. Yes. He confronts Davian, and Davian's like, what the fuck? That's my face. He puts the gun up to him, and he has him read the card so they can get his voice.
So
because they don't have his voice on file. He's very mysterious.
Right. I like that they have his face on file, but not the voice.
Well, no, she. Oh,
that's right. She got the picture, and they can do that fast.
So yeah, he reads the lines, and then they knock him out. And I like that the guard comes in. So Declan is like holding the real Davian.
Yes.
And he's like, Ethan Hunt is now as Davian, and the guard comes in. He's like, "Are you okay?" He's like, because he's waiting for the voice to load.
Yes,
like he tells him like, "Wait." He's like, and he's just like, "Yeah, I'm fine." And, like it sounds. The first word sounds like a robot. Where he's like, "Girl, I'm fine."
What would you do in that though? I mean, like, I don't know. I think I would just accept that if I walked into the bathroom and someone was like, "I'm fine." I'm like, "Look, I want to know." Be like, you sound like you got a handle on it, guy.
So yeah, he walks out and he's flirting with Zen. They're flirting in front of Davian's interpreter. Yes. I can't pronounce her real name because it's very Iranian, but she played Dr. Lady in Saw 3. She has a similar fate in this movie that she did in Saw 3. But it's funny, just a coincidence. I put both those episodes kind of close together, and I'm like, oh yeah, that lady showed up in both things. I don't know any other movies she's in except for Saw 3 and Mission Impossible 3.
Those are two great threes to be
they're
in.
Great. So yeah, they're like flirting and stuff, and it's just like, what am I gonna do when I don't have my shirt on at your place? And they're like, okay, but like they don't really know much about Davian. It's like, is he a hornball? Do you know if he's a hornball?
I feel like he's like mysterious in this, right? Because like that's kind of part of the like they've been hunting him, and that's like
What if he was gay? What if they were like, sir, would your boyfriend think about this? And Ethan Hunt's like, wait, what? Shit. I'm caught. Everyone save me. Blow up the building. Blow up the building. Blow up the Vatican. We got to get out of here.
That really is, I feel like their go-to is just like explosions. They're like, I don't know what to do next.
So yeah, he gets in the car with her, and they escape through the bottom. And I like that he's like, blow the car, and she's like, it's such a nice car. And he's like, do it. They blow it up, and everyone thinks Davian's dead.
Yes.
But he's not dead. Declan is like lowering him out of a sewer pipe into a boat, and they take off with him. And I really like this scene. Musgrave comes in, and he's just like, hey, Brazel, Hunt grabbed Owen Davian. And then he just goes, oh, did you have them do that? And he goes, yes, I was in charge of that. He's like, good job. He's like, thank you. That was me. So yeah, they question Davian on a plane, and he's just not giving in. Yeah. And he starts making threats. He's like, yeah, your girlfriend or something? You got this? I'm going to find them. And he's just like, what is rabbit's foot? He's like, I'm telling you shit. But then he mocks Ferris's death. Mm-hmm. if insulting women really hurts Ethan Hunt's feelings.
That is what, like, if you want to throw him off his game, like, that's what you got to do, because then he's, like, enraged.
Yeah. Is it any woman? Just if I'm being questioned by Ethan Hunt, I'm just like, I saw a lady the other day and I said she had bad hair. He's like, I'm going to kill you.
All right, but at least this lady has been established as his, like, bestest friend in the world.
Yeah. So he has him, like, on some kind of device, and they lower, like, the cargo thing, and it hangs the chair out.
Yes.
So he's just hanging him out the bottom of an airplane, being like, what is the rabbit's foot? What is the rabbit's foot? And the whole time Luther is going, Ethan, stop. Ethan, don't do that. Ethan, don't do that. So they, like, Ethan comes to his senses. And
I feel like it's a little, like, good cop, bad cop.
Yeah. But Philip Seymour Hoffman was a really good bad guy in this.
Yeah.
But I like that he's like, oh, you don't have to worry about the rabbit's foot. Ethan. He's like, now I know your first name. I'll figure out everything about you.
That's what I mean. Like, every episode or every movie, somehow he walks around shouting his real name.
Yeah.
Like, it
just comes
always
out.
Find out.
If he's in disguise, he's usually pretty good about it, but
yeah,
he's not like James Bond who, like, all right, you got to go deep undercover. He's like, hi, I'm James Bond. And they're like, wow, that's weird. I knew a guy who had a terrorist organization. I think another James Bond stopped him. Like, what is the Black Dynamite Court? There's a lot of cats with that name.
No, I know.
James Bond does have an alias he uses once in a while.
What is it?
It's John St. John Smythe, but it's spelled St. John Smith.
That's dumb.
He uses it in, like, I think 3 movies. I think he uses it in the Christopher Walken one. But it's just weird because every other time it's like, James Bond. I'm like, oh, fuck, I was supposed to say the other name. Oh, well.
Right, no, but I feel like that's what it, like, they don't have, we got to go back to, you know, like, Reservoir Dogs. Everyone gets a color, right?
Mr.
Like,
Blue, Mr. Pink.
When you jump into this, like, they don't have any code names predetermined.
Larry! No,
right?
Don't tell me. I don't want to know your I love Mr. Pink. I don't want to know your fucking name.
Right? Like, that's what we know. Like, Luther just comes in shouting out Ethan. Ethan, like, walks up to ladies and he's like, hey, my name's Ethan. Have I told you I'm a spy? Just, it's amazing that his wife doesn't know more.
Yeah, me at the spy business. I mean, Department of Transportation.
Duh.
Yeah, so they take him into custody. And then in the car, they find out that the microdot or whatever was figured out.
Yes.
And they find out that Ferris sent a message saying that Brazel was the one who sent her on this and fed her the information. And she believes that he is a mole within the IMF.
Yes.
And they're like, oh no, that's the message she wanted to get out to me. We have a mole.
Too late.
And then rockets just hit the bridge that they're on. Davian is so important to terrorists that they will launch this attack in broad daylight. With drones and helicopters.
Yes.
They even have steel melting fluid that they shoot on the truck.
Yes, to like make it like
yeah, so they're going all out for this escape.
But you know what? To be fair, if he's like your hookup, like you can't do your cool terrorist job without his cool weapons, right?
Yes.
So like that makes sense.
Yes,
you gotta like go help him out, right? Or your supplies.
In this universe, we know of one other arms dealer, and that was Max from the first movie. And we haven't heard from her at all. You meet her daughter eventually, though.
Ooh.
But I guess she's working for maybe like she sold too many arms, and then people got arrested. And they're like, I don't think she's on the level.
She's not, you know.
This Davian guy, we do pretty well with him.
So he's got his own like little entourage of like very well armed people. So that's fair.
So yeah, they go all out to save him. Ethan goes to a truck that's overturned to get like a big gun to shoot at the drone. He has to like assemble it and everything. But when he's running for the case, this shot was used in all the trailers where the drone blows up the truck and it like launches him into the car.
I love that. Like that's how explosions work. Like you don't get burnt. You don't get like internal bleeding.
Well, that was what you call it? Hurt Locker did it the best. Where like he's very far from the explosion, but the shockwave shatters his inside.
Yes,
spits up
like
blood.
like. I just feel like
It depends on what kind of movie you're making. This is fine.
I mean, Hurt Locker's a very different.
Yeah, Hurt Locker is supposed to
Movie
be
than
more
this.
realistic, so you kind of like, all right,
Like-
that's where the shockwave will kill you. Every other
Yes.
movie, like, oh, it just pushes you.
It
to
just
safety.
pushes you, and you get to like go on like a little ride.
Well, that's like in like superhero sci-fi stuff where they're all wearing armor and falling. I'm like, you would just be soup inside that armor.
Right?
Like
Like,
it's
it
not going to
doesn't-
protect you that much.
Well, they fell on the van earlier in this movie, so
Yeah,
that was
yeah.
very cushioned.
Where are we at here? Okay, yeah. So he uses the gun to shoot down the drone, but they get away in the helicopter. Ethan is pissed, and then he gets a call. He calls his house, and Aaron Paul's there.
Yes.
And he's just like, hey, some British guy came looking for Julia, but don't worry. I told him that she's at the hospital. And he's just like, oh, you fucking stoner. Why did you do that?
I think this is just like a good rule of thumb in real life too.
Yeah.
Not just in movies. When someone you've never met comes calling for someone, like don't give out their information. Don't send that. Like don't be like, here's their address or their phone number or where they
Depends who
work.
it is.
So, do you want your college following you to every house you ever live in? Because
that
they
happens?
call up. That happens. Yeah, they like call up and they say, "Hey, we want some donations." And then your mom goes, "Oh, he doesn't live here anymore.
Oh,
Here's his new address." And now it follows you for 20 years. So no matter who is asking, do not tell them where I am. That is my rule.
Oh, yeah. Temple University years back. They hit me up for like an alumni thing.
Yeah.
You're probably thinking, Tony, didn't you not graduate? That's why I was also confused that I got this alumni thing. I'm like, I didn't graduate. I just did my film courses and dropped out. Like
And then
a cool
you're just
guy.
like, yeah, obviously.
Because I was in my fight club at the time. That's why I keep breaking this nose over and over again.
Classic fight club.
But yeah, they were like, yeah, we're going to send some students out
Some
to come to your
people
work.
house.
No, to like come to my work and so they can learn from an alumni. I'm like, this is really funny. So I'm like, yeah, send them. And then the people never showed up.
I wonder why.
Those students
Were
are
they?
not going to graduate. I should know. But I love that they emailed me. I was like, yeah, send them over.
You're
I'll do it. Yeah, I'll teach them. I'll show them the ropes. So yeah, he now knows they're coming after Julia.
Yeah. At the
Uh,
hospital.
And Julia's at the hospital and the creepy man like touches her with something.
yeah.
And she's like, what's that? Oh, and she like immediately falls asleep. I love this scene because it's very tense. He's like running in the hospital looking for it.
Yes.
He runs right past her.
Right. I know. That is actually a moment that's kind of fun.
He like bumps into the stretcher. He's like, oh, sorry.
Right,
And then just keeps going. Can't find her. And then I think he gets a call from Davian.
Yes.
When he's outside. He's like, hey, look, we have her. 48 hours. The case that you took from me will give you the location of the rabbit's foot. You have 48 hours
Yes.
to get it to me or she dies.
Yes.
And he's like, okay, 48 hours. But then IMF shows up. And he tries to make a run for it, but they shoot him with a dart. And he just gets knocked out.
Oh.
Then they have him.
parkour his way around that dart.
Wait, so he wakes up and they have him tied up like Hannibal Lecter because they know he can get out of anything. So he's like super tied up. So he can't talk to Brazel, who he thinks is a traitor.
Right.
And Brazel's just like, you know what makes me lose sleep? And I love my sleep. So he's like intimidating him. And I love that line where he's like, I will bleed on the flag to make sure the color stays red.
Yeah. Yeah. Because he does the.
He loves America, that
Like-
guy.
Ends justifies the means.
Yeah,
right?
he's one of
We've
those
got-
guys. And then Musgrave, this is a fun callback.
Ooh.
He's just like, look at me when I'm disappointed. Look at me when I talk to you. Look at me. And then he
Right.
looks at him and he starts doing the lip,
Yeah.
lip reading. Where he's giving him the real information, like your team is in Shanghai, they do the blah blah blah, and he's like, "You suck, Ethan, you piece of shit. You should go here." Blah, 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 blah. And then he gives him a thing to break out.
Yes.
Which, by the way, if I'm Brazel, I'll be like, "Well, you gave it to him."
I mean, it's kind of like obvious.
It's like, no, we patted him down. He had nothing to break out of it. You clearly gave him something.
It's like a magic trick. Where
Really, Ethan should be naked. If they were this
Right?
concerned about him, he should be full on naked. Because they're like, no, Check everything.
I mean, we've
Get a
gone
metal
back to,
detector.
you know what? Where spies keep things.
Get
now.
a metal detector up his ass. Make sure there's nothing up there.
No, I'm just envisioning, like, you know, when you do like the Houdini act and like, oh, for good luck, my assistant has to kiss me and she's definitely not slipping a key into my mouth. You know, like one of those moments.
I'd be the guy in the audience, be like, if you're really cool, you wouldn't need the good luck kiss. He's like, oh, shit. Well, I'm going to do it anyway. You coward. And then I get the whole crowd to be like, don't kiss. And then that's how Houdini died. And he's like sneaking out of IMF, which I guess is really hard to do.
I would think it would be, though.
Huh?
Wouldn't it? Will it be hard to break in?
It'd probably be hard to break in,
like,
but also
lots...
break out, especially when you're Ethan Hunt.
Yeah.
And everyone knows you should be imprisoned. So yeah, he exits through the Department of Transportation. That really is their cover.
They're like, no, they're committed to it.
And I love that they're on the walkie-talkie hunting him down, and he like puts it on a speaker when they play "We Are Family."
Yes.
He ends up in Shanghai, and then they find out that there's this lab in a super secure building, and I go, wait a minute, we just saw this one movie ago. It's literally like, there's a big lab.
Yes.
It's in this building. We got to go in through the top. And I'm like, we just did this. Like, I know he has to break into something every single time.
Yes. But like the top is like the hardest way to break into a building, right?
Yeah, but this like specific, I know he does it a different way. I'm like, this is a little too close to the last one. The evil device in a lab built in. I'm like, you couldn't switch it up a little bit?
I just also, yeah, no, I agree. And again, I just think like of all the, like, didn't come in from underneath. You didn't like.
Yeah. And even like the next movie does have a tower scene, but like that isn't, their plan wasn't to break. Like that is because everything goes horribly wrong.
Okay, there
that
you
he
go.
ends up climbing that tower. That was not their initial plan.
Maybe that's how the bad guy in the last movie knew what his plan was, because he's like, God damn it, Ethan's go-to is the
He's
roof.
always going through the roof. So they realize that roof is too heavily armed.
Yes.
But he's like, well, the next roof, I can swing. If I swing off a thing and hit a thing at this time, I can land on the roof. So they think it's like super impossible. He's like, it's possible. It'll work. And I don't have a choice.
Yes.
I have to do it.
Yes. And you got to like time it. And then
Yeah.
also, did they not understand the name of this force?
The Impossible Mission Force.
Have we not like addressed that real quick? That like, this makes sense in 1960 TV land, right? Is that he works for the Impossible Mission Force on Mission Impossible. But it's a little on the nose.
What's the real life one? The International Monetary Fund or whatever?
Oh,
there's a real life
there
IMF.
is,
The
and
newest
it's
movie
not-
makes a joke about it because it's still secret. They're like IMF. They're like, the what? They're like, no, this is a different IMF. You're like, we never told you about this. There's this other organization.
Right.
But yeah, everyone should be like, yeah,
Everyone
this
should
is
know,
kind of
like-
our deal.
Like if they're like, oh, this is an easy mission, then you're like, you shouldn't send it to the Impossible Mission Force. That goes to the FBI. This one is only insane ideas.
So yeah, he does the swing. They distract the guards with baseballs.
Oh, that's
Shooting,
yes.
or baseballs or golf balls or something at them. But yeah, he swings and then he slides down the building and like he's hitting them all with the tranks. But yeah, he's able to get in. I like Luther be like, he made it. He's like, I knew he'd make it. It's like, no, you've been saying he's gonna die this whole time.
He's like, it's Tom Cruise. He'll make it.
So I like the twist that we don't see what happens inside the building.
Yes.
Instead, way late into this movie, they decide to give Zen just like a little bit of character development.
They forgot about it and they're like, oh shit, we
She's
gotta
just
add
been
that.
girl who cuts power and blows up things.
Yeah.
And drives a boat, maybe. But no, she's just like, oh, I'm doing this prayer that I did whenever I would look for my cat. And he's like, can you teach me that prayer, Declan? I was like, is there a romance here?
Right.
And then that gets interrupted because Tom Cruise literally is like, change of plans, I can't escape. I'm coming. They're like, where are you gonna go? He's like, look up, and he just jumps out the window with his parachute. And she's like, oh my god, that's not high enough. And then he does a Bruce Willis. He lands in a lower window.
Yes.
And for some reason, it doesn't cut the chute right then and there because then the chute pulls him
Pulls
out.
him out.
But he's got the rabbit's foot. He lands on the ground. A truck comes. He's able to cut the parachute, but like the rabbit's foot slides. And again, they don't know what's in it.
Right. So you
But
don't know, is this like something that's going to explode? Do we have like some, what's...
As of
We don't
right
know.
now, we don't know.
So I would just be like gentle with it.
Yes.
Is what I'm saying. You don't know if this is
because it's like in a big glass case with a red case that has
Right.
like some kind of warning on it.
There's some things that like you shake it too much and it explodes.
Yes. So yeah, it's a very tense scene. They get into a car.
Mm-hmm.
They're racing away. Another car is chasing them all throughout.
Of course, we need a car chase.
Yeah. What's her face gets shot.
Mm-hmm.
So she's down, and then what's it called? Ethan Hunt hangs out the side to shoot one tire that makes this car crash into a truck and flip.
Flip over.
It's pretty awesome. Pretty awesome. So then he calls Davian with 5 seconds left. He had 5 seconds left into the mission. And he's just like, I got the thing. He's like, all right, meet me at a train yard. And then he also calls Musgrave. And he's just like, hey, the rabbit's foot is tagged with the tracker. You have to do this. And by the way, Brazel's in on it. And I like Brazel walks in. He's like, Musgrave, are you up to something? He's like, no, this other terrorist. We got intel that he's in Shanghai. He's like, I would love to see that intel on my desk. So he's probably like photoshopping fake things
like,
real quick. He's like, sure, no problem.
Just take some old briefs from something else.
It's an email. I'm the bad guy and I'm in Shanghai. See, can't fake it. He's like, you're right. You can't fake that.
If it's on the internet, it must be
It
true.
must be true. He meets up with Davian, and they tell him like, you have to drink this knockout drug.
Yeah.
But like, we're not moving until you drink it. So he drinks it and he wakes up in the chair. And now we're back to the beginning of the movie with the whole counting down.
Yes.
Where he's just like 10, 9. But in this, we get a little brief insert of Ethan's team getting off the plane and like all of IMF is there to arrest them.
Yes. They're like, no.
He's like, I gotta really talk to you guys. So we see them kill Julia.
10.
And he's like distraught and they leave him there and he's just like devastated. She's
Yes.
just sitting there with a hole in her head. And then Musgrave comes out. And it turns out he was the traitor.
Oh, snap.
And he reveals that it wasn't Julia. It was the doctor lady from Saw 3.
See?
She got one bullet in her head in this movie. And in Saw 3, she wore a collar full of shotgun
Oh,
shells. And her whole head got blown up.
See, that's art right there.
Because her husband killed Jigsaw. All he had to do was just not kill Jigsaw and he would have been fine.
I mean, look, Jigsaw picks people who deserve to learn a lesson, okay?
Okay, no, as the movies go on, we're like, okay, yeah, that guy was a problem, but you went a little too far.
Maybe not this problematic.
There are some where I'm just like, oh, Jigsaw, addiction's like really hard to beat.
Right? Yeah, you're like, maybe this is insensitive.
But yeah, I thought it was funny that I'm watching her in 2 movies where she gets bullets in her head.
Aww.
But she failed him. She
Yes.
was like the head of his security. So
Yeah, so he had to
she
kill
failed him.
And got to do the great. And see, this is like the exact same thing that happened in Mission Impossible 2.
A little
with
bit,
the
yeah.
like,
with
we
Hugh
fake
being, yeah.
the fake death of the person with the mask. and-
Yeah. And then Musgrave is like, look, I am the traitor. Did she tell you anything about me? Did she name me as the bad guy?
Yeah.
He's the one that gave her intel that it was Brazel, but he really
Right,
wants
but
to make
he-
sure.
That it's not.
He's like, Ethan, we still, and he says like, we wanted to make sure you actually gave us the rabbit foot, which is why we did this. He's like, we just had to make sure that it was the real rabbit's foot. And based on your reaction, now you don't know what it is.
Right.
But he tells him like, look, she's still alive. She hasn't seen any of us, so she could still get out of this. But you have to let me know what Ferris told you.
Yes.
I like Ethan's just like, I'm not gonna say a thing until I hear her voice. So he's like, okay, here's and he should know better.
Right?
He's like, here's the phone right here. And he just bites his hand and he gets out of the whole thing. It's like, of course
this
he
is like
did.
level of like, I'm, you have me captive, but could I just use the bathroom real quick?
Yeah.
Like, it's very.
And the whole thing is like, his plan is that he wants to use Davian to trap other terrorists. He wants to
Right.
create some terror to gain a bunch of terrorist trust, I think. And then he wants to use IMF to take them all down.
Yeah.
Because he's like, if you
it's
kill
a very-
Davian, 2 other ones pop up the next day to take his place. We're going to use him. It's like, okay, buddy.
We got that convoluted IMF thinking right there.
Yes. He bites him, gets out.
Yes.
He calls Benji. And Benji's like, I should not be talking to you. This is a problem. And he's like, no, Benji, you gotta let me know where she is. He's like, oh, you're in Shanghai? Shit. So he tells her where Julie is.
Yeah.
And then we get just extended shots of Tom Cruise running through Shanghai, which
It's actually like kind of fun though.
It is, but I'm looking at it, I'm like, oh man, that would exhaust me.
I just find it's a very beautiful, just like, I don't know, like we don't get in movies anymore, like set deck. Do you like we don't get like that, like set production of like having these beautiful like outside scenes, and you know what I mean? Everything's just like CGI on like a green screen, and it's just like, here's a background. And
or they build like 3 things, the green screen, which is fine if you're doing like an alien planet or something like that. But like when it's like a market, and you're like,
right, like you can tell, like, no, they shot in Shanghai, like they're running through, you're getting like that texture. So I'd like, silly, but I like that. I don't know, there's something about it that was like, oh, this is actually like, watching it nowadays is like a little refreshing. Of like, this isn't just him running.
It is funny going back to like older movies and be like, you know, these are really bad at the time, but compared to some of the stuff we're getting now,
right? I mean,
I'm like, it is kind of refreshing to at least see that they were on a set.
Right? Yeah, exactly. Like it's not just someone on a treadmill.
Yeah. So he gets to Julia. He kills the guards, but Davian is there, and apparently he really did have a charge in his head, and it starts to go off, and he's just like, he probably got 4 minutes. Davian kicks the shit out of him when really he should just shoot him.
Yet again, we come to this problem of, I think I like movies that are set / made in other countries where like no one has guns in that country, because you get that, like, you know, like a lot of like the British, like we were saying that
we were talking about that. It raises the stakes a little bit.
It's like, it makes sense on like why someone doesn't just whip out a gun and shoot someone. Do you know what I mean? Like there's like that.
I mean, the bad guys have guns, but he's
but like, okay, like, oh, you can't, like the good guy can't just like
walk up and blow his brain.
Right, you're like, okay, you have to do the improvised weapon.
Like he has to wrestle a gun from someone.
Right, like it just gives you that more fun moments versus like here you're just like, why aren't
he ends up, I don't even know if he ever picks up a gun. I think he holds guns, but I don't know if he really shoots that much in the next few. There's other people who do. Rebecca Ferguson's like a sniper. But he doesn't use too much guns, I think, going forward. But he gets the shit kicked out of him by Davian, who is probably just a little bitter that he got hung out of an airplane. He brings it up a lot. He's like the plane? He's like, all right, buddy. Oh, I got hung out of an airplane. Get the fuck over.
If that wasn't so like you could have died, that would have been a really fun thing to do, right? Like that's like a little daredevil-y. Like that's, I feel like Tom Cruise was like, could I do this stunt for Philip Seymour Hoffman?
Which he then does hang on the side of a plane 2 movies later. So Davian isn't really thinking rationally. He should just shoot him.
He's just upset.
But then the power of love makes Ethan ignore the charge in his head and makes him punch more gooder. And he punches him so good that they fall out like a window or something, and then a truck just slams into Davian. I think his shoe goes flopping afterward.
Is this like, this feels a little bit of like Hays Cody, where like like the good guys can't really kill someone, you know what I mean? Like, and the bad guys have to be punished, and the good guys can't really be the one who's punishing them, right? Like he's like,
but I mean, the previous movies, he just like,
I know he did just
he fucking just blew them up.
He really did. He just like.
Funny thing is, he probably could just let that helicopter go and it would have blown up anyway, but he really insisted he blow that helicopter up. And then the second one, he just shot the guy over and over and over again.
Oh, like so many times. But yeah, in this one, it feels like a little bit more like.
You're right, because he doesn't kill the bad guy in the next one. Ooh. I won't spoil it. Or the next 2 after that. And then the last one, it's a part 1, so obviously he doesn't kill the bad guy.
Oh yeah. But you know, like Disney
yeah, you're right. I
movies
guess
do that a lot too, right?
Yeah, where
like,
something else has to kill
something
them.
happens where they're like
they do
fighting.
that a lot in like Batman comics to get around his no killing rule. Where it's the Hays Code, that makes sense.
Yeah, you know.
I mean, it's a fun way.
No, yeah, I'm not like knocking it. It's just like observation.
But he gets the power of love to do that.
Yep.
And then he tells her like, "Hey, look, I'm gonna have to electrocute myself."
Good thing she's a nurse.
Yeah, you're a nurse. You'll be able to bring me back. And
this is like 100% why her character is a nurse, right? Like it's just for this last scene.
Yeah. And then he's like, "Oh, by the way, here's how you use a gun. You hit this button, that button, and don't shoot until you can really see them. And hopefully no mercenaries come. All right. And then I look, he goes, oh, wait, one quick question. Or he's like, 1 second. I love you. Okay. He like dies.
Yeah.
Then, of course, a bad guy comes in.
Of course.
And
But he's been training people for a while now. So, like,
he trained her for 5 seconds. They make a point to say she got lucky.
Yes.
If this were a movie today, she would just know how to do it in 5 seconds.
Yeah.
And it would be awesome. And we'd all have to clap. And then a million guys who look like me on YouTube would bitch about it. But they make a point to show that, like, she sees the guy's reflection, so she gets the one up on him.
Yes, yeah.
Which I'm like, all right, that's a way to write around
right.
it.
Sometimes you do just like one little extra note about it makes it like, okay, cool, you thought about it. That's all I
just do what they did in True Lies. Jamie Lee Curtis drops the gun and then accidentally kills everyone. You can just do that too. You could. But yeah, she kills the one henchman and then she kills Musgrave, who then drops the rabbit's foot that we don't know what it is and rolls out. Yeah, and she's able to shock him back to life. And I love as soon as he comes back to life, he goes back to work mode. He just picks up the gun. And he's like,
There is.
And I like that he looks at the bodies. He's like, did you do that? She's like, yeah. He's like, okay.
I just like it's like, I don't know, even with a computer, I was going to say like turning a computer on, it takes a minute to reboot.
No, he's up. He's like, ah! The power of love wins again. They walk away with the rabbit's foot, and he confesses that he doesn't actually work at the Department of Transportation. And I love that he's just like, it's called the Impossible Mission Force. He's like, oh, come on.
Right, yeah,
So Brazel apologizes to Hunt, and he lets him know that Washington offered him a job. We never know what the job is. But he just wants to enjoy his honeymoon. He just wants to get married and enjoy his honeymoon. And then, Hunt asks, what was the rabbit's foot? Brazel says, yeah, if you stay, I'll tell you. And he's like, all right, I'll write you a postcard. So we never learn what the rabbit's foot is. And we were never meant to learn it, I think.
No.
However.
What?
I don't know if this is just a misleading thing they're putting in the new trailers. But the trailer for Final Reckoning, they're making it seem like it's his last one, which age finally caught up to Tom Cruise. It should be. Now he got real lucky way later than he should have, but now it's like, I'm starting to see it. Let's walk this back a little bit. The trailer has a couple callbacks to the original where he's like, this one's stupid. He's holding a knife that looks like the knife he almost dropped in the first one, but they show shots of the rabbit's foot.
That's exciting.
But I'm just like, and they look like new shots of the rabbit foot.
Ooh,
I had to study the trailer. They look like they're new. So I'm just like, wait, because I don't want to spoil it too much, but there's a thing they need to stop in the new movie.
Yes, okay.
And I wonder if they're like, hey, let's say the rabbit's foot can stop it.
I mean, yeah, why not? It can do anything we want it to do.
Yeah, and then people have been asking for years, and people kind of hate J.J. Abrams' mystery box now. So this is a good point to be like, hey, you know what? We're going to finally tell you what this was.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, if it's not answered in the movie, then it's not, there is no.
I mean, I don't care about learning what it is. I'm fine with some vague stuff and not being answered.
Yeah, me too.
The problem is he tried it with Star Wars. He can't do it in Star Wars.
I think it's like annoying when it's the same person who always does it and everything. Like, right? Like a Shyamalan twist is only good like the first time.
It's annoying when he has a track record of when he finally has to deliver on it. It's disappointing. And then it's like, oh. It's like, don't do that. Don't do that. Don't do that. Which I think that was nice about his Star Treks. They didn't really have mystery boxes in them like that. So yeah, the rabbit's foot might come back in the new one, or maybe it was just a thing they put in the trailer to hype us up for no reason. But yes, Mission Impossible 3.
Well, what number would, if we were numbering them still, what would the Final Reckoning be?
Final Reckoning, hold on. 3, Ghost Protocol, Rogue Nation, Fallout, Dead Reckoning, Final Reckoning. So that would be the 8th.
Okay.
Yes.
So
yes.
4 more to watch before that one comes out.
Yes. Luckily, when we do that one, it'll be all 4 of those condensed. We won't go in as much detail. However, the reason I wanted to do these one at a time.
Yes.
Is because 1, I really love 2, but 4 is really good. Ooh. And I feel like you're really going to love 4.
I'm excited.
So I have a lot to say about 4. I like the Christopher McQuary ones. Mm-hmm. Fallout is really good. But I can condense my feelings into those.
Yeah.
But yeah, Mission Impossible 3. I don't know why it doesn't. stick with us too much.
Right? Do you know what I
Because there's
mean?
nothing technically wrong with it.
No, there really isn't. It's
Yeah.
like technically a better movie than 2.
Yeah.
But I definitely like we watched them on the commentary,
Yeah.
and then I rewatched them for this, and it was like, yeah, 2 was like, yep, I remember this, and then 3 was like, watch.
I don't know why it is.
Oh yeah,
Maybe it
this
feels
happened.
he was more into TV at that time. Maybe it just does feel like an extended TV episode
Right?
where you kind of forget
That's
about it
true.
unless there was like a big revelation.
I mean, Gran Torino, was that the Breaking Bad movie?
No, that's El Camino. Gran
El
Torino
Camino,
is,
wrong
Clint
one. I'm
Eastwood, yeah.
sorry. El Camino was, that was in a movie. It just felt like a
Yeah, that
really
was-
long episode
that
of
was
Breaking
stupid.
Bad.
That was stupid. And then what's his face gained so much weight.
Oh my God, he did.
So when you watch it,
Poor
you
man's
were to-
Matt Damon.
if you were to put that where it is chronologically,
Right.
it's like, wow, he was real bloated for that month. But don't worry,
Don't
he
worry
worked it
about
all
it.
off by the end.
But yeah, it really felt, so this kind of, it doesn't feel quite like just a TV episode, but it does.
I mean, it feels the most like the TV show.
Yes, absolutely.
Yes. As of this point.
Yes.
But yeah, a lot of people said it brought Mission Impossible back. It did well. I think it was like the 6th highest grossing film of that year.
Okay.
But this is like when blockbusters were getting like really big. What came out in 2006?
2006. What else came out that year?
There was Superman Returns, X-Men 3. There was what were some other big 2006 movies? Skinwalkers. I don't think that was one of the big ones. Okay, they're just giving me any movie that came out. Hold on. A popular 2006
There we
movie.
go.
They're right. Da Vinci Code.
Okay.
Accepted. Apocalypto. Poseidon.
Oh,
I
yeah.
don't know what the hell that is. Night at the Museum. Casino Royale. So this did come out the year of a James Bond.
Yes.
Although I think this came out. This was like a summer film. I think Casino Royale was like around December.
Okay. Was that like the first of
The first Daniel Craig one.
Okay.
Yeah, Babel, The Prestige. Yeah, there was some big stuff.
Yeah, we had some.
Marie Antoinette, The
Oh.
Fountain. Oh yeah, that was The Prestige versus The Illusionist.
The Illusionist,
Yeah,
yes.
that was that year. Oh, everyone, there's one guy who keeps telling me to review this movie, Stay Alive. Have you ever heard of it? It's a 2006 movie.
Okay.
It's about like a haunted video game, and I think Frankie Muniz has a part in it.
What? I have not.
Maybe
seen
I'll
this.
do Stay Alive. I'm looking other than the 2 ones I previously mentioned. Oh, The Hills of Eyes remake, which I reviewed
Okay.
on this channel. Yes,
There
that
you
came
go.
out 2006. Really good movie. Like it better than the original.
Oh,
But yes,
so we had a
Mission
couple good-
Impossible 3. It's a good time, even if it isn't that memorable. But yes, J.J. Abrams saved Mission Impossible. They really did get better after
They
this.
did, yeah,
Even
okay,
if this
that's
one's
what-
just like whatever, they
I feel
got
like
a lot
they
better.
had to though, because otherwise, why would they keep making them? Because I feel
Yeah.
like 3 is a pretty good time to like when people give up.
Yeah, and I think
Right?
I talked about this on someone else's show. The funniest thing about this is like, you know how Hollywood goes through trends.
Yes. Oh yes.
It's funny, like you have to remember, like the first one came out mid-90s during the remake old TV shows trend.
Yes.
And that kind of died. Once in a while it'll come back, but it was big in the 90s.
Mm-hmm.
And then like this is the only one that survived and is still going.
Right?
It transcends the TV show. It is
That's
its
it.
own
Yeah,
thing.
it kind of it definitely turns into its own thing, and
Yeah.
it has its own genre. Like the
Yeah.
genre isn't just being an old TV show, which I
Yes.
feel like a lot of the other ones were.
Yeah, where they're like, and again, the first one was good at that, like making fun of some of this
Yes.
stuff, but taking it seriously. But yeah, what are some of the other ones we've covered? I know we did the Addams Families.
Oh
Well,
yes.
the girls did Charlie's Angels. I didn't, but I did do Lost in Space, the 90s Lost in
Oh,
Space.
I saw that one.
Talk about a movie I really like that it's not aged well at all.
Oh. Yeah, I haven't seen it since I went to theaters and saw it with my family.
Yeah. If it didn't stick with you, don't revisit it.
Oh no.
But yes, that is it from us. We will be back with Ghost Protocol at some point in the future and
Yes.
commentary tracks. We still plan to do commentary tracks for all of them
Absolutely.
because we just love Mission Impossible and not because I'm going to sell it as an album on Patreon afterwards. Angela.
Yes.
If I was making an IMF thing or if I was doing a Mission Impossible movie
Yes.
and I needed a place that looked like a small production studio that was convenient for podcasting and other things.
Yeah.
Where should I go for that?
I would say go to Angela Wolf Video.
That's amazing.
Mm-hmm.
That's amazing. That is you know what? That's the perfect place. It's already built.
It is.
I don't have to build anything.
No, you just show up and
It's
we've
just
got
right
a place for
there.
you.
But yes, check out Angela Wolf Video. Book them there. It's a great place. I've used it a couple times.
Yeah.
Highly recommended. And yeah, like, share, subscribe, join Patreon. Oh, book me on Cameo. Cameo.com/Tony Peluso.
That's
I'll do
like a
your
great
own
gift.
your mission should you choose to accept it. Yes. That'd be a fun one.
Oh my gosh, please.
Hi everyone, Tony from Hack the Movies here, and today we're talking about Mission Impossible Ghost Protocol. Is this the most fun Mission Impossible? Let's find out today on Hack the Movies. Hi Angela.
Hey Tony.
We just did another commentary track.
We did.
We got 4 in the can, and we got 3 others to do until the new movie comes out.
We're making our progress.
We're making progress. So yeah, we just did a commentary track, which is available at patreon.com/hackthemovies. And you know what? You don't even need to join Patreon to listen to it. If you want, you can just buy it individually.
Really?
For $3. That is the lowest they will allow me to price things.
I mean, I think that's a steal.
That is, but that's just for one track. For $5, if you pledge, you get all the commentary tracks.
Okay, I mean, then you might as well, like,
And-
bulk, you know.
I don't mean to shill early, but Patreon has an RSS feature. So I have all the commentary tracks on their own RSS feed on there on like Spotify, or you can just manually put your RSS feed. But also all the bonus videos we did, like that one we did for Mortuary. I uploaded them natively, and they have their own RSS feed. So you can just listen to audio versions of our bonus shows. It's also convenient.
It really is. And that Mortuary episode was so good.
That was good. That was a case, I think, where I said, like, you don't have to do notes, and then you did a lot of notes.
I did do a lot. Today, not so much. But that day, I came in with pages.
Anyway, Patreon. That's my little badge they gave me for being an ambassador.
Cute.
So, yes, that commentary track should be up now at the time of this episode. But, yes, you're going into this super fresh. This is the most fresh you've ever been with Mission Impossible.
Just like walked out the door and was like, here we go.
I love this movie.
This was so fun.
I love this one. I mean, I feel like I say I love all of them. 2 is like an ironic love.
Yes.
It was legitimate when I was 10, but it's become more ironic. This one I legitimately love. This was like a big deal when it came out.
Yeah.
And I have it here. Mission Impossible 3 didn't make as much money as the other 2.
I can see that.
Which some smart ass, unless he's a patron and I love him, some smart ass in the comments were like, I don't think J.J. Abrams saved it. This one didn't make as much money as the other 2. And it's like, yeah, but the reviews were overwhelmingly positive that they greenlit a 4th one. And then this one became like the second biggest, I think.
Yeah.
So yeah, they greenlit it based off the good reaction that 3 got. J.J. Abrams couldn't return. They always, well, maybe not. I don't think they could try to get John Woo back, but they usually try to get the original directors back, and they almost never can.
Yeah.
But he stayed on as producer. That's why I think Skydance and Bad Robot are attached to this.
Yes.
He got Josh Applebaum and Andre Nemec to write it. They wrote mostly TV shows, and they wrote and produced Alias, so they were in like the J.J. Abrams camp.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. I was trying to see, because I was like, I really love this movie. What else did they write? And it's like, they did the Ninja Turtles reboot.
Sometimes there's just like that one spark, and it all comes together, and nothing else.
That first one they did sucked. The second one was actually surprisingly good. Other than the turtles looked like shit because they were held over from the first one.
Oh, yeah.
We did a What is the Worst Ninja Turtles episode. Go back and check out that episode. So he got them involved. And then of all people, they got Brad Bird to direct.
Yes.
Who did like Ratatouille and The Incredibles.
Yeah, he's like a Pixar guy.
Yeah, he's like an animation guy. I think he did some work on The Simpsons. I think he directed the Bartman music video from years ago. Yeah, so they got an animation guy to switch over to live action. And it works really well. I mean, this is definitely the most cartoonish of all of them.
I was going to say, you can kind of feel it. And I think also there's really a little bit more comedic beats in this one.
Yeah.
Which I like.
Yes, which I like. Like I said, the good thing about the first 4 and I think we said this before, but also like with the Alien movies, the first 4 have such a strong director print on them. Like each one feels like that director in this world. Where going forward from this, it's just Christopher McQuary over and over again, which is fine. I miss when they all had an individual feel. Yeah, he did a great job. And then like after this, he did one other live action film. It was Disney's Tomorrowland with George Clooney.
Oh,
I didn't see it. I heard it wasn't very good.
Yeah, that's not one that you're like, you know what, we got to rewatch.
Yeah, it's weird how like Disney's still trying to make movies based off their rides.
Right? Was Pirates the first successful?
People forget that was like a triple whammy. It was Haunted Mansion, Pirates of the Caribbean, and the Country Bears, all within like a year or two of each other. I
forgot about the Country
Only
Bears.
Pirates did well.
Yeah.
And then was it a few years ago they did the Haunted Mansion again, and then they tried to do Jungle Cruise, and yeah, Tomorrowland.
They did. I watched Jungle Cruise, and it felt like Jumanji plus like a couple it was like Pirates of the Caribbean plus Jumanji, but like
it really only worked
really
once.
watered.
And honestly, Pirates only like 2 of them are good.
Yeah, agreed. But also like how you like Pirates of the just pirate things are just so fun in the first place. I think that you already kind of had like a little leg up there.
But yeah, then after Tomorrowland, he did like Incredibles 2.
Okay.
Which sucked.
It's fine.
I'm not the biggest fan of Incredibles 1.
Really? Oh, I love the first Incredibles.
I don't know. I guess I watched it once, thought it was okay, and then I did like a double whammy of 1 and 2.
Yeah.
And I remember 1 being like, it was okay, and then 2, I was like, that's stupid. I don't even remember what the fuck happened in it. No, something.
2 was a little forgettable, but I feel like I love.
Yeah, after it was hyped for so many years. And I don't know what he's doing now. But yeah, that's surprising he only did these like 2 live action films. I feel like he should do more. This was shot partially in IMAX. Now you get movies are mostly shot in IMAX these days, but this is when like Nolan and I feel mostly Nolan and a few other people were really pushing the IMAX format. They're like, hey, the cameras were getting easier to film with.
Yes.
Now they're even way easier.
Yeah, everything's little now compared to.
I think Oppenheimer was all IMAX, like even close-ups and shit, which usually they saved it for like the big wide stuff. I went and saw this bad boy in IMAX.
Ooh.
More on that in a second. In the middle of production, apparently Cruise brought on a scriptwriter to touch up the script. He went uncredited. That scriptwriter was a guy who worked on the 2008 film Valkyrie, which Tom Cruise was in.
Oh, yeah.
Where one about the plot to kill Hitler, I think.
Yes.
Who did that one? Who directed that one? It was, hold on. I know his name. It's the X-Men guy. Bryan Singer. That was a Bryan Singer movie.
There you go.
So he got the writer of that to touch up his screenplay, and that writer was Christopher McQuary. It was like his first dipping his toes into the Mission Impossible. Yeah. He's got a really good relationship with that guy. He's had him like touch up a few things. He tried to get him to touch up the Mummy reboot. There was no saving that one.
No.
There was absolutely no saving that one. You would have to delete that script and start over. So that's like the beginning of their relationship.
Okay, nice.
But yeah, so came out in 2011. I was all in. I was like, of course, I love this trilogy. I can't wait for the new one. They're all bangers. Went up to
wrong. You're not wrong.
Yes, I went up to Atlantic City for the weekend. Me and the ex-girlfriend who hated Johanna, which was awkward because I knew, as luck would have it, Johanna was in Atlantic City that weekend. So the whole time I'm like, I swear to God, if she fucking turns a corner and my girlfriend kills her in the middle of the casino, I'm going to be really pissed. Anyway.
Johanna just happens to be here. That is, what she was.
I saw it on Facebook. I'm like, please tell me that. Oh no. And I had to keep that one to myself. I'm like, yeah, it's great. We should go to the casino for a little bit. Maybe not long.
Not too long. We should just stay in the hotel room and not talk to anyone.
Yeah, let's stay in the hotel room and not talk or go anywhere. But the Tropicana has a big IMAX theater.
Okay,
I don't know if they still do. It's been a minute since I've been to Atlantic City.
It's been a long time.
But yeah, so it had big IMAX, like a real IMAX theater. Not like I go to the mall near me and it's like not the real IMAX. It's like slightly smaller.
Yeah.
But the reason I really wanted to see this one in IMAX because it played the first 6 minutes of The Dark Knight Rises with the original Tom Hardy audio. which I remember sounding fine,
Mm-hmm.
but apparently a lot of people complained, and that's why he sounds different in the movie because of this 6-minute preview. People are going like, "What the fuck did that guy just say?" That is awkward when you watch. I love that movie, obviously, because I'm in it. It's the best movie.
Of course, that's why.
But
it's
it is
the best.
awkward. He'll be like 100 feet away and sound like he's right in your ear because they just got so scared of people.
Yeah, they're like, "Oh no, I can understand."
Take all the filters off his voice. So yeah, that was like a double whammy. I got to see the first six minutes, and then I got to watch the most amazing movie ever. And I've loved it ever since. And I'm glad to talk about it now. And I would ask you, when did you first see it? But it was literally 2 hours ago.
I just started it 2 hours ago.
And I really don't know how you miss these.
I don't know either.
Maybe I get like we were young when the first one came out, but I feel like by the time this one came out, it should have piqued your interest.
I mean, it should have. I wasn't ever super into like action movies as a kid. I liked horror. I liked fantasy. I just feel like I didn't watch like action-y movies.
Yeah. But you liked Mission Impossible, the show. Were you watching at that point, or was it till later?
I think right around when this movie came out. I started watching Mission Impossible like in like late high school, I think.
Okay.
Early college, but that's not an action
Yeah.
show.
Well, that's
more
a lot of people's complaints with the first movie. Because all the action, it's like, well, it's not
it's
really,
not
not really supposed to be. Yeah.
They're
They can
just
do
like,
some stuff, but it's not really about, and then it became that. And then again, we've already talked about it. Too overcorrected. It went a little too actiony, and they're like, "Oh, let's find a nice middle ground."
Yeah.
Whether you like or hate, like 3 really did set like the perfect tone balance.
Yes,
like,
I think
follow
it
this
was a
balance
nice
going
reset
forward.
Of like we need to have some action, some spy,
Yeah,
some
a little bit of
gadgets,
shooting,
right?
some
Yeah.
spy stuff, some levity, a little bit of action, serious moment.
Yeah.
Cool car chase. Do a cool car thing. Explosion.
Mm-hmm.
Explosion. Let's get into this bad boy. So it starts off with Sawyer from Lost. What's his name? Josh Holloway, right?
Oh, I don't know.
I think it's Josh
I'm
Holloway.
sorry.
He's in the middle of a mission that's apparently
Yes.
gone wrong. And now, the one thing I loved about this, gadgets.
Yes, finally.
Again, the other movies had gadgets.
Yeah.
2 was a little weak on the gadgets, but they had them. We were talking in the commentary, but like I was getting a little annoyed with the James Bond movies.
Yeah.
I excused it for Casino Royale because that's like his first mission.
Yeah.
But he had some gadgets. He had the little flashlight bomb. He had the defibrillator in his car, which Ethan Hunt could have used.
Right?
Yeah.
He needs those defibrillators.
Yeah, but it was like, okay, that's fine for that one. Then I'm like, okay, well, the second one, there's going to be even more gadgets. And then it's like, I have a Sony phone that can hack into things. It's like, oh,
That's not a gadget.
fuck off. Like, come on. I feel like it was they overcorrected because
Yes.
Die Another Day, Pierce Brosnan was like way too ridiculous with the invisible car. So it was nice to see a spy thing with goofy gadgets again. I'm like,
Yeah.
thank you. So like right away, he has that little ball, and it's like a huge inflatable crash pad. It was
Yes.
awesome.
And I just feel like we need that too because no one has superpowers in this,
Yeah.
right? But
Yeah.
but there's still that like over the top action,
Mm-hmm.
and it makes it just feel more like obviously you have to turn off your brain, but like it just feels a little bit more realistic where it's like, okay, like he didn't just fall off a building and was fine. He had a gadget that like let him do it.
Which I know you've had my John Wicks for a year and you still haven't watched them. That's something that happens in John Wick. You can just fall off buildings. As long as you hit one awning on the way down, you're fine.
That's how physics works, right?
Honestly, but when you get to the stair scene in John Wick 4, you're just like, how are you alive? You should not be alive. But so you're right. I appreciate movies like
Right,
this
yeah,
being
like,
like,
and we're like just pretend, and then it's just something fun. It just adds like a fun element to it where you don't have to like. You're like,
By the way, if mini crash pads existed, that's the only way I would ever exit a building. I'd be like, all right, see you later, and I would just jump out the window. I'm like, yeah.
No time for the stairs.
I do it at your studio. It would be a problem. Tony, I have like one window or street level. Bye.
Doesn't have the time to inflate like a, like, you know, like,
It actually launches me up. Oh, that could work too. I can jump onto it like trampoline.
yes.
So yeah, as he's walking, he gets a little notification about an assassin nearby, and it's Leah Seydow who plays Sabine. She's an assassin. She kills him.
Yeah, that's what assassins do.
Yes. She knew that he was IMF for some reason. And this is the first time I ever saw her in a movie. She's been in a bunch of French films, indie films. She ends up being in the James Bond films. But yeah, I always really liked her. She was recently in Dune Part 2.
Yes.
She's the one that gives Fade Ratha the test and then has his kid. Those girls are up to no good. I didn't watch the Dune show. Did anyone watch? I was supposed to review that with a friend of mine, and I keep forgetting to watch it.
I just never watched
Just keep forgetting to watch. I keep forgetting there's a Dune TV show I should watch.
Is that also on Max? Is
Yeah.
That
Yeah. I know a friend who was like super into Dune. I'm like, I should probably watch that. Eric Wong, if you're listening, sorry, I'll watch it soon. We'll do that episode.
One day.
Then we cut to prison in Moscow. Ethan Hunt's in prison for some reason. Well, no, he's not in Moscow. He's in Russia somewhere.
He's in, yes.
So he's in prison. We don't know why, but Benji is there to break him out.
Yep.
Along with a new lady, Jane, who's in the sewer getting ready to set something up. Ethan breaks out and he can just walk out of prison, but he needs to help his informant.
Yes.
He's very noble, that Ethan Hunt.
I mean, yeah, you're like, presumably the informant's in prison because of him, right? Like,
there's some kind of reason.
I feel like he's got to look out for his sources.
Yeah. Not that he's the nicest guy in the world, because it's an arms dealer, but it's an informant. He needs to help him. But the problem is Benji let all the prisoners out as a cover. It's like, oh, they might kill him. So I love that whole thing where Benji won't let him out.
Yeah, he's like,
no, just leave. And he's just like, and he's like staring at the camera. And I love that, like, Benji like delays, and like I love that look Tom Cruise gives to the security guards. Like, can you believe this guy? Then he threatens him. He's like,
right? He's like, I see you.
He's like, okay. Lets him out. He's just kicking all kinds of ass. He saves his informant.
Yep.
And then it is funny seeing Benji in the field. That was another thing.
I like that.
Because seeing Mission Impossible 3, I'm like, I wish he was in the whole movie.
Right.
I wish he was in the
pops
whole
in
movie.
for a hot sec, and this was fun having him.
When I heard they were bumping him up to like the main, and he's every movie since he has been on the team. You know how they usually swap out the team other than Luther? They're like, no, we're bringing Benji back.
We are missing Luther on this one though, and that makes
Luther.
me sad.
I forgot. I thought I looked it up, but I guess I didn't. For whatever reason, Luther. He does show up, but he's not part of the team. He's not in the actual story for this one, unfortunately. Yeah. You know, Luther can have a break.
That's true.
He deserves a break.
He can have a day off.
He was kind of forced into Mission Impossible.
He was the bad. He wasn't a good guy in the beginning, and he
was like
ends up working.
Wanted for hacking. Like they were like, all right, well, at least recruit you. You could be our hacker.
Yeah. But Benji's a great ad.
Yeah.
He gives that when Ethan Hunt wants to jump in and do something ridiculous, he's the one who's kind of like, guys, what is he had so many good like
he'll either point it out or he'll like not realize how severe it is and think it's fine. He's also in the J.J. Abrams camp at this point. He had been in Star Trek. He was going to be he's eventually would be in J.J. Abrams' Star Wars.
Mm-hmm.
He breaks the informant out. Paula Patton, who plays Jane, has an earthquake machine.
She does.
Which I feel like that would have solved a lot of their problems.
This should have been used on day one.
Yeah, really.
Or like reused later.
On everything. They should always be having that earthquake machine. But yeah, it sends like a seismic thing and breaks the floor.
It's just like,
and then I love this. They light the fuse. And this is the first time I can think where like the fuse is actually part of like the narrative and the intro.
Light the fuse.
And you get the very animate. What the hell? Apparently me talking was hitting my 10,000 steps.
so animated.
So he lights the fuse and we get the opening cutscene where
that was really fun.
They do the flash forwards.
They do.
Thankfully,
we get some clips.
Which is always fun, which is what the show did. Like, look at all this cool stuff you're going to see later. Who's that guy? Yeah. And you're like, how did they get there?
It's just so much fun. It's just like another one. And like it had like the sequence also felt a little bit like Fight Club of like that opening as you're going like through these like CGI tunnels. It felt kind of like the CGI like brain.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And
I loved it. Yeah.
It was fun.
So yeah, he gets updated on what happened to Sawyer from Lost. They were on a mission looking for some files that were like for launch codes, I think. And they were tailed by other people who were looking for the exact same files. And then they realized that they were set up, and that's when he died, and Jane was there.
Yes.
Ethan hands his friend Sergey off. Or no, he's pretending to be Sergey. I forget what the informant's name is. Oh, I forgot. But he sends the informant to other IMF agents who are going to like relocate him. Then he gets his new mission from the payphone.
Yes.
He's like hitting the button. It gives them the thing. I love they're like, we didn't have time for you to pick a team. We picked your team for you. It's Benji and Jane over there.
They're like already here. They're like waiting. They're like, all right, when are you gonna you got the brief yet? Like,
we got you, Benji, Jane. What if the third one was Martin Landau? What if they finally got someone back?
Oh my god.
And this elderly master of the no, J.J. Abrams was putting Leonard Nimoy in his Star Trek movies. He should have came back for this.
Back. He was great.
He couldn't pull some strings to get Leonard Nimoy to come back.
Seriously, come on.
Wait,
oh my god.
2011. Leonard Nimoy was doing really hard work as whatever the bad guy's name was in Transformers 3. He was doing really hard work on that.
Very important work.
That would have been great. Like, here's your third member. It's Leonard Nimoy. You're like, oh, well, he's obviously dying. He's not making it out of the movie. I'll be the master of disguise. Let me put on my nose. Like, no, we don't do that anymore. You got to wear a mask.
You have to wear a full... And then voice changer.
I like when he finishes the dossier. He goes to leave, and it's like, this will destruct in 5 seconds. And then it doesn't destruct.
And then it doesn't.
Because it was that particular console was probably built in the 70s and hasn't been used once. And I love he has to go back and hit it.
He's like a little Fonzie moment.
I love that they like went back. Usually it's like a new high-tech way to get the information. I like that they went, no, let's make it an old shitty payphone.
Right? But again, I feel like that brings in that like cartoony vibes. And we're like, okay, I like that. I like these little moments of silliness.
It's fun. It's fun. So we get some hints about what happened to his marriage because he's not with Julia.
He's not.
We hear that like Benji's theory is that she left.
Mm-hmm.
And then we hear that Ethan might have done an unsanctioned hit on some people, which is why he was in jail. But we don't get all the information right away.
Yes. Well, like anything he does is unsanctioned, right? Because they already say, like, if you get caught, we will. Yeah. We just.
Well, this wasn't even like part of the mission, though. I think he personally.
He just personally was like, I need to do a quick hit, you guys.
Kind of like Ambrose in 2. You know, the whole stealing the virus and holding the world ransom. That wasn't really sanctioned by IMF.
I mean, did not ask
maybe Anthony Hopkins did. We don't know. So yeah, they tell him, they're like, hey, look, you have to go to the Kremlin and break into their archive room. And I love this moment where he's like, we're going to the Kremlin. And Benji's like, it sounds like you said we're going to the Kremlin. They break into the Kremlin. They don't have fancy masks, but luckily he's got a rubber nose to look like the one guy.
He just like, this one, they were just like, nah, we don't have time for masks.
He looked enough like the guy, I guess.
Yeah.
They're like, let's just go for it. But I do like
wore the hat really low too.
Yeah, just cover your head a little bit, mustache. I do like that. The device they're using isn't working fast enough, and the security guard's suspicious. Yeah, and he's like putting the scanner. He's like, and like Tom Cruise starts chewing him out. He's like, "How dare you do this to me?" Blah blah. And then it passes. He's like, "Okay, sir, you can go through."
Yeah.
So yeah, then they make their way to the hallway, and then just they randomly across the screen is the main actor from the original Girl with the Dragon Tattoo.
What's he doing here?
Michael Nives, the late Michael Nives, who was also in John Wick. We reviewed, well, not me and Angela. We reviewed all the John Wicks on this channel. That episode didn't do well. Please watch it before Ballerina comes out. Please.
Watch it. I'll watch it with you.
You'll watch my episode of all four John Wicks and the prequel TV show.
Yes. With whoever's watching right now, we'll all watch together.
Let's actually pause this episode and watch me and Gil's episode of John Wick.
Real quick.
He just happens to be, just walks in front of the camera. And I remember in the theater, like at that, I think I knew he was in the movie. Mm-hmm. But I think I remember being like, wait, I know that guy. Because I liked the Girl with the Dragon Tattoo trilogy.
Yes, yeah.
I remember David Fincher felt the need to remake it.
Yeah.
When it was only 2 years old. And
I know, it was like immediate.
Yeah.
I usually like a lot of his stuff, but I did not enjoy that one.
We mentioned that he doesn't really do franchise stuff, but he has a couple times. That was one of them. And I'm like, someone brought that up. And we're like, yeah, but he remade that. I'm like, Yeah, it was a pointless remake. Like,
It was silly. It was.
it's like, I guess if you never saw the original, like maybe that's good, but it's as someone who like rented the original and then watched it, it's like, what was the point of this remake? What the fuck?
Where was the original from?
I don't Sweden. I don't know.
Right? Yeah, I feel like that was also around the same time as like they did like the vampire one. Let the right one in.
Let the right one in, and they turned into Let Me In, which I hear is a decent remake. It's just pointless.
Yeah, yeah.
They remade it again as a show, like a 6-part series. I need to read the novel.
I did not read the novel.
Which by read, I mean I have the audio version. I just haven't had time to listen to it. We'll come back with what is the best Let the Right One In.
There we go. But I feel like that was like the thing at the time was like remaking these Swedish like Norwegian movies.
But it was just like, just dub them. Like,
yeah, right?
Just dub
They
them.
were great. I mean, they're great as is.
I hate when they do that. It's like, unless you're like really changing things up, like changing the location, which I think Let Me In did. It like changed the location of the story.
I do love, speaking of remakes, with Tom Cruise. Vanilla Sky.
No.
I
watch that
liked
again.
that. I liked both versions, like the Spanish version and Vanilla Sky. I understood Vanilla Sky a lot better. I feel like they're like you can get those little hidden moments.
Yeah.
And I don't know if they're just not in the Spanish one or if it's like I don't speak Spanish and they don't translate well. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah,
on subtitles, like it just like.
You know what I've yet to watch? I saw the remake of, what was it, Speak No Evil, that movie that came out with James McAvoy. And as it was coming out on Amazon, they had the original version that's only like 2-3 years old. But I purposely didn't watch it because I wanted to go in fresh.
Yeah.
But apparently the movies are almost exactly the same except for the ending. But I haven't gone back and watched the original. So, but from what I hear, the remake has a better ending. So we'll see what happens. Anyway, back to this.
Sorry.
They're in the Kremlin. They have to distract a security guard.
Yeah.
And they have a machine that its sole purpose is to just make it sound like water's dripping.
From a different place, though, like from far away.
Now, I know this is being used in the field as a distraction method, but I'm thinking like in universe, why was this designed? Like that had to be torture, right? They had to just be like, let's just fuck with these people, make it think that there's a drip that they'll never find.
That's like definitely like how you start like a gaslight. Like, you know what I mean? Like really like driving someone into madness.
Beep, beep. What the hell?
You're like, I don't hear anything.
Yeah.
There is no leak. What do you mean there's a leak?
So when he goes away, they set up a big a fold out screen that has a camera / projector onto it.
Yes.
And it's the most amazing. It is, you apparently are not familiar with this movie, but the movie Toys, starring Robin Williams. That is not Barry Sonnenfeld. The guy who did Rain Man. It's one of his movies. That is one of those, like, it's a script that like sat for a really long time. It was really coveted. And it was like a passion project. And when it came out, it was just a mess.
Yeah.
Some people love it. It's a great movie to watch. It's visually like incredible.
Yeah.
The story is ridiculously stupid. But at one point, there's a guy with the security camera and they like distract him and they build a fake wall and like move it up. This is like the big budget version of that, but it's way cooler because like it scans the guy's eyes. So no matter where he moves, it'll look like where it's supposed to be.
Like, which is funny because I don't know. I just also feel like perspective should have worked either way if it was, but I like it. I like they went the extra step.
Yeah. And so it's a really, really tense scene because they have to be real quiet the whole time.
Yeah.
And they're like moving like really slowly. And I do like at one point they like screw up and Simon Pegg stands up and his face fills the entire
is the screen.
They have to grab him real quick. So they break into the archive to look for whatever file they need to look for.
Yeah.
It's not there.
Oh no.
And it turns out the guy from Girl with the Dragon Tattoo is killing someone. He has the file. He knows I like this. He knows IMF is there.
Oh yeah.
And then he's like broadcasting their frequency, pretending to be part of IMF. He's like, team leader, have you gotten this? So he's completely setting them up.
Yeah.
Which again, it's another movie where Ethan Hunt has been set up.
He's just constantly framed. He's always set up. I don't know why they got to just take him off these cases.
Really? 2 is the only one he's not set up.
Right?
He really is the only one. And they're like, oh shit, we got to get out of here. We've been totally framed. Also, speaking of other gadgets, Jane had a camera that was in charge of a balloon, which had another little camera on it.
It was like a low-tech, high-tech drone.
Yeah.
It was like lower tech than our current drones, but like higher tech than whatever you had in 2011.
Yeah. It was a lot of fun. Again, a little HDV camera. Remember those?
A little handy cam, like just controlling this balloon, like literal red balloon, like wolf balloon style.
Red balloons.
Yeah.
Should have been 99 of them. Have that song in your head, assholes. So yeah, they have to escape. Benji gets out. They split up. I love Tom Cruise's takes off his disguise. He rips the nose mustache.
Really
and I love his jacket is reversible.
It is I do love. I wonder how many times it took them to get that right, because he does the transition really smoothly. I think like it is in a one take, which I like. Right, he like walks out, takes it off, takes off the jacket, takes this off, like puts on glasses, flips on the jacket backwards.
Yeah. And I love the Bruce Springsteen shirt.
Yeah, it's just like, I am cool.
He's supposed to look like tourist. I am just American tourist. And they got out of there scot-free. No. The Kremlin blows up.
And again, to their credit, he does get hurt in this explosion.
Yes, not as hurt as he should have been.
No, but yes, he doesn't just walk away from this, from being exploded.
We did, as we were watching it, this one didn't have the best explosion. The effect, there are really good effects in this.
Yeah, there really are.
It didn't even look as good as like the bridge explosion from the last movie.
Yeah. I wonder if it just got
Do you think this maybe was added? Maybe this feels like you didn't need to blow up the Kremlin.
I'm not quite sure why that was I don't know if that was an add to the
then
script.
he is in a hospital afterwards. I don't know. Maybe that was something they added to spice up the script.
Yeah.
But yeah, the Kremlin blow. It's kind of cool because you see like the ground quake first, and then everything blows up, and he's like running in the car lot. But yeah, it fucking takes him out. He wakes up in a hospital, and the cops are totally onto him because they found his reversible jacket.
I know. They're like, oh.
Like,
two sides to the same jacket.
Yeah, they're like, that's weird that your bomber jacket has Russian military stuff on the inside. That doesn't seem right.
So he's like, what's it called? Handcuffed to the bed.
He's handcuffed, but these guys are not aware of who he is. They don't know that, one, he can read lips. And two, he's got, if you put a paper clip in there, we talked about this, him and Hannibal Lecter, they need are a pack of 100 paper clips, and they'll be unstoppable.
Yeah.
They will get out of any situation. The problem is one would be eating people, and the other would be like, stop!
Oh, that's a great question. Who would win in a showdown between Ethan Hunt and Hannibal Lecter?
Hannibal Lecter. Are you kidding me? No. Ethan Hunt. Sorry.
I don't know. I think we got to see. I think we need to put this into like a software.
No, you forget.
You
forget that Hannibal Lecter had disadvantages. He's insane. It's that line from Red Dragon.
Oh,
you had disadvantages. Like, what are those? Like, you're insane. Okay, you got me.
Yeah, truth.
Hannibal didn't need to leave a cookbook with all the stuff highlighted if he has a photographic memory. It's almost like he wanted to get caught.
Yeah, because then he could oops, now I got to eat you.
Fun fact, all my Hannibal reviews have been compiled into one video or an audio file that you just watch or listen to.
Where?
On YouTube or wherever, on the same podcast feed you're listening to now or watching now.
That's exciting.
Well, on YouTube, we have a compilation playlist.
Gotcha.
And on, it's just on as a compilation on the podcast feed. If you want to hear me, Johanna, and that one episode we did with Trisha talk about Hannibal Lecter for 5 hours, there you go. All 5 movies, because we also threw Manhunter in there. Anyway, so yeah, he gets out, and I like that he escapes to the ledge, and there's just nowhere to go.
There's just no.
And again, another great moment of levity where he's just like, "This wasn't a good idea." And he's like, "It seemed like one a few minutes ago." And
he's just like, "You want to jump?" He's just like.
And I thought he was gonna jump into the garbage, which we were joking. Like they always do that in movies, and I'm like. There's sharp stuff in trash cans.
This isn't a pillow garbage.
Yeah, I was gonna say, this isn't. If it was the garbage at the pillow factory, I'll probably feel more confident jumping into it. But
not outside a hospital.
As someone who lived in an apartment complex with dumpsters, I was throwing all kinds of shit in there. I would never want to jump in there.
Nope.
Just broken furniture with jaggedy wood.
Oh my God,
it'll cushion my fall. Ah! So yeah, he almost walks back. But luckily a van comes by. And as we learn with Mission Impossible 3 is that you can land softly on the top of a metal van.
Yeah.
And you'll be totally fine.
You're moving, the van's moving. It's like a whole thing.
He slides onto it and then it hits the brake and he falls onto the ground.
The fall from the top of the van to the floor would be so hurtful.
And if that were me, I'd be like, I'm going back to the hospital. I think I broke every bone in my body. How old was he at this point?
I don't know. He's not young.
He had to be pushing 50 at this point, right?
Right? Because I'm trying to think. He's like, what? What did he start in? Risky Business in the early 80s?
Hold on.
This is at least...
How old was Tom Cruise in...
I would say he has to be at least 50 because he's 25.
They were filming this in 2010. How old was Tom Cruise? He was 48 years old.
Yeah, he's pushing. Yeah.
Angela, if I fall off a van onto concrete, I'm dead. Granted, he's in better shape than me. But I'm 35, and that I know there's assholes in the comments going, "Oh, you're only 35. I thought you were 60." I see those comments. They're hurtful. Yeah, so like that, and then he gets up and walks away barefoot with his feet all fucked up.
Right?
Come on,
he's just
man.
like, I can do it. It's fine, guys.
At least he's allowing himself to get hurt in these. Where remember the second one, our main complaint was that he was like Superman.
Yeah, he was like indestructible.
He was always inconvenienced. He was never really hurt.
Yeah.
This one, they're beating the shit out of him constantly. And then he just gets more beat up as they go on. It's actually a lot of fun. So then we see a man who's watching the news. And he's very disturbed by the bombing, and he's telling his family, he's like, we gotta go right now. But then the bad guy's there.
As a great, he's like, wife, we have to go. Not my wife.
He's like, hello, we have work to do. It's like, okay, so whoever this guy is, the bad guys want him for some reason. Then Tom Cruise. Then Ethan Hunt meets up with Tom Wilkinson's character, who is the secretary. We never saw the secretary in these.
Finally, after years of wondering who is disavowing all of this knowledge.
Well, I assume there's multiple secretaries. Because I don't think
all of the secretaries, clearly there's different ones throughout the year.
Yeah, I was gonna say,
which
I don't know if I didn't want you to think that maybe Tom Wilkinson was the secretary when Peter Graves was calling the shots.
It's just
he'd be the mailroom at IMF while that was happening.
Yeah.
But yeah, so we finally meet a secretary because I don't think.
But they don't say what it's secretary of what, right? It's not the Secretary of Defense, is it? The Secretary of
just say secretary.
State? I don't know. They just say secretary. That's what I mean.
Does Alec Baldwin become the secretary? I think we see another secretary in the ones coming up.
No,
but I forget if they clarify what, because the other ones that we're about to watch, the government usually kind of gets involved. They're kind of fed up with IMF shit.
IMF is fucking
they're literally
up.
One of the, I think Fallout, they are ready to shut them down. They're like, you guys are a fucking problem and a pain in our ass.
Yeah, well, why do they keep getting infiltrated enough that someone can keep framing one of their
Angela,
best?
The branches of the military or government are not allowed to accuse other ones of being infiltrated. It happens a lot. That would be like a stone throwing session. Everyone would be pointing fingers. It's best to not just.
See, now this is. I'll die. I won't go off on my nuclear war existential crisis.
Yeah, Angela had an existential crisis during the thing.
In the middle of this
I'm
movie.
trying to enjoy a fun spy movie. She's like, what if we all die? Anyway, he's telling him hey, look, the secretary has initiated Ghost Protocol. Everyone at IMF has been disavowed. You're going to return to America where the bombing will be placed on you and your agents and you will take the fall and presumably be executed for it.
Right. I don't think people look lightly on that.
And it's like, oh, that's fucked. Also, we learn here before he says Ghost Protocol, Jeremy Irons. That'd be weird if Jeremy Irons was it. Jeremy Renner is Brant, a new character.
Yes.
Which the rumor was, is he replacing Ethan Hunt? Because I think at this point, or it was either around this, maybe the year after or a year before, they put out Bourne Legacy.
Yeah.
Where he was a different Treadstone agent. I think that movie is happening the same time as Part 3 is happening, but I think the idea was like he would be the new Jason Bourne. Didn't happen. They did a fourth one that I still have not watched.
We don't need it.
You like the Jason Bournes?
I don't know. I've never seen them.
Trilogy's good. First three's good.
Okay.
Yeah. Again, Bourne Legacy was lame, and I didn't even see the fourth one. Couldn't tell you if it's good. It's got a fun stunt show in Universal Studios.
Ooh, do love a good stunt show.
That's another one. Maybe watch the first.
Okay.
Maybe watch the first Jason Bourne.
Okay.
It's fun. So yeah, he shows him he draws a picture of the guy on his hand. But yeah, they tell him that guy looks like Hendrix. He's an extremist, nuclear extremist.
I just love that idea that like, oh, the guy who wants to kill everyone is an extremist. We figured it out. Like, oh, I don't know what else.
Yeah,
I would
they're
have called
usually
him.
pretty people who want to destroy the entire world, not even like their enemies,
No.
not even take over the world. The ones who
Just
want to
like,
destroy the world are
world.
usually pretty extreme,
Right.
Angela. So yeah, so he gets updated on who the guy is, but then he tells him everyone's been disavowed. And I like, he's like, you're going to do this, you're going to do this. And then like, there's like a little bit of pause. He's like, unless of course you knock me out and Brant, and then you go to this location where I've sent your team, an off-grid thing. So like
Right,
the
like-
secretary like knew this would happen at some point.
Right?
And had
He was prepared.
He had a backup plan for if he ever had to disavow IMF, there would still be some agents who could operate remotely.
Right? You got to have a plan B.
And I love that Brant isn't in on this. And he's like, sir, what are you saying? I think what you're saying is very illegal. Interestingly enough, when I looked at the wiki for this, they said Tom Wilkinson was uncredited for his role. And we were talking, that's usually for like cameos.
Right, like a surprise. Like at the
Yeah,
end
or a
of
surprise. But no, he's in all the trailers. Like,
Very strange.
Like if you're a fan of him, you'd be like, oh, I want to see it. He's in it. And it's just like, why would you uncredit him?
Yeah.
We know he's in it. Bullet through that. We got PG-13 bullets through the head.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, the driver gets killed. Their car falls into the river, and the bad guys are just shooting out the water.
Down to the water.
I love Ethan's plan of putting a flare in the dead guy and just letting him float, and they just
like,
shoot him.
no respect for the dead.
No. But I like when he gets out, Brant is like, how did you know that was going to work? What is the logic? They see a dead guy with a flare and they start shooting at him. And Ethan's like, I didn't really think it out. I think they just wanted to shoot something.
Yeah, he's just like, all I knew was they were shooting.
Yeah. That's the whole thing with this. You never know like what Brant's deal is. And I feel like if I remember, the trailers tried to paint it where he might have been like a
He's
secret
like ambiguous, right? Like,
yeah. Because I think that part later on in the movie goes, who are you, Brant? That was in a lot of the trailers. So it's just like, is he the replacement or is he the new bad guy?
Right. I think they were kind of like trying to play that out.
I'm not going to tell you which one, but there's another one where he gets a partner, turns out to be a bad guy.
Oh, no.
It's cool. Okay, so they find the secret train car, which
Yes.
is like a super... Feels like something you'd see in like Batman or something. It's
Yes.
so high tech. It's a high tech
It
train
looks
car.
so broken on the outside.
I
and
know.
then you go in and you're like, doo, doo, doo,
And it's got
doo,
like
doo,
secret
doo.
compartment. They have chairs that come out and slide
Oh,
down.
and,
They
like,
have an
they're just like-
LED screen. The gun wall.
Right. I'm like waiting for them to be like, you're a martini, sir. Like, it just was so fancy.
They got a nice. All the guns are in the wall with the laser cut. in.
Yeah. They're like, exactly. This is the spot for this specific
Which
gun.
we talked about. I have a camera case and I tried to manually cut the foam. Doesn't look
It
good.
doesn't work.
Doesn't
I've
look
tried it.
It never. I guess if I have a file, I can make it a little even. But who's got the time?
Right.
Once you cut it enough and it fits, you're like, good.
You're
Have
go.
fun. I know you can order them cut. Costs
Yeah,
too
but
much.
that's money.
That is. I'm like, I'll just do it with a knife. And I'm like, that was a bad idea. Why did I do that?
See, if you only had IMF money,
If only I had IMF money.
you're saying, like they
I would
leave
have
so
gotten-
many of these
I would have gotten a
gadgets.
laser to scan it and then a laser to cut it. And then for no reason, I would have been wearing a mask this whole time.
The whole time you'd be like, surprise, it's me.
So yeah, he tells him about Hendrix being extremist, and we see Hendrix being like, I think the whole world should blow up, and then we can figure out how to solve all our problems.
That's what I mean. Like, I don't think he thought this through. Like, he physically is not building each building brick by brick, right? He needs people to be on his side to help him physically rebuild after everything gets nuclear bombed.
Yeah, and this is like a thing we see in like action or movies. Like, the whole idea is to destroy so everyone rebuilds. Like,
yeah, but you need someone has to do the rebuilding.
That's
you
the thing.
can't just destroy.
That's the thing. Considering what he does at the end, he's not even nominating himself to lead. He's just like, no, it just has to happen. I'm like, won't it just get worse? Like,
right? Like,
because not everyone's going to die from this. And I don't think the survivors are going to be thrilled with each other, especially if they're all blaming each other.
Right? It's going to be like a little Mad Maxy.
Yeah.
A little like...
I don't think you're going to be really fixing the world unless he really likes Mad Max and he's
maybe
just like...
he thinks that's the ideal.
Maybe he wants to dress up like a leather daddy with his ass out in the hockey mask. I mean, who wouldn't? But you know...
The only way to do that is nuclear destruction.
I mean, I feel like he could just go to a music festival in the desert. He doesn't really need to blow
Burning
up.
Man.
Yeah. Just... Like, he's just watch. He's like, yes, only nuclear war. And somebody's like, I just buy you that outfit right now.
You can go to the store, man. Like,
he really wants to be Lord Humongous from The Road Warrior.
I think he does.
Fun fact, Lord Humongous. I went to a wrestling event recently.
Mm-hmm.
One of my favorite people. He makes really funny designs, but he's also a wrestler, I think. His name is Lard Humongous. He goes to these events. I love this guy.
God,
he goes to these events. He's wearing like leather bondage stuff and the hockey mask, but he's like 300 pounds.
Oh my God.
Not of muscle, by the way. Not of muscle. So funny just seeing a really fat Lard Humongous.
Like, here I am.
Shout out Lard Humongous. You rule. I took a picture with his crotch the other day. He had a studded codpiece. It was really nice.
All right. All right.
So yeah, he plans to go to Dubai to get the activation codes. Yeah. So they have launch codes, but they need activation codes for it. It reminds me of the knock list from the first one.
Yes.
Jane is real into killing Sabine. So Sabine has the codes, and she's going to exchange them for diamonds.
Diamonds. Like, there's not anything better in the world that you wanted.
She likes diamonds. So she's going to give nuclear codes for diamonds to Hendrix's men. So their plan is to pose as Hendrix men, pose as Sabine, can trick the two of them.
Do a flip-flop.
Yes.
Which, again, is like, feels so reminiscent of the show.
Yes.
Of something that's like really convoluted. You need masks. You need trickery. Like, it's not just like, we can't just go kill everyone so they don't have the codes. Like,
Ambrose from Mission Impossible 2 would have gotten this done in 5 seconds.
Yeah.
Now, granted, he would have been launching the nukes, but the mission would have been done.
Yes, that's why he got kicked out, because he was too straightforward for IMF.
It's like he gets the job done, but then he goes rogue all the time. But Jane just really wants to kill Sabine because she was... Forget if it was the guy she killed was her partner or her boyfriend. It seems more like boyfriend.
Yeah.
Maybe they had a unsanctioned work romance.
Ooh. They were very close.
Yeah, it seemed like they had a thing. She really wants to kill Sabine, and Ethan's like, all right, chill. It's like she's actually tied to a lot of people. We really need her. And even like Benji's like, yeah, let's do that. And Ethan's like, no. He's like, you're right. We shouldn't kill her.
So, you know, he just kind of feels like the everyman a little bit.
He really
in the
does.
Show, you're like, yeah, let's do it. Oh, no, we can't do that.
So they all go to Dubai, and they go to the Burj Khalifa Tower. I had to tell Angela the story on the commentary track, but when we did rental reviews, I mentioned Godzilla King of the Monsters did a PR, like a publicity stunt with the Burj Khalifa Tower. They projected Godzilla on it, and I accidentally called it the Mia Khalifa Tower, and all the comments pointed it out. I was like, God damn it, of all the Khalifas to confuse that building
all
with.
The Khalifas and all the towers.
If it was Wiz Khalifa, I wouldn't have gotten made fun of. But everyone's like, oh, you pervert. Why'd you call it the Mia Khalifa Tower? I'm like, God damn it. The Burj Khalifa Tower.
There you go.
Which I think is the biggest building in the world, right?
I think it is.
We're talking about her a little bit in the commentary. Florence Pugh is trying to pull a Tom Cruise right now. I don't know if you saw that.
No, what's she doing?
She's in that because she's like the new Black Widow for Marvel.
Yeah.
She's in that movie Thunderbolt's coming out. Mm-hmm. And I guess Marvel tried to phone it in the last like 10 years or 5 years. And like, oh, we should probably film our stuff to look like movies again and not CGI green screen garbage. We thought we could get away with that. Turns out we can't. So she just did a stunt jumping off the second biggest building in the world.
Oh, she did the stunt?
Yeah, and she like begged them to do the stunt. And she's like, it would be great for PR. I'm like, kind of ripping off Tom Cruise.
Yeah. Also, that's just like.
I mean, other people have done this. Tom Cruise didn't even invent it, but it's like it is kind of funny where it's like, oh, this is how Mission Impossible advertised their movies, and it's like also second biggest. Tom did the first one. We're just saying. Just saying, Tom jumped off the first biggest tower.
Let's just like leave it to the profession. Like I want to keep stunt people in business. I don't
actually. Is this true? Did I misread something? Are they making an Oscar for stunts?
I heard they were thinking about it. I don't know if they actually did or not, but they should because.
Yeah. Not that I care. Who gives a shit about the Oscars?
I mean, yeah.
I mean, I really hate the Oscars this year because I lost that fucking bet and I had to do another video written by Adam.
So you get
Emilia Perez. God damn it! Why did he get so many nominations and only win 2? Why?
That was your fault.
I went all in. Any category Emilia Perez was in, I picked Emilia Perez.
Just like Ada, like you're like one of these.
Because I lost so bad at the Golden Globes bet. And it was nominated so many times. I'm like, I have to win.
Tony just doesn't know anything about movies. Surprise. Sorry for watching, guys. You can all go home.
Next year. The second annual Hack Academy Awards. We're going to do a good job.
There we go.
Anyway, so yeah, they get into the tower. They get ready to do their plan. And they're like, oh, by the way, you got to break into the server room from the outside. And I love that Benji's saying it so casually because he never has to do any of this stuff.
He doesn't have to.
Yeah, and Ethan's like, what do you mean the outside? He's like, oh, well, because IMF's closed down, I don't have a guy who could break into the security, and it's military grade. So we have to break in. He can't shut everything down remotely. And he's like, what? What do you, like, and then I love that, like, Ethan doesn't want to do it. And we were joking in the commentary. I think marriage brought him down to earth a little bit. Whereas old Ethan Hunt is climbing rocks for no reason.
Right, like free climbing and just like that's
flirting with girls, like, speeding on the edge of canyons. Now he's like, I have to be very careful. But yeah, I love that he's like, what if we went through the vents? Or like laser security, not enough time. What if I do this? Not enough time. He's like, God damn it.
Right.
So yes, they have to now. He now has to climb the building.
Do you think this is how this movie was pitched? It was like Mission Impossible 4. He's gonna have to climb the tallest tower, and then we'll write the rest of the movie around that.
Someone should have been like, didn't you do a skyscraper thing with the last 2 movies? They're like, this is different.
This is better.
This is better. This is actually a lot better. I don't think they do a skyscraper in the next one. There's an underwater part in the next one. Yeah.
An underwater
and I think
skyscraper?
he held his breath for a while. Which again, when you see the movie, it's so many digital backgrounds. Like, why did he do that? Yes. So yeah, he starts to climb, and again, in IMAX, it still gives me vertigo watching it. But
I know it was like
I almost never get like weird with heights and stuff when it comes to movies. Seeing this in IMAX, I was like I was like sweating. I was in the edge of my seat, like, holy shit.
Yeah.
And it's tense. So he's got the gloves. When it's blue, it's glue. And if it's red, you're going to not be able to touch anything. And that's all he has. He has no cables. In real life, he had a bunch of cables. They digitally removed them. But he did climb outside the building.
Which is wild to do.
Yes. It's insane. And that was when they really started pushing the stunts as, I mean, they were kind of doing it, but like now every movie, there's the one big stunt that they show in all the advertisements.
And they're like, this is the reason you're coming for the movie.
This one, the one after this is him hanging on the side of the plane. Mm-hmm. I think for Fallout, it was him swinging from the helicopter, and also when he jumped over the buildings and actually broke his leg. He actually did that.
Oh, right. I remember hearing about that.
They left the shot in the movie, too.
I mean, you might as well. You went all in for it.
And then there's the motorcycle one in the last one. So yeah, it is tense. Not since the CIA room in the first movie have we had a scene this tense. It is awesome. His one glove turns off, which is again adds another element.
He's like throws the glove away.
I do like that he throws it and then later on it's on the thing. He's like, wait, does it work? And then it falls.
And then it just falls again.
He has a laser and it doesn't break all the way. He falls. And again, the first time he fell, I remember in the theater just going like leaning forward and holding the arm of the chair. I'm like, holy shit. I should not have watched this in IMAX. This is too much. He kicks it in. He hacks into the server. So they're able to take control of the building. Sabine shows up ahead of schedule. And they're like, well, shit.
Yeah.
And I love that Ethan needs to find a way down. He has like a spool with like either a hose or a cable.
Yes. And just like,
yeah, he like jumps out and is running down the building. I feel like a lot of movies have done the whole running down the building. Jackie Chan, Who Am I? There was that one. And then what was it recently? Tenet, they were doing the whole running up the building thing.
You just...
What was the other one? Oh, that Mission Impossible Apocalypse or Armageddon, whatever the second one was called. Mila Jovovich does it. God, that movie's terrible.
Which one?
Oh, Resident Evil.
Okay, I was like,
not Mission Impossible. Resident Evil Apocalypse.
Oh, okay, yes.
Yeah, it was cooler when Tom Cruise did it, but I love that there's not enough like slack, and I love when there's not enough slack, and Brant points out he's like, "There's not enough slack." He's like, "No shit."
I was like, "Okay,"
because Brant's being an asshole the whole time. He's like, "You only have 20 seconds." He's like, "Stop with the countdown."
No more, guys.
So yeah, he has to run around the building. And then run back and let go and jump.
Swing himself in there like some
again, another tense thing. He falls. Brant catches him. Brant falls. Jane jumps in and grabs him.
Holds him by the pant leg. And that's where I'm just like, I couldn't do this. I don't know why I thought I could do the rest of this movie. But this moment of holding two people out a window by someone's pant leg, I was like, I'd just let them all die.
But yeah, they're able to get in. And I love this. While this is going on, Benji's like changing the numbers on doors.
Yes.
And he comes in, he's like, whoa, that was a lot. I'm glad we did that. What did I miss? It's like they all three of them almost just got sucked out a window.
Right.
Oh, we've got to establish, to make things worse, a sandstorm is coming during all of this.
Yeah, I don't know why that's part of this, honestly. I felt like it was
for the
tense.
bad guy to get away.
Okay, yeah. Because I was like, it doesn't, they already have a time crunch. Do you know what I mean?
I just love that because again, one of the fun things about the show is when they have a plan and then something keeps going wrong. And this, like, everything that can go wrong is going wrong. And again, they don't have the best gear or equipment because they're on the run.
And then...
Which is what was so fun about the first movie when he's like going like real undercover.
Speaking of needing equipment... They want to do a mask.
They were printing masks this whole time to disguise themselves as the terrorist and as the girl. But yeah, what'd you call it? The mask break.
Yeah, the machine like sploosh.
Yes.
And like it's just colors and not.
Yeah, like sprays and breaks. I love that he's just like, all right, we'll go in without masks. They're like, well, he's like, maybe they never met before. I'm like, that's a big risk.
Right?
That's a big risk.
Big gamble.
Are you sure they've never met before?
Well, this is before Zoom, so
yes, that's true. And then it gets worse because the terrorist, it's not the main guy, it's his henchman, or so we think, is there with the other dude from earlier with the family. We learned that he's like a Polish guy who can authenticate the codes.
Yes.
Because their plan was one of them is going to get the codes, secretly take pictures that will print fake codes into the other guy's suitcase.
Yeah, right?
Yeah. And then they were like, well, fuck it. We'll just have to give him the real codes. And Brant's
because
like,
he's because he authentic, right? Like,
yeah. And Brant's like, absolutely not. But he's like, tell me if there's any other way. Is there any other way we could go about this? It's like, fuck, you're right. So yeah, Ethan and Brant meet with Sabine, who's the dealer, and then Jane is pretending to be the dealer, meeting with the terrorists, who are the clients. This is happening. Benji is pretending to be room service.
Yes, and the like gorgeous little yellow jacket.
Yeah, he's got
like,
the fake with the fake arm. So he has like a fake arm that's constantly holding a towel, and he's like using his other hand to grab stuff. So he's gonna run like everything back and forth for them. So yeah, they grab the diamonds and transfer the codes. Everything's seemingly going well. And I love that as soon as the terrorists authenticated, they're like, "All right, we're leaving. Goodbye."
Yeah.
Yeah, they just get up and then he kills the Polish guy. He's like, "I don't need you anymore. Goodbye."
Right?
Yeah.
It's like, oh, you did your job.
He's like, "Yeah, release their family." Bang, 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 bang. But then Sabine spots the contact on his eye. She's like, "Oh shit, you're fake." They fight. Ethan takes off after the terrorist. But the Russian detectives stop him. They followed him all the way to Dubai. They're like in on this.
They're like, no.
They're like, "Well, we know who you are." Everyone else is dealing with Sabine, trying to stop her. They get into a tussle, and Jane acts impulsively and kicks her ass out the fucking window.
The window. See, I was concerned this whole time. I was like, when are they going to put the glass back in this window? A sandstorm's coming. And I was like, oh, well, good thing they didn't do that.
But then I kept joking, like, because immediately after this, Ethan's running. And a small part of me just wanted to see, like, her fall, like, next to me. Like, oh, my God.
Right? Because, like, who does she land on someone? Like, I don't know. You can't just throw a person out a window.
There's not a lot of her left. Again, it's the tallest building in the world. But yeah, he takes off running because we have to have running scenes now. We're after that third one, we're all in on Tom Cruise.
Running.
We got to do this. How does he do that? That run is intense.
Yeah,
I can't do that run.
Man.
I can't do that run. I can do the Steven Seagal run. I don't know if you ever saw compilations of Steven Seagal running.
I don't think so. Not a compilation, back to back to back.
Okay. This is called Steven Seagal running like a girl.
He does flail.
Yeah. See, I can do that run.
Okay,
I'm pretty good at that run. Tom Cruise, hard.
His like elbows
Steven
and
Seagal
this are not connected to the rest of his body.
I don't know what's going on with his arm. He's like, it's like he's swatting flies while he's running. Easy run to do.
Yes.
Easy run to do.
The Ethan Hunt run.
I can't replace Ethan Hunt. I can replace
one can.
whoever Seagal played in Under Siege 1 and 2. I can do that pretty easily. So yeah, he is taking off. He runs into the sandstorm. Luckily, he has those goggles.
He has, yeah.
They make a note that he never took off the goggles.
He has to like put them, like hide them in his jacket, and then he's like, "Good thing I got these."
This scene is fine. I get what they're doing. They're trying to chase each other through the sandstorm with just the GPS. It's not the most visually. I get the idea behind it. I just don't think it worked. But also coming off the tower scene, anything was going to feel lackluster. It's too soon to one up that.
I feel like this is something that like written out in a script even would be more interesting, right? Like to hear like he does this, then he goes there, right? But just like having nothing to see.
It would be more fun in like a suspense or horror. I'm thinking of like
a Ripley with the
alien with the thing, or like I'm even thinking like Buffalo Bill in the basement at the end.
Yes, yeah.
For like an action movie following up one of the most incredible action scenes I've ever seen with this.
Stunt, yeah.
I get the idea behind it. It's clever. It just didn't really work for me.
Yeah.
However, he finds out that it wasn't the terrorist henchman. It was the actual terrorist.
Why was he pretending to be a henchman?
Yeah, why was he pretending to be his own second in command? That was bizarre.
Right? That's just very strange.
But we find out because he sees the mask. And then
he tries to grab him.
And it rips it off.
It rips the mask.
And then we see even he has a lot of IMF stuff. How did he get all that stuff?
He does. That's suspicious.
He's even got the neck thing that changes your voice.
Yeah.
Interestingly enough. Everyone meets and they're all annoyed with each other. They're all playing the blame game.
Yeah, it didn't go as planned.
And Ethan doesn't trust Brandt. By the way, Brandt is like an analyst or
yeah.
I
think he's like an analyst.
But then like what you call it? Ethan like pulls a gun on him and stuff, and he completely disarms it. He's like, "You're an agent," and he's like, "We all got our secrets." So yeah, now it's like, what's his deal? And that's the part like, who are you, Brandt?
Yeah, that's where they're really playing in that.
Yeah. So then, Ethan goes to meet with the guy that he freed earlier in the movie.
Yes.
Because he's related to arms dealers. And wouldn't you know it, Angela?
What?
This new arms dealer has the same henchman Max did in the first one, the creepy blonde guy.
Yes.
And it turns out that creepy mask he just uses for everyone. They brought back
That's
the
his
creepy
mask.
stitched mask.
He that's part of when you hire me, you also get the mask, and then I will kidnap who you need and
They're
take
like,
them.
here's my
places.
thing. I don't blindfold people. I make them wear a creepy mask. I'm like, why do you do that?
I will provide the mask. Don't.
By the way, what a weird fucking callback. I don't know. I don't know if there was any person on Earth who was like, I really hope the blonde guy comes back.
You know who I haven't seen in a hot minute?
The blonde guy who put the mask. We need him back in the franchise. Again, I spoil this for you, but we get to meet Max's daughter in a few movies.
Ooh.
First off, I was going to say woke, but Max was a woman. Shit. Never mind. The original's woke. No, it should have been this guy. It should have been blonde, creepy mask guy. He's like, I finally
worked my way up.
Enough of my superiors either died or got arrested. Now I'm in charge.
Because that's how those types of organizations work, right? You can't really get promoted until someone else dies.
And all my henchmen wear the spooky mask.
Yes.
Why? It's the weirdest. It's the weirdest
Weird
callback to the
yeah.
first one. I'm like, what? Also, that creepy mask felt very Brian De Palma. I don't know if it really works.
Yes.
I don't know if it works in the
here.
Brad Bird movie. Anyway, he meets with that guy and his cousin, and the dude is vouching for him.
Mm-hmm.
He makes a deal with the arms dealer to one, get gear.
Yeah.
And then figure out a way to break into some rich guy's satellite to stop the launch of the nukes.
Yeah.
But then the arms dealer is giving info about Hunt to the Russian detectives. He's ratting him out. Not
Double
good.
cross.
While this is happening, we get the backstory of Brandt. He apparently was in the field. He was watching a couple. He was security for them. He knew there was a hit out on them, but he knew he could take care of it. And then one day the man went running and the wife was killed. And then the man that he was supposed to protect went and killed 6 Serbians. And it turns out that man was Ethan Hunt. That's right. Julia's dead. And it's Brandt's fault.
What?
And he's afraid to tell him. I would be too.
Nah, yeah. We've got other things going on right now.
I do like Benji's like, I heard she left him. He's like, yeah, I heard that story too. It's not real. So they have all their new gear and stuff. He's like, do you guys want to join me for this mission? They're like, we don't really have a choice, but okay.
Yeah, we don't want the world to explode.
So they figure out how they're going to like hack into the satellite. And Brandt, so they need to get the codes from the guy.
Mm-hmm.
Ethan needs to be there to get the bad guys. And Brandt is going to have to go in and hack this thing.
Yes.
With a metal magnet suit. So they're going to put a little remote control underneath the fan of the supercomputer. And then he's going to drop down with a magnet. And magnetism is going to float him, after they turn off the fan, into a tiny room to override the satellite. The problem is he has to jump where the fan is, hope the fan is turned off, and then when the fan is turned off, it's going to get boiling hot. So he has to do this all really quickly in a super tight metal suit.
Yes, it's perfect. What could go wrong?
Brandt thinks a lot could go wrong. He's not really excited for
Not
this.
digging it.
Again, this is where I go, just let the nukes drop. I can't
You're
do
like,
it.
I'm out, y'all.
I'm like, if the nuke is close enough to me, I won't feel it. This I'm going to feel. I'm going to feel being sliced up by that fan. They go to Mumbai and they get ready for the heist. Jane is flirting with the rich guy, the host of Slumdog Millionaire.
I'm so excited. He's out and about doing things.
Yeah. So yeah, she's like flirting with him, trying to gain his trust. Meanwhile, Brandt is too scared to make the leap.
Yeah, he's just like, nope.
He's like, they're like, jump. You have to jump. Because they turned the fan off. And he jumps, and it is tense. This they were trying to call back to the classic cable scene. So now there is no cable. He just falls, and like there's a big spike. Now, you didn't like that they cut away.
I didn't like it. I wanted to see the whew.
I know. I like that thing, because we've seen the...
I know.
I like that they cut away to her like squeezing the guy's hand because she's like reacting to it. I thought that was fun. And they linger for a minute where you don't know if he's alive or not.
I think that was where I was like, I know he's alive. Let's get.
Yeah.
I want to see the.
And he's just like sitting there, like, oh god, oh god, oh god, oh god. I do like that he's a little different than Ethan Hunt. Who's like, he's just like, oh, I don't want to do this. This is horrifying. I don't think this is fun.
Right.
Also, while this is happening, the bad guys show up in Mumbai. They're headed to a station. Rich guy gets a little handsy with Jane, and then she puts him down. And then she kicks his ass.
Yeah, she does.
Ethan's like, all right, kick the shit out of him for the code.
She's like, no problem.
And he just gives it up. He's
oh
like,
yeah,
okay,
he's
here
a
it is.
rich guy. He's not ready, like trained against torture.
Yeah.
Like, he lives a comfortable life.
So they are able to get control of the nuke, and they're like, shit, are we too late? It's like, no, we can figure out, now that they did this, we know where they are.
Yes.
Turns out it's like a TV station. They're using the TV station satellite to communicate with the other one. So they find his location. The fan turns on and almost kills Brandt. And then like that, it shoots him up.
And it goes, yeah.
And then he falls down and he's got to like jump into that small window. That whole like remote control car gets shredded.
It's
It
good.
was awesome.
It's really good.
Ethan is speeding to Hendricks' location while Jane is getting dressed next to him. We talked about this in comedy. I'm like, she is ridiculously hot. I'd have to tell her to get in the back seat. I'm like, do this in the back seat.
She just like rips off the dress, like whoosh.
Which is funny because I think Scarlett Johansson did the same thing in Iron Man 2 a year before this, although she was in the back seat.
There you go.
And then Jon Favreau, who just coincidentally happened to be the director of that film, is like looking at her in the rearview window. And that was after a scene where Jon Favreau, who just coincidentally happened to be the director of the film, wrote a scene where she like pins him between his legs.
Isn't that funny how that happens?
I get what you're doing, Jon Favreau. Hey, leave him alone. Jon Favreau's a nice guy. I get what you're doing. Scarlett Johansson, you're telling, come on.
I'm just saying.
What if my best friend Glenn Powell, you were able to write any scene to act in with him? Come on. What are you going to write a scene where you're just sitting across from each other at a long table having a conference? Come on.
Look, that's not what this video's about, okay? We got to get back to some missions.
Because now you're thinking about it, you're like, oh, shit. Yeah. What did we say about Mission Impossible? But no, yeah, that scene is and like Tom Cruise is like, yep, nothing's happening, not looking at anything.
Eyes on the road,
nothing going on here. Gotta stop that nuke. I'm like, no, come on, lady, come on, please. Although we did call bullshit. How'd she get the pants on?
Yeah, she's got like skin tight leather pants on in the next scene. There's no way she's getting
there was
that
not
on
enough
in the
room.
car.
And if there is a back seat, it's very tiny.
Yes.
There's no way.
She's not getting
There's
these
no way
pants
she
on.
got that on without being awkward, like putting
Not like, right? Yeah, I just see like leg out.
roll
the
down the window. Anyway, Hendricks gets a sub to launch a nuke. They were able to get the codes and like, okay, whatever you say, boop. Nuke going up in the air. He goes out. He's like, wow, there will finally be peace once the U.S. blames Russia for hitting them with a nuke and then retaliates and then everyone starts nuking each other. Then we will have... That won't lead to a really long war. Nothing will probably be accomplished.
And everyone's just dying of radiation poisoning.
Yeah. Just slowly dying of radiation poisoning. Yeah, there's going to be a lot of radiation. Like, even if you rebuild, it's like, well... Now we're all horribly mutated.
Right? Yeah. I guess, there we go. Fall into the Fallout category.
Yeah, and all the people who weren't affected by the fallout, they don't want to interact with us because we're horrible mutant people.
Right.
He's basically creating Judge Dredd. He's making the Judge Dredd universe.
Ooh.
Which will be awesome. Judge Dredd 30th anniversary review coming this summer. I already shot it.
Oh, okay, great. So it definitely will be here.
Yes. Ethan Hunt shows up. Hendricks is like, oh, gotta go. So he's got like what do they call it? It's a briefcase, but what are they?
Attaché case.
Yeah, but they usually, when it comes to nukes, they call it like the nuclear football. Yeah. So yeah, he's running with that while the other guy, who I'm sure has a name, we're just calling him henchman, is in the station and everyone else has to deal with him. So Jane, Benji, and Brandt have to go deal with him. He's fighting them, but also turning the power off so they can't communicate with the missile. They're like, shit.
Right. All the powers are off.
They need to get the case and activate the satellite to communicate with the other satellite to turn off the nuke. A lot of wheels in motion here.
Yeah, it kind of felt like a video game. You know, like when when you have to split off and like do the two different.
Yeah, it really is. Yeah, he like chases the guy to like that car garage, vending machine car garage, which looks cool. I know they exist.
So cool.
I don't think they're as high tech as this. This looks a little.
Really neat.
Yeah, it looks neat as hell, but it looks a little ridiculous.
Like a little too futuristic.
Although, I don't know. Maybe it's like even more complex in real life. I don't know. But it's a fun place to, you mentioned in the commentary, it's a fun place to have a finale. There's a lot of moving parts.
It gives you that, like, you know, when like the main character has to like fight on like a parapet for no reason at all.
Yeah.
Like it gives you that like setup. And I like it.
And they're like beating the shit out of each other.
Yeah.
This poor guy
fighting.
Gets beat up by Ethan Hunt and John Wick. This poor guy.
Ethan gets his foot run over by a car.
Yes, but he also bends the dude's elbow completely backwards. Meanwhile, the case is just falling from platform to platform. It's very, very tense. And the fight with the henchman and Brandt, it's not as intense.
It's not that. I was just like, we gotta get back to Ethan.
Yeah, because like he's like fighting, and then I think Jane, she got shot, but then she shoots and kills the guy.
Yeah, like.
Yeah, but I think earlier Benji saved a dude doing pretty much the same thing. So yeah.
Yeah.
We just want to see this fight with Ethan. That's really
exactly.
What we see. Honestly, Ethan, this would have been the time where he could have done like twists and twirls and backflips.
Yeah, those backflips.
Suddenly he can't do backflips to other platforms. He doesn't once try to run forward and backflip at all.
Jump backwards and.
But yeah, I love that the bad guy believes in his mission so much that he just grabs the case and then tries to kill himself just so he'll be out of reach.
Yeah, I'm just was like, why not just throw the case and then like hold on to? I don't know. It was like an interesting choice.
Yeah, it was an interesting choice for him to die with the case.
Yeah, I don't think it was helpful to.
We see him hit everything on the way down and then just like. So yeah, Ethan's like, well, shit, how am I going to get down there in time? So he gets in a car. And he just prays the airbag will work.
Yep, he's like, buckle up.
He would be so injured.
Right, you can't just be in a massive car and it's a nosedive.
Yeah, you're fucked, dude.
That is not easy.
He crashes, airbag saves him. So yeah, he gets the case, and I love that he does a one-line. He goes, mission accomplished. Hits the button, nothing happens.
Mission accomplished.
Because the satellite's not on.
It's not on. I don't know if that is. I guess 2011, we were still making jokes about the whole George Bush mission accomplished banner.
Oh, yeah.
It's one of my favorite memes. Mission accomplished. I did it. It's like, oh no, it turns out that wasn't accomplished.
It wasn't accomplished at all.
I think Arrested Development made so many jokes about that.
Yes.
Yeah, so then he's like hitting it over and over again. They finally turn on the satellite. It interacts with the nuke. I like that it just turns the nuke off and
it's just like bloop, falls
hits
out of
the
the
building,
sky.
just falls right in the water. So yeah, they saved the day. And then the terrorist looks at him like, oh, my plan didn't work and I'm dying.
He's like really like
I just wanted
ground.
the plan to work.
Just dead.
I like the detectives show up. And they're like, you wanted the arms dealer to find to give us that information to find you, and you stopped it. He's like, yeah. Meanwhile, like he's also really injured. He's like, yeah. He's like, oh, do you want to go to the hospital? He's like, yes, please. Please, I would really like that.
He's just like
8 weeks later, we find out that they covered up the nuke hitting what was it, San Francisco were they at?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Seattle. No.
Well, they're in Seattle.
They're in Seattle, but it hit San Francisco.
But I think it hit San Francisco?
I think so.
Luther mentions about being in the bottom of San Francisco.
Yeah, being bottom of the bay. I think yeah.
So apparently they blamed it on a meteor, but people are like, I thought it was an aircraft. So they covered it up.
We got to cover things up. It's the IMF, okay?
Yeah. He gives we get to see Luther.
Yay!
Who makes fun of his line. He's like, you really said mission accomplished. He's like, you're so corny.
I like that also Ethan was like, I need to tell you that this is how it went down.
That's the thing. No one is there except for the guy who died.
Like you would I'd be like, I wouldn't tell anyone that part of the story.
Yeah, to be like, you know how many stories I tell some ridiculous stories on the show. You don't know what I'm censoring from those stories.
There's not 100% of the story that you tell.
They're all true stories. I just leave out some parts where I'm like, well, I don't want them to know about that part. That's a bad part. I don't want people to know I said that. But yeah, he could have just spent his whole life just not telling anyone about that.
No.
Instead, he's like, I have to tell
Best friend Luther.
Like, Luther's my best friend. He needs to know everything about me. Luther, my best friend, who I didn't meet till my 30s when he was a convict that I recruited.
Look, it's never too late to make a new friend.
That's true. Yeah, so he gives his new team missions. Gives them all phones with their new missions.
Whoop, whoop, whoop.
Also, that was taking us back. We realized, like, there are still some flip phones in this, or Blackberries, in addition to the new smartphones. It was that in-between period.
We didn't all switch over yet.
Yeah. Although I do miss phones with keyboards. I really miss it.
Really?
Yeah.
Well, it is nice, like, the tactile feeling of, like, knowing the keys are there.
Yes.
Instead of just being like...
I miss that a lot. Which is why I like this fucking fold phone until it broke. I had felt it was touchscreen, but it was big enough that it felt like a keyboard.
Felt like a keyboard, yeah.
So yeah, he gives them new missions. Brant refuses the mission.
He does, because he's got a secret to tell.
He's like, I'm the one who got your wife killed. He's like, how do you know she died? He's like, what? He's just like, yeah, we got her out of there. I made a deal with the secretary to make sure no one knew she was alive. I got the Serbians. I think she was kidnapped by the Serbians. He got her back. But then he was just like, we knew that Hendrix had people in there. Was some tie to Hendrix in there. So there was a reason I was in that prison. It wasn't just for that. Yeah. And then he shows him that Julia survived.
Yep.
And then
she's just hanging out.
What an awkward marriage they have now where they can only stare at each other from afar.
Right.
Because they can't interact because he has too many enemies or he's always being targeted.
That's why you need a secret identity and not running around being like, my name's Ethan.
Yeah. But yeah, now going forward, will we see her again in this franchise? Now that we know that there is a weak spot for Ethan that exists out there.
Yeah. And she's a nurse. I just feel like we should be of all people, could really utilize that, right?
Yeah. I mean, there's a lot of nurses out there.
I know, but she could be helpful. I want to see her more.
Okay. She's in White Lotus season 3.
Wait.
Yeah, the actress is in White Lotus.
What? Who? I can't even remember who she is.
Michelle Monaghan.
Oh, she's in it for such a moment in this movie that I forgot.
I feel like you mentioned in the last episode that she was in.
I did, and then okay, look, here we go.
I still haven't watched White Lotus season 2.
It's fun.
Which I really like season 1, and I just never got around to watching the other ones.
They're great. I like all of them.
I keep seeing pictures of that goofy-looking girl with the weird teeth. I'm just like,
oh, I love her.
I heard Saturday Night Live made fun of her, and she got all offended. I'm like, where the fuck have you been? Saturday Night Live does that to everyone.
They were like, I know, but I love her. I'm going to be on her side because she's wonderful.
I don't know. One day I'll watch the other seasons. Again, one was really good. But yeah, Julia survived. Everyone's happy. Ethan gets his new mission. Yeah. And this is the first time they've ever done this in the movies. They hint to what the bad guy is in the next film. Because we hear that Thing was infiltrated by a group called the Syndicate. There was a syndicate in the old show. This is a different syndicate. This is a new syndicate.
New syndicate.
Apparently, even the syndicate gets rebooted in this universe. So yeah, that's a fun ending to end on.
But see, that's another reason to say that the third one really helped save the franchise because not only did they, I mean, obviously they didn't have to make a fifth one, but they clearly bought the fourth one expecting to make a fifth one, right?
And this one did really well.
So they were like, because they set it up in this one.
I think it was the highest grossing Mission Impossible. It was the 5th highest grossing film of that year. So they're back at this point.
Yeah, they're ready to go.
And the Syndicate becomes like a thing in the next 2 films. It becomes a very big deal.
Double feature.
Yeah. But yeah, that is it for Mission Impossible Ghost Protocol. What do you think about this one out of all the ones we watched?
I really liked it.
Yeah.
I definitely liked it better than 2 and 3. Objectively.
By far, yeah. Even though 2 is my favorite.
I mean, even though 2 is amazing,
reasons.
but yeah.
Yeah.
And then, like we were saying, I think I really liked the first one just for the nostalgia of of all the callbacks to the TV show, but I think if as an action movie, like this is definitely a better action movie.
Yes, it gives you the stuff from the TV show with the missions and everything, but adds more action and stuff and fast-paced stuff. Yeah, it's a solid time. I've always had a good time watching this one.
It was fun. I liked it.
It's a hard movie to be bummed watching. You're just like, it's so much fun.
Yeah, except until you have that existential dread.
Well, except for you. You're the only person I've ever met who didn't have fun watching Ghost Protocol.
I liked it. I just was worried that the world was going to implode. Like, what if they're
I don't think it would implode. That'd be
okay,
a
we
problem.
just explode.
Is everything okay, Angela? You all right?
It's been rough. I'm fine. Anyway.
Send get well soons to send. I don't think your DMs are open.
No, don't DM me, guys. Don't
post a picture on your Instagram that says "Hang in there, baby," and tag Angela.
There we go.
So she has to see it. Really do that. I want to see. I want Angela to text me that she got 10,000 people tagging her with "Get well soon."
Get well soon.
Or "Hang in there, baby" with the cat.
The cat.
Make sure it's the Simpsons one.
Yeah, I was going to say it has to be the Simpsons one.
It has to be the Simpsons one.
Or I don't want it.
That cat's long dead. Yeah, it's a great time. It's a great time. Wow, this was a lot of fun.
This was. Thanks for having me.
Angela, we got 3 more commentary tracks to do.
Yes.
It's going to be fun, and then we got to go see that new one.
We are. We're going to go see it.
Yeah, so the next one is we're going to do the commentary tracks. That way we'll have a whole Mission Impossible album on Patreon.
Yes.
We will be doing What is the Best Mission Impossible by Christopher McQuary.
Ooh.
Since he did the next 4. And by the way, I've been really upset because I have a goddamn Mission Impossible 4 poster somewhere. The IMAX poster they gave out.
Where is it?
I cannot find it. I found a bunch of my posters that I put away, and I'm like, obviously it's with all of these. Not in there. I have no idea.
It just disappeared?
Angela, it was so cool. It was the wick burning, but as the wick went up, it turned into the Burj Khalifa tower.
Oh, that's cool.
And it was like a black and white and red poster.
I'm sad
I do have
now.
the Dead Reckoning Part 1 poster, so at least we'll have that for the next episode.
Okay.
Maybe I'll have 2 at that point.
All right.
Although now they're going to look stupid side by side because it's going to say Dead Reckoning Part 1, Final Reckoning. I'm like, no, Part 2. God damn it. Anyway, yeah, so come back for those. Please sign up for Patreon. We're having a lot of fun over there.
Yeah.
You got anything going on, Angela? Any missions you have going on at your video thing?
I just have a video studio.
Okay. If I wanted to kidnap someone and build a fake set and put on a goofy mask and blackmail them, can I do that at Angela Wolf Video?
You can. As long as it's all legal, whatever you're doing.
I don't know if you could legally blackmail someone. Sorry. What if I wanted to pretend?
I allow any legal activities at my studio.
Like, Tony, what are you using the studio for? I just have a guy with the scary mask on. A blind guy throws a guy in a scary mask. Angela, I'm renting the space, not you. Get out of here. I got a lot of questions for this guy. Just me yelling at a commenter that I found in real life. What do you mean I got that fact wrong?
I love it. Perfect.
But where can I look that up?
Just Angela Video.
Awesome. Check that out there. And yeah, that's it for me, guys. Goodbye, everyone. Hi, everyone. Tony from Hack the Movies here. And today we're going to talk about all 4 of Christopher McQuarrie's Mission Impossible films. And we're going to find out which one is the best Mission Impossible film directed by Christopher McQuarrie. Today on Hack the Movies. Angela.
Hi.
Or late last year.
Yeah.
I messaged you saying, I messaged you with a mission saying, do you want to do
to accept it?
Do you want to do commentary tracks for Mission Impossible? And you're like, sure. And then I messaged you with another mission. Do you want to do more? And then also, do you want to review all the sequels before the new movie comes out? And you accepted that mission.
I did.
Thank you. And yeah, we've done the mission. We've watched all. I mean, I had already seen them except for the newest one, obviously. We finally made it to these 4 wonderful films.
Woo!
Christopher McQuary. I forgot what he did before this.
That doesn't even matter.
Doesn't matter. I've been filming a lot of episodes, Angela. I'm very tired. I think you can hear my voices going. I might have stayed up late the last 2 nights with Riley and Vince Sallet. Some vomiting might have happened from 2 out of the 3 of us. Not me. And I was just like, sure, I'll go to the movies with Angela and talk about 4 movies at once.
This is important. And that's why we're here.
This is how I'm spending my Memorial Day. We're shooting this on Memorial Day. I woke up to Mid Salad and Riley dying and me with a headache. And then I hung out with my nieces. And then I went to see Tom Cruise as Ethan Hunt one last time.
Just trust him.
One last time. And now we're gonna review it. It's rough. Yeah, Christopher McQuary, he did Rogue Nation. We mentioned that he did some rewrites on Ghost Protocol, which I have since found the IMAX poster. I have since found it after we did the goddamn episode. Yeah, and at the time, I was just like, cool, another director. I like that they were doing different directors for each one.
Yeah. They
have since shifted from that, obviously.
A singular vision.
Yes. So I saw it in 2015. Because obviously, you know, you have to see the new Mission Impossible movie.
Well, yeah. That was number 5,
yes.
right? Okay.
Yes. Everyone says you got to see the new one, except for you, who just didn't see any of them.
I was still stuck on the TV show, making my way through.
You're like, justice for Jim Phelps.
Yes.
I'll never forgive them for ruining Jim Phelps. Jim Phelps was the last Jedi Luke Skywalker of his day, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah, and this is when they got a lot of publicity showing off the Burj Khalifa tower stunt.
Yes.
And going forward, they do it for all the movies. So leading up to this, we saw so much footage of him on the side of that plane.
Yes.
That was like the big one. But yeah, I went to the theater, saw it, had a good time, and let's read the back of the box here. Now, I don't own the boxes, and I've mentioned that in case this is your first episode of us talking about this. I only own the first 3 on DVD.
Mm-hmm.
I don't own a Blu-ray box set because I kept saying to myself, I'm going to wait until he's finally done, and then I'll buy a box set. Because I don't want to get a whole box set, and then I have to buy an extra Blu-ray.
Now, is it safe, do you think, to buy that Blu-ray box set yet, or...?
We'll get there. We'll get there. Let's wait till we get there. Let's just say I'm not feeling as confident as I did yesterday when I was like, oh, I'm going to finally be able to get like a 4K box set of all of them and it's going to be great.
But just like the pain in your eyes.
It really was. It's really me going, how much longer do I have to wait? Okay, here's the back of Rogue Nation.
All right.
Tom Cruise is at the top of his game. In the film, critics are calling the best mission ever. Ethan Hunt, Cruise, and his IMF team embark on their most dangerous mission yet to track down a terrifying... Wait. Oops! I did the wrong one. Okay.
Sorry, that's why these aren't live like our commentary tracks.
You know, I feel like Benji in the one Mission Impossible, I think it was Fallout, where he got the screen wrong.
Oh, yeah, and he's like, oh.
Yeah, I had a Benji moment.
That's all.
I had a Benji moment. Okay. The real back of the box. Load it with jaw-dropping stunts. Prepare for the best action movie of the year. Yeah, I guess wait, no, this came out the same year as Mad Max. No. With their elite organization shut down by the CIA, Agent Ethan Hunt, Tom Cruise, and his team, Jeremy Renner, Simon Pegg, Ving Rhames, must race against time to stop the Syndicate, a deadly network of rogue operatives turned traitors. To stop this global threat, Ethan must join forces with an elusive, disavowed agent, Rebecca Ferguson, whose loyalty is suspect as he faces his most impossible mission ever. What did you think of this one?
I enjoyed that Alec Baldwin comes in and he's like, you guys are off the rails. We got to shut this down. And I was like, finally, someone in the government saying that, because
it only took, 60-something years?
Yeah. They always are they're doing their own thing. And I guess that's part of the idea of the IMF is like, we'll disavow you. Like, nobody knows what you're doing.
We're not supposed to have oversight, so we can get away with a lot of the stuff we're doing.
Right, like plausible deniability. But it gets really extreme, and like Ethan Hunt takes that to the extreme.
Yes.
And I like that they were finally getting called out for it.
Yes, it was fun to see like the other government organizations getting involved with it. It was funny because this is not too long after, I mean, year-wise, it was like 5 years after, but like it doesn't seem like it's that much longer after Ghost Protocol. Yeah. Because they're still talking about the events of it, how they covered it up and everything.
Yes.
But I love at this point, they still don't have a new secretary because Tom Wilkinson died. Yeah, he got shot in the head. So I love the whole time Jeremy Renner's like, I can't answer any of these questions without the secretary. Like, well, there is no secretary. He's like, yeah, it's a hell of a thing.
What a shame.
Yeah, so that's fun. They're in like a funny position because they have to like limit how many cool things they can get for the mission. You know, they always want to like take things away from him. Like I think only 2 and 3 are the only ones where he's actually not disavowed. He becomes disavowed in 3.
Yes.
But like way later on, but he's still like part of that whole team and stuff. We never see those headquarters ever again.
No, they're gone.
I thought we were going to see more of those. We never see Larry Fishburne ever again.
Oh, yes. Oh, I
said that to Vince Alley. I called him Larry Fishburne or Riley, and he was just like, what? I'm like, no, that actually used to be his name. He used to go by Larry Fishburne.
And then he was like, wait, this isn't cool.
I need Lawrence.
Lawrence is a much stronger name to go by.
Yeah, so this is a fun one because, again, the last movie teased a syndicate thing. So we learned there is this network of people who are taking over everything.
And I like that because, again, going back to the show, like the syndicate was just kind of like this nebulous. This was like part of their like nondescript bad guys in the TV show, right?
Yeah.
Like they always worked with like made up countries. Like they're like, you could tell this country was supposed to be in Latin America because they all spoke really bad Spanish, right? But they never used real country names, so they always had like the syndicate in the TV show. So now they kind of brought that.
Yeah, I'm guessing this is not related to that syndicate. It's obviously based on that syndicate,
yes.
But you know, much like in the universe of this film, they're also rebooting ideas.
Right, yeah.
Much like how in the real world rebooted Mission Impossible, they're like, I got an idea for a syndicate. Like, didn't we try that? We're doing it again.
We're doing a new one, guys.
We're doing a new one. We're going to do it a little different. Yeah, and the syndicate is played by, or the head of the syndicate is the guy named Lane. Forget the actor's name, but I will always know him as the creepy tunnel-dwelling monster in Creep. There was a movie called Creep. Now, not the found footage movies that are very popular right now.
Okay, then which one?
Yeah, there's Creep, and then Creep 2, and Creep Tapes. This is a different Creep.
Okay.
It's like a 2004 movie. I think the girl from the first Bourne movie is in it. It's very creepy. And this dude, the guy who plays the bad guy, we joked in our commentary that he's very mousy looking. He plays like this Morlock thing that's been living in the sewer for years, and he's going around killing people. It's actually a fun British horror film.
Ooh.
George Clooney is the reason for everything. This girl really wants to go to a party. She hears George Clooney's ad, and she takes a shortcut through the subway system, and suddenly you got a mutant man trying to kill you.
Wow.
That's
how
much.
A lesson
that is how much women love George Clooney. They will risk going through subways with mutant men.
I mean, you gotta do what you gotta do.
So I liked him as the bad guy, because what is it like? The bad guys have been kind of not weak, but there's no charismatic bad guy really.
No,
Jim Phelps was a mystery for most of the movie.
Yes.
Okay. The guy in 2 was pretty charismatic, actually.
That was his whole thing. He's like, I will seduce people and become evil.
Yeah, okay. That guy was, you know what? That guy gets a pass. But 3, I guess Philip Seymour Hoffman was really, really good. And then there was the secret bad guy. But then 4, I like that actor. He's in the first John Wick. that bad guy's in the first John Wick. You might have missed that when you skipped to John Wick 2.
I was promised I could follow it fine if I just skipped right over that first one.
You should have shot me a text, and I would have went absolutely not.
I did. I needed.
There are
some
movies you could do that with a Mission Impossible, maybe not the later ones. Not John Wick. You kind of need to know a little bit when you go into John Wick 2. Like, wait, what?
Very confusing.
What's the coins and who are these people cleaning everything? Why are the cops never involved? Anyway,
that's a different review.
So yeah, Lane was pretty cool as a bad guy, and he's very hateable because like he gets the drop on Ethan, which is fun.
Yes, this I feel like is when we start seeing like Ethan's not like end all be all. Like
this one. Not want to say grounds him,
no,
but they show him being the most vulnerable.
Yes, we start getting to see like he's not impenetrable. He's not like,
which they have been getting better at. After we talked about in 2, he had God mode enabled. He put he put in the code for God mode and just murdered everyone.
Just like picks up like I'm gonna just fight on a motorcycle. It's fine.
Yeah, and I think after that they're like, all right, that's kind of takes the fun out of it when he can just do anything.
Exactly, you need a little bit of like. You need those obstacles or else like there isn't a movie.
Yeah, and they do that really well in here. And one of them is, so later in the movie, there is a mission where they have to, so there's the big stunt and then like the big like mission heist thing. Yes. Sometimes they're the same thing in the movie, but they're like the big stunt, the big popular stunt, I think there's 2, is the plane, obviously, and the motorcycle chase.
Yes.
But before the motorcycle chase is the heist into the server room that's underwater. So the Syndicate needs a ledger that's owned. It's very complicated. Watch our commentary track. The Syndicate needs a ledger that's owned by the head of MIF or MI6.
Yes.
MI6. Sorry, IMF, MI6. It's very confusing.
Lots of letters happening.
They need to get a secret ledger that's owned by them. So basically, the Syndicate wants access to all these offshore accounts that MI6 has set up because the head of MI6 is secretly a bad guy who started the Syndicate without asking permission. He asked permission. They said no, and now
he's like, well, too bad. I'm going.
Now he wants to cover his tracks, but the bad guy is just like, I'm going to need all that money you have so I can do all my crimes.
Yeah, that's how he was going to fund the Syndicate, right?
Yes,
so they needed to steal that money out of.
But they have to go underwater to change the security thing so Benji can walk in and not get zapped right away. It's very complicated. But that is the big heist, and that is pretty tense. It'll still...
Yeah.
So initially when I first saw this, I was a little let down because 4 was so good. Yes. And this movie's good. Good. But like the Burj Khalifa Tower is so tense.
I mean, that is so intense. It's really hard to beat that.
Yeah, and it's still tense when he's like underwater and he's losing air. Because that's the thing, like he's got limited things down there. He has limited time. It's very hard down there. And then eventually Rebecca Ferguson has to save him. But it's cool because afterwards there's a big chase and his brain they have to bring him back to life and his brain isn't totally working yet.
Yes. Oh my gosh.
So again, awesome, cool. Ethan Hunt does everything cool. This one he slides across the car and falls. And then he's like driving wrong and they're like, oh my God, we're all going to die.
It's good. Which is just great. It is like that slow reboot of like a computer. Is his brain just like very like slowly rebooting of like, didn't fully process how to, the driver sequence isn't in there yet.
Yeah, but it's a very, very fun chase because that adds like the extra like element to it. It weakens him a little bit.
Yeah.
The motorcycle chase is awesome.
That's fun.
And fucking Rebecca Ferguson. This is the first time I like noticed her in anything.
And you're like,
I was like, Rebecca. That's one of the most gorgeous women I've ever seen in my entire life. Those legs are amazing. I hope in all other movies they show them off constantly, and they do actually. Yeah, this is the first time I had exposure to her. I mean, I don't know what she was in before this that I would have seen. I didn't. This might shock you. I did not see the Rock Hercules movie. Apparently, she's in that.
Oh,
I did not see that one.
I have a friend who's currently going through all the Hercules movies. So
all of them.
Yeah, like started with like Hercules in New York and is just going right through.
That's not even the first one.
Well,
that's
okay.
80s.
Well,
do you know how many Italians were making Hercules movies in like the 50s and the 40s?
Well, okay, they started with that one. I don't know, they're not going in order, but that inspired them to go watch all of them.
Well, they really started at the bottom there. I wonder which version they watch, because I think there's a version where he is dubbed and another one where he's not dubbed.
Oh, I'll have to ask. I just know this is their new mission, is to try and find all the Hercules movies that aren't the ones you watch normally.
Hercules Unchained. I have it over there on one of those like shitty DVD sets.
Yes. All right.
People loved Hercules movies. There's a
whole lot why not? He's so strong and cool.
I think Lou Ferrigno's in one. He fights a bear.
See?
And he fought a bear in The Incredible Hulk. He really liked fighting bears.
Fighting bears.
How do we get to Hercules? Hold on, hold on.
Reset.
We were talking about Mission Impossible. I forget how we got to Hercules, but anyway. Rebecca Ferguson.
Yes.
Right. She is Ilsa Faust. Her character is undercover with the Syndicate, and she has to like prove her loyalty to MI6.
Yeah.
Not realizing she's being like manipulated by the head of MI6. Her character is great.
Yeah, she's fun.
She is great because we know now that Ethan can't be with the love of his life.
Nope.
We learned that from the last movie. He's like secretly got her a new identity and everything.
She's not dead, but like they can't be together.
They can't be together. But like the only one he could be with in this line of work is someone who's in this line of work. Really? That's technically the only one that would have the best chance.
Right, because, like you can't just... Otherwise, it's built on lies.
Yeah. And if you tell the truth, then they're at risk and everything.
Exactly.
I mean, I'm sure he tried with Thandie Newton, but I think she just likes stealing a little too much. He should have tried with Maggie Q. Where's Maggie Q? She disappeared after 3.
Oh, yeah.
They all disappear after 2.
And they're not really brought up very much.
She's a great addition to the series. Yeah. She really won me over with this. The Syndicate is fun. The action is fun. Benji's great. He's getting better in these.
Yeah, he is.
You could tell that at this point they were like, what do we do with Jeremy Renner?
Yeah, because he doesn't get much to do in this movie. He's just like hanging out with Alec Baldwin the whole time.
And Luther. That's the one thing they came up with. They're like, well, Luther wasn't in the last one. What if he's Luther's buddy?
You just had to get the 4x4, didn't you? Don't blame me. You chose You just had to have it.
And I think Jeremy Renner wanted something more than Luther's buddy in this series. Because we talked about it in 4. I think they were trying to like make him the next guy for the series.
Yeah.
Well, they tried it with the Bourne Legacy. Didn't work. Notice how they brought Matt Damon back afterwards, which I still have not seen. The Bourne movies are good. I don't know why. The 3's good. 3's enough.
Okay.
Just watch the first 3.
Great.
I don't know. I'll watch the 4th one and let you know if I'm wrong. I'll be like, Angela, it's actually the most amazing one. Here, they didn't really know what to do with him.
Yeah.
I mean, it's still fine that he was in there, and I love that Luther's doing shit.
Yeah.
That's fun.
Is this when we first learned that like Luther's really good at like disabling bombs?
That's the next one.
Oh, okay.
That's the next one.
Okay.
I mean, I think it's implied he's good at disabling bombs. But yeah,
that becomes his thing later.
That becomes his thing. The cool thing with Ethan is like he was beaten in the beginning. Like he couldn't save that girl. They knocked him out. They tied him up. Your brain almost turned off when you saw how he escaped in the beginning of the movie when he's tied to the
God!
pole.
And he's
just picking up his core strength.
Like, so it was like the opposite. Like, it was like from Mulan, but like backwards. He's like, Mulan wasn't hard enough. I'm a man.
I'm going to make a man out of Mulan.
Oh, man.
So his whole thing is like, I need to get back at Lane.
Yes.
Because Lane is the evil version of me, kind of, maybe. He really is kind of the evil version. He will kill. He will like just let his team die. He doesn't give a shit.
Nah,
for some reason, Lane keeps trusting Ilsa, even though she's clearly a double agent.
He's just like enamored, like he's mesmerized by her.
Yeah.
I feel like he just really wants, like maybe this time she will be my girlfriend.
He's given her too many chances.
Yeah.
Simping was his downfall.
Yes.
Simping was his downfall. But yeah, it's exciting, and I love the ending where he gets like Benji in the bomb vest.
Oh, yes. Yeah, I do like the...
So it's not like this big shoot 'em up sort of like crazy ending, really. We get that all throughout the movie, but I like that it's like this whole thing where they're just gambling with like information to get Benji out of it.
And then it's much more tense instead of like action.
Yes, and I love the setup where he's just like, I'm gonna put you in a box, and then he literally puts the bad guy
and he like drops him into a box.
And I love the reveal that like MI6 was behind it, and the Prime Minister of the Prime Minister of England like didn't know, and he's really pissed about it.
Right? He was like, they like set it all up, so he gets like a confession, and then that's when Alec Baldwin and the CIA is like, I guess we like the IMF now.
Alec Baldwin, who's sometimes in the scene, and then we noticed was very obviously green screened.
Yeah, I don't know if they had to do pickups or what.
It had to be pickups and his schedule.
Yeah.
I mean, they threw Alec Baldwin pretty late into the series as a minor character. Like, I'm okay.
And then he like doesn't really come back. Is he in the next?
Oh yeah, he's in the next one.
Right.
Yeah,
he is in the next one.
But yeah, so it's actually cool that they like capture the bad guy at the end because they killed all the other bad guys.
Right, they capture him, and I think kind of like the idea was he's got all this information about all the other rogue.
Yeah, because all the rogue agents that are part of the syndicate are like agents from other intelligence
from around the world
who have faked their death.
Yes, so you don't
know.
Because
Ethan, I love in the beginning, Ethan is like being hunted because he's gone rogue. Of course, he's gone rogue, and he's like sending them information. They're not taking him seriously.
Yeah,
like Benji has to teach himself how to trick the lie detector.
Oh yes, yeah,
because he's actually helping Ethan. But yeah, it's a very fun movie. Ilsa's a great addition, and it ends with Alec Baldwin becoming the secretary.
He does, yeah. He
of the IMF. I really, really enjoyed it. Again, for me, it felt like a step down from 4, but still a really good movie.
It's still a lot of fun. I liked it.
Yes. But then after that, they announced Fallout, and they said Christopher McQuary is coming back, and I'm like, am I gonna like that? Because I thought Rogue Nation was good.
Yeah.
But it was just like, man, the movies felt like they were getting better and better. And then I got one that was good, not the best. And I'm like, I don't know if I want this guy to come back. But yeah, they gave a Mission Impossible Fallout. Can you read the back there?
Absolutely.
Make sure it's the right one. Do you see the name Henry? Yeah, that's the right one.
Some missions are not a choice. On a dangerous assignment to recover stolen plutonium, Ethan Hunt, aka Tom Cruise, chooses to save his team over completing the mission, allowing nuclear weapons to fall into the hands of a deadly network of highly skilled operatives intent on destroying civilization. Now, with the world at risk, Ethan and his IMF team, Simon Pegg, Ving Rhames, and Rebecca Ferguson, are forced to become reluctant partners with a hard-hitting CIA agent, Henry Cavill, as they race against time to stop the nuclear fallout. There's never been a threat more destructive or stunts more jaw-dropping than in this film that critics are calling the best mission yet.
But I thought the previous one was his most impossible mission.
This one is less impossible, but it is the best. So,
yeah, so then I went and saw the movie. Now, the fun part about the movie, the behind the scenes fun part about the movie is that Warner Brothers screwed up their Justice League movie. And then because of tragedy happening with Zack Snyder, they couldn't really get him to finish it because of what happened with his family. So they got Joss Whedon to save the day. Honestly, I felt like he had a Mission Impossible. If you see the Snyder cut, which I don't advise, that's not the movie we would have gotten. But if you saw where he was going, and the studio's like, you need to fix this, make it 2 hours exactly.
Yep.
You have to get he wanted this to be 2 movies. I need you to change all that and make it 2 hours exactly. And one of the funny things that happened was they were like, Henry, you got to come back and do Superman reshoots. And he went, well, I got this mustache. And then Warner Brothers went, hey, Paramount, I know you need him. And if this is true, I remember reading this, they apparently went, hey, if you shave him, we will pay to digitally put a mustache and beard on him. And they did test footage to show them that they could do it. And Paramount went, ha, no. So instead, because of this movie, Henry Cavill had to do freaking Superman pickup shots with the mustache, and they had to smooth and erase it.
Like CGI lip gate of that. Like I was not even anywhere in the realm of paying attention to Superman.
Yeah.
And I knew about this happening. Like it was everywhere.
It was like it was like the biggest middle finger Paramount. Like now they were like, seems like a you problem. We're on schedule with our movie. We're doing everything right. Your movie was supposed to be done.
Sorry. Wish we could help.
Good luck. Hopefully COVID happens and you just put out a different version of the movie. So that was the fun behind the scenes stuff. But here's the thing. I like Henry Cavill. People think I hate Henry Cavill, but I don't. I really like him.
Okay, but
his Superman movies are terrible. And that's not his fault, Angela. It's not his fault.
Not only do I mention this in our commentary track, but then you also added that as like the trailer for the commentary track.
I thought that was good.
Is me talking about how I really just want to see Henry Cavill like dirtied up. Like I don't like him.
Oh, whatever. The one before that, it was the clip of me saying, I'm never going to wake up to a wet Rebecca Ferguson. All right. Okay. Don't act like I'm singling you out. But anyway.
And so he's too, I don't like him in the look, his Superman look. No, thank you.
What about this? I mean, he's wearing a suit, but he's sweaty and he's a little grizzled.
It's better. This is definitely better. I still want more. I want like real like Geralt, like The Witcher, like blood and guts on his face.
Are you excited for his replacement? Is it Chris Hemsworth's younger brother?
Yeah, I gave up on when I was like,
Angela, turns out he gave up too.
Well, yeah, when he gave up, I was like, no, we're not doing. He's pretty good in this.
Yes. So the story of this one, it turns out Rogue Nation was a part one.
I was reading. This is like considered the sequel to Rogue Nation, which is like
they
funny
didn't label it as a two-parter.
Yeah.
Skipping to the next movie, that probably was smart that they didn't label it as a two-parter. But yeah, it's definitely two missions, but one definitely is like the sequel to the other.
Yes.
It fills this little arc here. Sometimes there are like duologies and trilogies within films. The one I talk about is like the Star Trek movies, right?
Yes.
2, 3, and 4 are a trilogy because they're about like Spock. They lead into each other and then they have a conclusion, even though the first one's not a part of it. It's like a little trilogy within the series. And then Friday the 13th. There's the Tommy Jarvis trilogy, which is 4, 5, and 6, because they all center around his character. So yeah, these two are very, very connected. I like that Lane is back. They're shipping him around the world.
Yes. Get his secrets or to
everyone's interrogating him.
Yeah.
Everyone's interrogating him. But we learned that the Syndicate is still there. They didn't get all the funding they wanted, but they are still growing. Lane had a second in command called John Lark, who we never met. Who is still running the thing. He's like writing about, he has the same idea as the bad guy in 4. He wants to cause huge suffering so that the world can come together under their leadership.
Yeah.
The Syndicate.
Real classic bad guy stuff,
Yeah. So the Syndicate still going. Alec Baldwin's still the secretary there. And Ethan feels like something bad's going to happen. This one feels personal to him. And it starts off with the dream where he thinks he's like at a wedding with his wife.
Oh yeah.
And then Lane is there and then they get hit with a nuke. And the beginning of the movie is such a good misdirect because he's negotiating like the exchange of plutonium and it gets stolen because he was saving Luthor.
Because he saves Luthor, and we have to remember this for when we get to the newest movie.
Yes. So he feels like he is responsible for like everything that's happened because he always feels responsible. For everything.
But he also is.
He kind of is.
I love Luthor.
Yeah.
I'm glad he was around for that whole movie.
Yeah.
But it's just like whatever happened to we don't negotiate with terrorists.
Oh no, he's negotiating all the time.
He's like, don't kill people I love. And people are like, oh, we could get to you by that.
Yeah.
And I feel like that's always.
But the beginning was so good when they take him and then it cuts to the news report and it's like all the holy sites got nuked.
Yes, and everything's exploding.
And it feels like real for a minute. You're like, oh shit. And at first I'm like, part of me is like, is this a fake out? I'm like, well, that would really motivate his character to want to kill everyone. And Wolf Blitzer's there. Reporting.
Yes, I know. I'm like, what was he just pops up here? And I'm like, oh my gosh, things are going down.
That was, and so one of the.
That's why he feels so.
Yeah, one of the Syndicate terrorists thinks he's so happy. He's like, I'll only give you this information if you let them play my speech. So then they do. And then I love as soon as he gives them the information, they reveal that it's all fake.
They're like, the walls of the hospital fall over. They're like, you're in a soundstage. You got punked.
That psyched me out at the beginning. Like, oh shit.
They got
thank
me.
God. I mean, that plutonium's still out there. That's bad. But thank God.
Like, all right, we got a little bit more time before everything explodes.
But yeah, so the CIA is not thrilled with IMF because, you know, this is where we get introduced to Angela Bassett as Erica something. But yeah, she tells them, like, you're like a bunch of people walking around in Halloween masks.
Yes.
Thought that was hilarious. But yeah, so she doesn't like IMF.
No.
She's not thrilled that Alec Baldwin's a part of it. So she kind of like takes over control of IMF, really. They kind of have to like listen to her, and she puts Henry Cavill in. Yes.
Also kind of in charge.
Yeah, she Henry Cavill's there, and they don't like each other. Henry Cavill's another one. He's like, I'm just shoot first, ask questions later. Because no one knows the identity of John Lark, and he's team Ethan is John Lark.
Right. He thinks that, and then he's also just like, we can just kill everyone, and then eventually we'll, by default, kill John Lark, and we just shoot everyone we meet. So that's kind of his motivation.
Yeah, and the big stunts for this one, one is the one where he's jumping over roofs, but that was accidental because he accidentally broke his leg in the one shot. But no, the big stunt was the skydiving scene.
Yes, the halo jump.
High altitude, low open jump.
What that meant.
I explained it. I hope I got it right, or the comments are going to rip me apart. But yeah, so they have to jump out of a plane to go to this big arms deal thing in Paris.
Yes.
But it turns out there's a lightning storm. And Henry Cavill's like, I'm going. But this was a great moment in IMAX. I mean, we watched it on a monitor. But if you were to have seen it in IMAX, it's great when they open up the door of the plane and the bars of the screen get bigger and bigger. It was cool. Now, the problem with this, he jumps out of the plane, and it's a cameraman jumping out of the plane with Tom Cruise.
Yeah.
But then they digitally replaced the sky, and then he goes into a CGI sequence of the cloud. And it was just, why did they?
It just feels like.
I mean, it's cool that you shot it practically, but then
But you don't get to visually see.
You touched it up a little too much to the point where I'm like, well, what was the point of even doing it practically, other than to have a little promo video to promote that you did this?
I feel like in like the more recent Stranger Things seasons, I was getting annoyed. I was like, oh, the first season they like did all these practical effects, and I looked it up. I'm like, oh, a lot of these are practical. They just touch it up so much it looks CGI now, and that's like really what's the point of doing that?
We've talked about this on the show. Like sometimes having the practical effect will make it look better. One of the examples is like the last two Jurassic Worlds. There are practical effects that are touched with CGI and they look great.
Yeah, just like a little. Yeah. Just something just little to.
And then for whatever reason, sometimes they'll touch it up too much. Like I like the last Predator movie, Prey, was really good, but I think Disney, because they bought it they got it like when they bought Fox.
Yeah.
And I think they were like, we're putting this on Hulu. Don't put too much money into the effects. So they had a practical suit and they wanted to touch it up with CGI, and then it just made them look weird.
Yeah.
So there's sometimes you don't have to do that. But yeah, this would have been cool, but it's like I know you had to put a storm cloud, but like, I don't know. I feel like they touched it up too much. And again, if most of the sequence was going to be CGI anyway, why even shoot it? Why, other than to go, look what we did. Luckily, there's a stunt at the end where he's hanging off the helicopters, which is mostly in camera, which looks really, really good.
Yeah, and that's really fun because you can tell. I like that you can tell the shots of like they just strapped a camera to like tied it up to the helicopter and with a super, super wide lens to try and like film
Although
it.
I think we noticed like in the IMAX shots with the camera, like when he's in the helicopter, it's the reverse. Like we just see the back of his head.
Yeah,
I'm like, I feel like that stuntman doesn't look quite like Tom Cruise. I know they're not showing his face.
But like I like that you're like, oh no, he's really on this helicopter because like this is a wide ass lens on, just like hanging on to dear life with him.
But yeah, they like almost die going to Paris.
Yeah.
He saves them. It leads them to so they're looking for who they think might be John Lark or works for John Lark. They have like a signal that they're looking for. It leads them to a bathroom where they want to impersonate him. And they get into a big fight in the bathroom. And you had no idea what I was talking about.
Didn't even know how great it was going to be.
I'm like, he reloads his arms, and you didn't understand what I meant until we got to the part where Henry Cavill takes his jacket off and does this weird motion with the arms that looks like he's
reloading. He does it so quick, too. He's like...
That was like the meme. I was like, wait, did he just reload his arms? Which I guess it became so mean. I sent you the clip afterwards.
Yeah.
Deadpool and Wolverine. There's one moment where they go to a universe where Henry Cavill is Wolverine. Was he rough enough for you in that one?
Yeah,
Did you you like the Wolverine? Okay. He's working on a motorcycle looking dirty.
Yeah, that's what I need. Like dirt under the fingernails, like.
But when they have him shoot his claws out, they made it look like the Mission Impossible thing where he's like charging his claws. The cavalry. Great fight scene. It brings Ilsa back into it. So she is back at MI6, but or MIF or MI5.
MI6.
MI6.
Yeah,
okay.
I think so.
I'm like, is MI6 real or is that James Bond? Is there an MI5?
I don't even know anymore.
We'll just say MI6. So she gets back into this. She's trying to prove herself because she was undercover with the Syndicate for so long. They think she might not be fully loyal, so she's on this constant mission to prove her loyalty. So she is also looking for John Lark. And they have to meet with a new arms dealer. I forget the name of the character, but it's Max's daughter from the first movie.
Yes.
And I was just like, wow, Rebecca Ferguson, major babe. And they're like, oh, let's just throw Vanessa Kirby in the movie too. And I'm like, oh, okay. I'm fine with this. She's taking over the family business.
She is. She's like, she's got her blonde hair.
Yeah.
She's like hanging out in clubs. She's like, I'm ready. I'm in charge.
I think we were joking in the commentary. I'm like, she's intimidatingly attractive. Like, she scares me. Like, she's very gorgeous, but she's very intense looking. Like, I know I now have to watch her be a superhero, and I'm like, I don't know, that lady looks like she's judging me. But no, she's really good in this as the new arms dealer. The big heist moment, the big mission. He has to get Lane. So they will only give him Ethan pretends to be John Lark because they broke the mask. And also that guy actually wasn't John Lark.
Yeah, like no one still knows who that is.
Yes.
So it's like, okay, well then why doesn't just Ethan be Ethan per usual?
Yeah. So she's like connecting like dealers with buyers and whatnot. So she's like, okay, so for the plutonium, you have to kidnap this guy, Lane. So he's like, oh, fuck, I hate that guy. That's my evil me. I hate him. So the whole mission is like, how do we get in there and get Lane, but without casualties? Because Ethan is like the good guy.
Yeah.
And I love like you see the scenario play out where he has to kill someone. He's just like, I can't do it. So he comes up with a mission in his head. They do the first half of the mission, and then he goes rogue inside.
Classic Ethan. No matter who he's working for, he's going off book. Like, and all of the bad guys who think he's with them are like, what are you doing?
Yeah.
This wasn't the plan.
Yeah, he ends up getting Lane safely, gets rid of all the bad guys, ends up getting them killed because they shot a poor lady in France. They shot a lady cop, and he's like, no, my watch, I respect women.
I just love that, like, he's definitely killed a lot of people.
Those are bad guys.
Every person he's ever responsible for dying was a bad guy.
Well, they were working for bad guys.
I think that's
they didn't have to work for those terrorists, Angela.
I'm just saying, like, there is there is,
he didn't want to shoot the police officers.
There's definitely someone somewhere, like a janitor who accidentally gets shot in a crossfire. Like, he's killed somebody somewhere.
No, he's perfect at shooting. Don't you understand? He's perfect. He does twists sometimes.
Yeah, and those backflips.
Yes, he's very precise, okay? Why are you doubting Ethan Hunt? Are you John Lark? You're making me want to hate Ethan Hunt. Turns out, John Lark is Henry Cavill.
Dun, dun, dun.
Which I liked.
That was fun. That was a good reveal. That was okay, I get it.
This is the second spy thing he's been in. I know people wanted him to be James Bond for a bit. I think they have to go younger for Bond. You have to start younger with Bond, and then he can get older.
And is Bond
he can't get
supposed to be
Roger
that
Moore
buff?
older. That's sad. Sorry.
Is Bond supposed to be that buff? I thought he was more like smart. Right? Like I thought he was like, I'm a smart spy, not like an action pack.
Bond's usually in shape.
Yeah, but like I feel like Henry Cavill's like more than in shape.
He could probably get lean. I don't know.
I was thinking like Daniel Craig or like
Yeah.
Go like Sean Connery. Like he wasn't like
Sean Connery was 70s fit. Thank you very much.
Yeah,
all
but
right?
he wasn't.
That was before steroids. All right.
True. It really
It is
was.
funny when you see like when suddenly bodybuilders entered the film thing.
Right.
You're
And you're like, what?
when you watch old Hercules movies, you're
See?
like, oh yes, that's
He's
what
just like
that's what a normal human man should look like. And then steroids come along, and you're like, that is an abomination. It looks
Yeah, because
great.
Hercules is a demigod.
Yeah.
Duh.
Yeah, and it's funny when you watch an old Hercules movie now, and you're like, I've seen so many wrestlers that are in better shape. Not even good wrestlers. But yeah, so he was in this, and he was also in the reboot of Man from U.N.C.L.E.
Yes.
Co-starred with Arnie Hammer.
Yes.
Yeah. Oh, do you not know about Arnie Hammer?
No, I don't.
Oh.
Oh no.
Oh.
Oh no.
Yeah. Is that he has like a? Yeah, I think he got like Me Too. It turns out he has like a cannibal fetish.
What?
But yeah, no. When he becomes the villain, he's really good.
Yeah, he is.
He's really good. So he's smart like Ethan, and he's
Yeah.
like physically awesome like Ethan.
Yeah, he's like got a real good like he can really keep up with Ethan.
Yeah. Although they do kind of trick him by putting Benji in the John Lark mask, which is funny because we kept joking that John Lark looks like Benji a little bit.
Yes, that like yeah.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh. Or no, not John Lark.
Lane.
Yeah,
Lane.
we were like, yeah, they don't even need a mask for. They look so similar, and then they're like, oh, we're gonna make Benji Lane to give again for like that fake, not fake confession, but like trick him into confessing.
Yeah. Oh, I forgot to mention Lane is also the rock scientist who had a map of the entire spaceship in Prometheus and then got lost. I loved when we got to like the third act, and it turns out like they did the they had a disease breakout at this one area that connects the water of like India and China and whatnot.
Yeah.
And then we realized they shipped all their nuclear stuff, the plutonium, to this area to irradiate all their water. And the reason they did the disease thing is to make sure that Ethan's wife, who they figured out who she was, would be there. So he had to witness her dying and him failing. And also
it was real personal.
Also, Lane was just gonna die and have John Lark take over. And I like that Lark. I love that Lark is just like, could stop this at any time, but I guess he respects Lane too much. And because he yells at him, he's like, why did you have to complicate this? Who gives a fuck about Ethan Hunt? Let's just do the plan. And then like he could kill Ethan when Ethan's under the elevator.
Yes.
And he's like, no, he's got plans. Here, by the way, we know who your wife is. We're gonna blow her up. So it's a great when they like finally bump into each other.
Yes.
And he's just like, oh, and it's great
because
her new husband's there. I forget, Wes Bentley, I think, plays him. And he's like, what's up, man? Do you want to hang out? He's like, not really.
And she knows. She's like, oh, no, if Ethan's here, like,
yeah, she's like, if
down.
Ethan's here, something bad. And you like, I love that they're trying to make small talk, and she's like looking around, and then she sees Luther, and she's like
there's Luther,
oh,
there's
fuck.
Benji, like, oh, no.
She's like, this isn't good. This isn't good. So yeah, it's a very exciting finale where they have to disarm the bomb.
This is when we learn Luther's so good at disarming bombs.
He's really good at disarming. So Luther has to disarm a bomb. Benji and Ilsa have to fight Lane, and freaking Ethan Hunt needs to somehow fly a helicopter to catch up to Henry Cavill to stop the detonator. So they got to pull a detonator out before they cut a wire.
This feels very much like the movie we just watched.
It is, yeah.
Very similar format.
A lot of things happening at once. You can't have too many
There's
things.
someone in the sky. There's someone on the ground with a bomb.
Yes, and the helicopter stuff is great in this.
This is fun.
It's really, really fun. It was going to go on longer. There was a shot in the trailer where he like goes down to street level and almost hits a truck. But I guess the sequence was going too long, so they snipped that part out. Henry Cavill gets horribly burnt with like oil. He's like Two-Face at the end.
Like disfigured, yeah.
And it is like tense because it is like coming down to the wire. They're fighting Lane. Benji almost dies. They're sitting there, but they can't do anything until he pulls it, and they just have to assume that he did it. And it's a nice fake
just
out.
Like, wait as long as you can, and hope he did it.
There's like this fake out at the end where it's like all white, and then it's just like him holding the detonator like he did it. Henry Cavill gets the freaking hook to the head.
Oh,
that's brutal. He survives a lot, and then like he gets hooked to the head and yanked down.
Oh my god.
And Lane survives again.
Right? But like what? Like
that was a good time to kill him, I think.
Yeah.
I think that would have been totally acceptable to kill
I think
Lane
it's
there.
like obvious that like keeping him around to like interrogate is not helpful. Like he needs to be out of the game.
Yeah, it's really, really good. I remember, again, someone who like likes Rogue Nation was like, whatever. I walked out going, oh my God, that was great. I take back any reservation I had. That was amazing. Oh my God, I love this movie. It's good. It's very, very exciting.
Yeah.
But yeah, I really, really liked it. Everything worked for me in that one. And then it's kind of implied that Ilsa and him are like a thing now.
Yeah. I mean, and you get like that. It's like, oh, it's okay because his wife remarried.
Yeah.
So it's like he's still a good guy. He's allowed to.
And I like her. She's like, no, I have a really great life because of you. Like we couldn't be
Yeah.
together, but like, yeah. I think there was even an alternate ending where he like meets with Angela Bassett's character and then he walks away with Ilsa. But instead they just end it with him in the hospital, just being like, don't make me laugh because he's all sore and
'Cause he's
shit.
like, yeah.
Because he fell off a goddamn helicopter.
Right? He like actually is like, oh, here are the repercussions of my actions.
Alec Baldwin died. Alec Baldwin
Yes,
died.
he died. That's
He
it.
didn't make it
That's
out
right.
of
I
it.
forgot.
But yeah.
I was like, I knew he doesn't stay around long.
Yeah. And no Jeremy Renner. He's gone.
No, he was just out.
He's out.
They don't mention it really, right?
They don't mention him at all.
We're gonna just assume he went to work for the CIA.
Yeah. Or, I don't know.
Someone else, like
Maybe
another.
he just quit.
Maybe he quit to go start a family.
Yeah. He's like, you know what? Ethan's got this. I'm fine. I'm going to go back to being Hawkeye on Disney Plus for one season. There we go. I'm going to go be the mayor of Kingstown. I think that's the show he does. I don't watch it, but I think that's the show that he does now. Yeah, very, very exciting movie. I really like it. And then they were like, well, McQuarrie's 2 for 2.
Let's keep going.
Let's bring him back. And then they did Mission Impossible, Dead Reckoning, Part 1. And I have it here. Now I will read this correctly.
Mm-hmm.
I skipped ahead before.
You're just so excited.
Tom Cruise is at the top of his game in the film critics are calling the best mission ever. Ethan Hunt, Cruise, and his IMF team embark on their most dangerous mission yet to track down a terrifying new weapon that threatens all of humanity before it falls in the wrong hands. With the fate of the world at stake, a deadly race around the globe begins. Confronted by a mysterious, all-powerful enemy, Ethan is forced to consider that nothing can matter more than his mission, not even the lives of those he cares about most. Dead Reckoning Part 1. This one got hit with COVID.
Yeah, and you can tell sometimes.
Especially now that we've seen the last one.
Yes, this last one, like,
yeah,
it was good. Like,
yeah, all these big budget action movies are going to have wonky blue screen once in a while.
yeah,
But the ones during COVID, you're like, oh, that's actually a lot.
and I get it. It's fine. I mean, I'd rather them have like be making money doing, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Putting people to work.
Well, famously, the audio leaked of him yelling at people.
Yes, because.
Although we know now, it's just like he was kind of overreacting, but they didn't know at the time.
They didn't know at the time. And the idea is like, yeah, and at the time, the one person catches it and you shut the whole production down. And it's, like.
I think he like had to like beg like whatever government to like let them film there.
Yeah,
He's like,
no,
please,
I mean, like, it was like.
We'll do whatever we have to. Please let us film here.
Yeah.
So yeah, this one had a bit of a delay, and I think that inflated the budget. This is the only one that has underperformed financially. But also the summer of 2023, you had multiple part ones.
Yes.
So there was, from what I hear, Fast and Furious 10 was actually a part 1, left off on a cliffhanger. Spider-Man Into the Spider-Verse ended on a cliffhanger.
Yep.
And I feel like there was another one.
There might have been.
But I can't remember. So I think by the time this came out, they're like another cliffhanger. At least it was advertised that it was a part 1. Yeah. So I could see some people going, you know what? I'll just wait till part 2 and I'll watch it then. Yeah. And it came out, I think, a week or two before Barbie and Oppenheimer.
Yeah.
So there was a lot going against this movie. But the movie itself, I think, is pretty good. It's definitely the most sci-fi of all of them.
Yeah, I was thinking about that today, and I really enjoyed the sci-fi aspect, but I felt like this one was just too long, which I feel about most part ones.
Yes. Yeah, because they're trying to set up everything for like the next film.
I know, but, or like I feel like what ends up happening sometimes is that they basically what could have been an act one, they turn into a full, you know. And this one was 2.5 hours.
Yeah, I think they were.
So it just felt like, I mean, there's lots of really good stunts and lots of good action happening, but it just, for me, from like a story standpoint, you're like, well, we really only accomplished maybe like 25 minutes of plot, and it took them over 2.5 hours.
Yes. So yeah, this one's about The Entity.
Yes.
No, not the horror film The Entity, starring Barbara Hershey. A different entity, AI, an evil AI. And
topical.
Look, there's been a lot of evil AIs. In fact, remember the movie Eagle Eye with Shia LaBeouf?
Oh, man.
Michelle Monaghan from Mission Impossible 3 and 4, and Fallout was the character in that film. So yeah, evil AI, it's always been around. It's been around since 2001 Space Odyssey film-wise.
Yeah,
anyway.
right?
But I guess this came out in 2023 when a bunch of AI stuff was coming out, so it's fresh in everyone's mind.
Yes, a lot of like ChatGPT. It was 2023 or was that 2024?
I'm sure it was around there, yeah. That's when it like really started to blow up. Maybe a few years before, but it didn't get real popular until then.
Yeah.
Now it's all over the place. And like there's pros and cons to it.
Yes.
When it comes to film, I'm hoping to God, whoever Google's paying to make bots on Twitter is saying VO is great. That's their new AI video thing.
Oh.
And they're like, look, Hollywood films are done for. And I'm like, that character's eye keeps moving over. And I'm like, and I'm pretty sure you snipped whatever the best results of your prompts were, and you're leaving a lot out.
Like short, but
yeah, that's the thing. So some people are like some people are like, I'm anti-AI everything, and I'm like, well, buckle up, buddy, because that's where the industry's going.
Yeah.
There's a lot of people that probably before us were like, digital editing,
right?
No. Photoshop, you just airbrush. I'm like, well, it's coming, buddy. You better be prepared a little bit. But yeah, I think there's also other people that are like, I can just do the whole movie like this. And I'm like, and it'll look like shit.
Yeah, and we
like
will know.
when CGI kind of became affordable in the early 2000s and a bunch of direct-to-video movies were like, look at my movie. Like, yeah, it looks terrible. It looks nothing like Jurassic Park.
Yeah, exactly.
We're going to go through that with AI. So yeah, but so I get annoyed with it when people like overdo it or like over-rely on it. It's just like, that looks really bad. I did a whole, actually on this channel, there's a whole bonus stream that I did with my cousin Monica and Joey C. We did it live at the brewery. We looked up the fake AI movie posters that were getting recommended to me on Facebook for movies that clearly don't exist, and we were just ripping them apart. Like none of these make sense. There's one with Keanu Reeves, and he's got a gun with 1 million barrels on it that aren't connected to anything.
I love it.
So yes, there's a evil AI. It came from a Russian sub. Well, we learned that's not the actual origin.
No.
It came from a Russian sub, and it's slowly starting to take over like the internet and everything. People are all the intelligence agencies are terrified because they don't know what to believe because it can manipulate anything.
Changing like all the archives and images.
Yes, and they learned that there is a crucifix key that needs to be put together to go into a sub and like rewrite its source code, but they don't know where the sub is.
Yes.
They don't know anything. So basically, like, it's Ethan on the hunt from everyone again.
Classic
Ethan. And also Ilsa on everyone's hunting her again. And he has to deal with a person from his past. And skipping ahead to the next one, we never really learn what their deal was. So
no, we don't. I was a little disappointed. I thought we were going to bring that up.
Yeah, we flash back. So at some point before he was an IMF, Ethan must have been like a thief or something.
Yeah.
And he worked with this man named Gabriel.
Mm-hmm.
Gabriel killed, I guess, a woman that he loved.
Yep.
And Ethan at that point, Ethan got arrested and was given the choice to join IMF. He's now like been made aware that this guy is alive, and this guy is working for the entity. And the entity, like, they can't use any of their cool gadgets.
No, because the entity can control anything through, the internet.
Yes. Like they're wearing like the glasses because they're looking for the key.
Yeah, to like.
Yeah, they're looking for the key and that's being handed off to someone. This is where we get Grace, played by Haley Atwell, who, Vanessa Kirby and Rebecca Ferguson weren't enough, Angela. We needed Haley Atwell. And we needed to make sure she was wearing a vest and a button-up shirt the whole time. But don't worry, that next movie fixes it. So they throw her in this as like a thief, which is fun. Reminds me of 2 a little bit.
Yes, it definitely had that vibe of 2 of like partnering up. And that's a nice little like extra thing you can play around with because like Ethan isn't a thief. Like he
was at one point.
No, well, they even say he's like framed. Like in the newest movie, they're like, you were framed for, and like because you were framed, you had to join IMF. So who even knows what he was doing there? You know what I mean? But
yeah,
he's like that. You get all that cool sleight of hand, like trickety tricks again that we had in the second movie.
But I like that he has glasses that are tracking her. But when he sees the bad guy, the AI erases the guy.
Yes.
So they're at a disadvantage here. They're like, we can't use our stuff. And I like that the AI faked that there was a bomb in the airport.
Everyone's like, oh no, there's a bomb here.
So like there's a whole tense sequence where Benji is trying to like disarm a nuclear bomb, but they don't want Ethan to know because he's dealing with the cops looking for him.
Yeah, he's like, he's got too much going on. He doesn't need to know.
And he's
about
like, the bomb's made of riddles. He's like, what about this? And he's just like, wait, what? It's a nuclear bomb. He's like, a nuclear bomb. You can interrupt me for a nuclear bomb.
That was such a good scene. He's just like, tell me what the riddle is. You can interact. Like, it's just like trying to like get riddles out of Ethan as he's like getting hunted through the like TSA line.
And the movie fakes you out in the beginning thinking Elsa died. They bring back, she's like a sniper. She gets killed by Gabriel's men. There is another fake out where like all the intelligence agencies are meeting with Kittredge, a character from the first film who wanted to take Ethan Hunt in because he thought Ethan Hunt went rogue, but really it was Jim Phelps. And I love when he interrupts that whole meeting, like he just gasses all of them.
He's just like, we're done.
And he tells me like, you need to let me do my thing. Leave me alone. I'm going to get this done. They have to find the keys. That's the most important thing.
That's the important thing. Because you need both of them to make it work.
So yeah, it ends up leading them back to Max's daughter, who again, I'm sure has a name, Vanessa Kirby. So you get Vanessa Kirby, Rebecca Ferguson, and Haley Atwell all in the same scene.
Because she's again the broker, right?
Yeah.
So she's like, my client wants these keys.
Yes. And then there's the reveal that the client is the entity. And they're in a big nightclub. And I love that the graphics on the screens are just the entity's evil eye that we saw earlier on the Russian sub. But then we were joking, it's like, wow, so the entity had to like organize a party, find dancers, go through all the dancers' pictures, and be like, that'll be a good one.
Like, did it like hold like auditions and just like review people's self-tapes? Like, what was going on?
I think
like-
so, actually. And yeah, Gabriel's there. So the entity we learn picked Gabriel for a specific reason. So the entity is constantly thinking of like scenarios and stuff. And the entity knows. The entity is smart enough, Angela, to know as long as this Ethan Hunt guy's around, I'm fucked. Because he always stops every world-ending plan ever.
There's been a lot of them over the years, over the 30...
Yeah, 30 years. Yeah, it will be 30 years. Next year. Jesus.
Yeah, 96.
God, that first one came out when I was in first or second grade. Oh, my God.
You're old. Not
Fuck
me.
you. Like a year or two younger. Shut up.
Like half a year younger than you.
You're like, I'm here enjoying my youth, Tony.
Yeah.
Yeah, so they realize the entity organized it, and it wants Gabriel because it knows it'll fuck up Ethan.
Yes.
It'll throw Ethan off his game, and Gabriel does the ultimate villain thing, like choose which one you want to save.
Yeah, real Sophie's choice.
Yeah, your loving on again, off again, casual thing, Elsa. Oh, it's implied that Ethan had sex with Vanessa Kirby's character. They apparently came to some agreement afterwards. And also, she's not fully bad. She's filled in with her mom's deal with like helping the intelligence agencies. Well, as much as she wants, I guess.
She's like, I'm just here to make money.
Yeah.
I'm not here to be evil, but if I do evil to make money, like happens.
But yeah, so he does like the whole like plan where he's just like, I'm gonna kill one of these people. And it's like, well, he doesn't really know Grace that well. He just needs her to, steal this shit. But yeah, it leads to an exciting chase. And there was a fun chase actually before this where they're driving through Rome.
Yes, the Rome chase.
The CGI was rough in it.
Yeah.
The digital backgrounds were rough in it. Oh, and I forgot our bad guy. The bad guy's henchman, I think her name's Palm something.
Oh yeah, what is her name?
In the movie, I think her name was like Paris, which is funny because I think she's French.
Yeah, she speaks French the whole time.
Yes, she's like Harley Quinn, kind of.
Yeah, they like kind of toned her down for the second movie.
Well, the second one, she's got other things going on. She's like, I'm pissed, my bad guy betrayed me.
Yeah,
but yeah,
she's like, oh, got that.
She drives like an armored SUV all through fucking Rome,
she's
just
like,
murdering.
Pure chaos the whole time. She's got like this wild makeup on for half the movie where she's like.
But yeah, she gets into a fight with Ethan when he's trying to like meet up with Gabriel, who's going after Grace. He tells Ilsa to get away, but Ilsa decides she can take him.
I was hoping it'd be you.
She's like, I can do it.
And sadly, Ilsa dies in this.
She does.
And everyone at the time, so I reviewed this initially when it came out on the wrap up, and my friend Adam said, she's not dead. She'll come back.
No, there's no way that's the final nail.
I'm hoping
it's
not. I'm hoping it's not, because that felt pretty cheap.
It did.
And then I saw an interview with her where she's like, I love playing Ilsa, but those movies are very big and very time consuming, and it stops me from doing other roles I might want to do. And I mean, come on, she had to go play Lady Jessica in Dune Part 2, okay? She needed that time. But yeah, sadly, she dies. And I'm like, oh, that sucks. She was like one of the best new additions to the team.
Right? But
they've tried other people on the team, but other than Simon Pegg, Ilsa was like the only one I really liked.
Grace is pretty cool in the second one.
Huh?
Grace is decent.
Grace gets better.
Yeah.
Yes. This one, not so much.
Not in this one because she wasn't a love interest.
Yeah.
So she didn't get to be super cool yet.
That was the weird part. Her becoming anyway. Yeah. So now this guy has killed 2 women that Ethan's loved. He's working with the ultimate enemy ever.
Yeah.
That will destroy everything
worldwide.
Yeah. So it leads to a train heist.
Yeah.
They're like, okay, someone is going to be buying these keys from Vanessa Kirby's character. We got to intercept them. We got to get you, Grace, to go in there undercover with the mask and everything and be Vanessa Kirby and get the information from the dealer.
Yep.
And at the same time, Ethan Hunt needs to infiltrate that train to, make sure he gets the guy.
Yeah, he can't like get on the train for some reason. I forget.
Yes,
like
and then they're going to need to escape afterwards with the key. They want the key so it doesn't get into Gabriel's hands or anyone else's hands. They want to get it from there, and he's going to escape. And I think they make a copy key or something like that. So it's fun. Grace does the whole thing where she's Vanessa Kirby, but Gabriel, because he's working with the entity, and the entity is letting him know what it thinks Ethan will do, he sabotaged the train to go way too fast.
Yes.
And then I love that you really can't trust the government, Angela.
You can't.
We learned that Carrie Elways, who didn't, by the way, I love that literally the CIA was probably like the only ones who knew who they were. Because they're like, yes, the IMF. He's like, the International Monetary. No, there's another IMF, the Impossible Mission Force. He's like, what the fuck is that?
He's like, that you're lying. There's no way you would just call something the Impossible Mission Force. I like they called that out.
Yeah, we find out that turns out the Russians didn't make the AI.
No.
They were just trying to make a sub that was undetectable to anyone. And I said, they did that in Hunt for Red October. And Sean Connery gave it to the Americans. Anyway, so it's implied in the beginning that the Russians created this AI, and it turns out the Americans made this AI to fuck with the Russian subs, but then the AI became self-aware and started like just working on its own. So like Carrie always really wants to get like all this information and stuff he wants to control the AI. That's the thing. No one really is out to kill the AI because they're like, but if we control it, then we can manipulate everything and it'll be fine.
It'll be all right. It's fine.
And he meets with the bad guy, Gabriel, because he's like, I want to work with you, Gabriel. I know I'm the only one who knows the location of this. And then Gabriel kills him.
Yep. He's like, great.
Yeah, because Gabriel is like all chaos. He's like, I want the entity to win. I love killing people. It's awesome. He even tries to kill Blondie because Ethan spared her. And this leads to her character change in the next one.
Yeah.
But yeah, then on the other side, the person who wants to buy the keys is Kittredge from IMF.
Because he wants to control the...
Yes.
Again, they don't want... They're evil in the sense of they think they can control evil, right?
Yes.
But they don't actually want to end the world. They're just like, oh, like, America would be safer if we had this. And, like, everyone else is like, no.
That's what happens in Terminator. If they turn on Skynet,
Right.
it becomes self-aware, and the first thing it does is like, all right, let's launch a nuke at Russia and just let this play out.
Right? Like, hey.
And then it's like, and now I'm going to make robot skeletons, and I'm going to enslave humanity.
I
don't know why Skynet did that.
Enslave humanity or make the
Like, just kill humanity. You don't really need them, really, I guess. I guess maybe it needs them in the beginning to build some stuff, but then you can just...
I mean, like, once you get enough, like, you get, like, solar panels going, then you don't need them anymore, right?
Am I confusing it with the Matrix?
Matrix is the one where they're, like, the people are the batteries in the Matrix.
Yeah,
That's why they can't kill the people.
Because humanity, like, nuked a bunch of stuff, and it caused nuclear winter, and they don't have any sunlight.
Yeah. So they,
and
like,
the
have
robots
to use
never thought
humans
to,
as...
like, build a tower that pierces the sun. Anyway, sorry. Matrix episodes. Go back and watch those. So yeah, everyone wants to control it. No one wants to kill it. Ethan is the only one who wants to, like, kill it, but he doesn't know the location of the sub.
So how can you kill it?
Yeah. So it leads to the big stunt of the movie, which they kept showing. They show it here. He drives a motorcycle off a cliff.
Yeah.
Now, he really drove that motorcycle off the cliff.
He did.
Looks great in a promo video. They built a giant ramp and then covered it in CGI rocks, so it looks very fake, even though it's real. It's like, okay.
Again, yeah, it's like...
The skydiving part looks cool.
Right, yes.
But the motorcycle part, I'm like, that's a very
sky,
fake-looking ramp. Ugh. And then it leads to the train sequence where, like, eventually, you know, characters are revealed. They get the stuff. There's a big fight. He fights Gabriel. And that's the thing. Luther tells me, he's like, Gabriel has the information we need.
We cannot kill him.
We cannot kill him. You have to bring him in. But at this point, Gabriel has killed people close to him. So, like, Luther is just like, I know you're going to want to kill him. Or Simon Pegg. One of them tells him, it's like, but you have to not kill him. And there's a great moment where he's on the train pointing the knife in his neck, and then he, like, gives up. And then there's the other American agents, gray-haired guy who whatever his name is, we find out he has a different name in the next one, which was bizarre.
They wanted to just try and tie it all together.
Yeah. So yeah, Gabriel gets away with the key. And then he has to go in and save Grace from this train crashing. And, like, the train going over the cliff is awesome. It reminds me of, like, Lost World, where they're pushing the truck over the cliff.
This whole, like, runaway train was making me think of Anastasia.
Okay.
With you know, like, the little, like
I don't remember the movie that well.
Oh my gosh!
I remember there were
like,
bats and Rasputin.
He's got his green weird things.
I remember those. I don't remember a train.
And they, like, come and they, like, pull the lever off the train so you can't stop it, and it's like whoosh, 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 and they have to, like, jump off the train. It felt very reminiscent.
Got you. So that is fun where it's, like, going over.
Yeah,
well,
and then it's like, him
jumping.
off.
I love how he jumped off, like, the thing, and then he saves her by crashing into the train accidentally.
Oh, yeah. So he's just like...
Even when he's not trying, he's the hero. So yeah, the train going where he's grabbing Grace. But then, like, yeah, this part is like, he's like, I'm really into Grace now. It's like, man, your girlfriend's not even, like, cold.
She's not even in the ground.
Yeah, I'm sorry,
yet.
not your girlfriend. Your on again, off again casual thing.
Yeah.
Your casual work fling.
Yeah. When the arms dealer isn't around.
Yeah, so he gets the information he needs. He has the key. He's gonna get out of there. She gets the key from him. And I like that Gabriel timed everything out. He's like, I'm gonna jump off the train at this moment. There'll be a truck there, and I gotta figure it out. But then he realized the sleight of hand. Ethan switched the key, and he's like, fuck!
It's just like a lighter and not the key.
Yeah. And also before the jump, I love when Benji is just like, and then just jump. And he's like, what do you mean just jump?
It's like,
you just jump. He's like, there's wind. I don't know if I'll get far enough. I don't think I can have enough room. And Benji's like, I'm just under. I love when Benji's having meltdowns, like, even though
it's like in a car
Tom
somewhere,
Cruise
like...
is the one that has to do all the things.
But I liked on Benji's side. I feel like in all the other movies, like Tom Cruise is just like, I'm gonna just do this crazy thing, and Benji's like, that sounds insane. And he's like, I got it. So then Benji's like, just do insane things. And there's the one time Ethan Hunt's like, what do you mean?
He's like, no, I get to say when we do insane things. You can't recommend insane things to me.
This is all we do is like, it's a crazy high stunt thingamabob.
Oh, yeah. I don't know if it was this one or the previous one, but this is the start of the we'll figure it out. I'll figure it out. That becomes like the running quote of the series.
I'll figure it out.
Because famously,
No
like Mission
plans.
Impossible, it's always fun when they come up with a plan and then something like gets fucked up and they have to improvise. So I like, we'll figure it out. We'll figure something out.
Like they really just stopped making plans at one point of these movies.
Yeah. So we learned that inside the sub is the original source code, and that's the only way to take over the entity. Ethan has the key to do it. Gabriel I guess Gabriel might be the only one who knows the location of the sub. Grace joins IMF.
Yeah, she does.
She gets recruited by Kittredge. And it gets left off on a really fun cliffhanger. I like this one. But it was weaker than his other two. Yes. And I think most of that was like just the jarring CGI backgrounds, the COVID
like the
stuff.
Pacing,
There's too many characters, I think. I guess Rebecca Ferguson wanted out. I wish she didn't leave and we didn't do as much as I like looking at Hallie Atwell, I wish we didn't do the Grace character and had it a little bit more toned down. It is a little longer than it needs to be. I agree. The AI thing is goofy. I like it, but
I think because I am not a computer coder, I can just say I'm pretty sure this source code thing is not how it works. But I don't know enough to be that annoyed by it. Yeah. I'm just like, I'll accept it. I'm sure it's not
I do like that they have a low-tech bunker that's all analog radio stuff and 2 monitors. And then Luther leaves in the middle of the movie. He's like, Ethan, I can't tell you where I'm going, but I have to do something.
Yes.
It's going to take all of my knowledge and skills to do something to this. So it's a pretty fun cliffhanger. I guess everyone who did watch it eventually when it hit Prime and stuff liked it because this next one is actually doing very well. And I think it had a huge opening weekend.
I mean, it's got a pretty big marketing budget. I've seen it everywhere.
Yeah, because it's this final one. But yes, that leads us. Oh, wait. So, what are your final thoughts on Dead Reckoning Part 1?
Just out of the 4,
Or don't mention the 4th one yet. We're getting there.
Okay. Well, okay.
Compared to the other two.
I think it's the weakest from the other
the
3
2. So far, yeah.
I think it's still better than 2.
Although that motorcycle change.
I mean, besides the way that 2 ends so amazingly, it just goes for it. But,
he can do all those flips, and then he's in the train. He's like, "Whoa!" I'm like, "Just do a flip.
Just do a flip. You're so good at them." But yeah, it's of the first 3 of his movies, I think it's the weakest. I think it's just the pacing.
I think it is a build up to everything. But then when we get to the second one, they start adding more stuff. And I'm like, okay, it would have been nice to get more of a payoff in the second one instead of just more build up to something else.
Yes. I just, because
they introduce more characters next.
They do. Well, so that's a kind of nice thing about the 5 and 6, where even though it was a 6 was a sequel, 5 was a complete movie with an ending, with a kind of it told a story, and then 6 just was all right, we're gonna build off that story.
It fills you in on what you need to know.
Right. Do you know what I mean? So I think that was done.
I think my ex, I think I showed her Fallout. And she got what was going on because they let you know. It fills you.
Yeah, you're in case you forgot, this is what we're doing. And but it's still it builds. It's not just it doesn't feel like we smash cut to next day.
Yeah.
And this one just felt like it was just
there's a lot going on.
We didn't go anywhere. It just felt like there was so much happening that.
Yeah. I don't think we needed a crazy manic pixie henchman who paints her face. Who will become a good guy next?
I like her much better in the next movie.
Yeah, although the press for this was really funny because I think I told you in the commentary, but they had her do interviews and Simon Pegg had a walkie in her ear.
Oh yes.
And he told her he would just tell her things to say. And he told her to just randomly mention that she had a dead dog that made her sad. And then at one point he goes, use the word hashtag as much as you can. So she just kept saying, yeah, so I did this, hashtag that. And the girl interviewing her is like, what? So that was fun. And that's the first time I saw that actress without weird bug eyes because I've only seen her in the Guardians of the Galaxy movies where she has weird bug eyes and antennas. I'm like, oh, she actually looks normal without the antennas.
Right.
we cut to the latest one. The Final Reckoning. They changed the name of the movie. And it's been really bothering me that it's Dead Reckoning Part 1, Final Reckoning.
Yeah, but how could they fit Dead Reckoning Part 2 so seamlessly into the dialogue twice? They couldn't do that. They had to change it. We get final. Someone says Final Reckoning like 2 different times in this movie.
They really did. They really did. But yeah, that leads us to Final Reckoning. Can you read us the synopsis there?
Yeah. Ethan Hunt and the IMF team continue their search for the terrifying AI known as the Entity, which has infiltrated intelligence networks all over the globe, with the world's governments and a mysterious ghost from Ethan's past on their trail. Joined by new allies and armed with the means to shut the entity down for good, Hunt is in a race against time to prevent the world as we know it from changing forever.
I need you to trust me. One last time.
So we just saw this movie today.
Yeah, a few hours ago.
Yes, it's fresh in our head. And this was going to be a big moment for us, Angela. I was very happy. I was like, you know what? Usually when Angela sees these movies, I'm talking throughout it. Finally, I will be quiet during this movie as much as I possibly can be. And I was like, Angela will finally be able to watch a Mission Impossible movie in peace and quiet. Turns out, the elderly couple in front of us, the wife was hard of hearing, so she had to have one of those headsets, and it wasn't working. And she let her husband know it wasn't working by yelling really loudly. So then the nice gentleman who worked at the theater came and brought her one of those screens, which I actually never seen before.
No, I was like really impressed.
I heard they existed. I had no idea. So yeah, you hold a little screen and it has the subtitles on it. So you like glance up and down to what they're saying. I imagine it would be difficult, and I think it was confirmed that was difficult because she complained about it. Throughout the film. We had to hear these two talk for most of the movie.
Because she didn't want to read the screen, so he had to like explain to her what someone just said.
Yes. I'm sorry.
I was at first impressed that like this 80-year-old couple was in to see this action-packed Tom Cruise movie.
When they were in their youthful 60s, they must have really liked the first one.
And I just was like, this is cute because the husband's trying so hard to help her. This is so annoying because I'm trying to watch a movie and she's talking so loudly. So I kind of went back and forth, but I got the gist of it. It's fine.
Yeah. If I have that condition, I'm just not going to the movies.
By that time they'll come up with a better solution for you.
Yeah, at home. You just watch it at home when it comes out.
Yeah.
I mean, I guess time isn't on their side and they really wanted to see how the Final Reckoning ended. So maybe, yes, time was of the essence for them. But I mean, before that, anyway. So I felt, although it was kind of ironic, I'm like, finally, the one time she doesn't have to is the time it happens.
But I have to say, it is really fun watching it in theaters. It's
not IMAX, though. Sorry about that. We just saw it on a regular screen.
Just a regular old
Look, again,
theater.
it's Memorial Day. I didn't want to go see this at 6 p.m., sit there for 3 hours, and then record afterwards. I'm like, let's not keep you here all night long.
I appreciate that.
But it was still fun regardless. This one feels more like a movie. It feels...
Yes, it felt like a movie. I like that.
There is wonky green screen, but again, you're always going to get that.
Bad.
But it's only limited in certain scenes. Like, there's like when they're in a cave at the end.
Yes,
there were a lot of like blue screen stuff, but it was limited to that. Whereas the last movie, a lot of weird digital backgrounds. Yeah, this one, it moves a little bit faster.
Mm-hmm.
We learn. Okay, so yeah, we forgot to mention Dead Reckoning Part 1 is the first one that doesn't have J.J. Abrams like studio involved since Part 3.
Yeah.
And I theorized.
Yeah, you said this on one of the commentary tracks.
And maybe even the actual 3 episode, because there was a shot in the trailer of Ethan grabbing the rabbit's foot from 3. But we never saw that in Part 3. Because remember, it like cuts to him in the building and then him leaving the building.
Yes.
So I was like, okay, is that a deleted scene? Are we going to flash back to that? Is the rabbit's foot going to be involved with this in any way, shape, or form? And if you're really annoyed at J.J. Abrams' mystery box, I guess Christopher McQuary is too, because he's like, fuck it, I'm going to tell you guys what it is. I remember Benji in part 3 said, whenever I hear anything like this, I always think it's what my professor used to call it as the anti-god.
Yes.
So, it turns out it wasn't biological, even though it had a biohazard thing on it.
That was just a...
Yeah. Turns out it was this AI that they were developing. The East was developing.
Yes.
And then the West, because of Ethan Hunt, IMF got it, and they tried to develop this. And apparently the Russian sub thing, where in Dead Reckoning 1, I feel like that's something that happened recently.
That's what I thought. I thought it happened like at the beginning of the movie. And then in this one, you find out it happened back in 2012.
Yes.
When did the third movie come out?
2006.
Okay.
Yeah. So I guess they worked on it a bit.
They worked. Yeah. He steals it.
Yeah. Whatever they were developing at that lab, the Americans perfected it and they made the AI. So if the world were to end with nuclear Armageddon, Ethan's like, I feel somewhat responsible for this.
Yet again, we have a nuclear Armageddon because of Ethan, right?
He's trying to save his wife. He needed to save his wife, Angela.
Saving his wife, saving Luther. He's always putting the whole
And they call him out on that. Like, every
Yes.
time you save someone, it's at the risk of murdering billions of people.
Which, like, would include those people he's trying to save.
Yes.
They are part of the world.
Yes. So yeah, now he has a personal attachment to this mission other than Gabriel. Gabriel has been fired by the entity.
Yeah, Gabriel like fucked up, and the entity is not pleased. That was like not in the entity's like mathity math.
So Gabriel has gone rogue from the entity, and his plan, because he knows he now needs Ethan, because he knows Ethan's the only one who can pull off these fucking stunts to get the box that has the entity's source code in it. Meanwhile, Luther developed a thing that will like kill the entity when it's connected to the box.
No,
with the source
so it
code.
doesn't kill it. This like like the black pill, right? That's what they call it.
Yeah, no, that does kill it.
No, the thing, it doesn't kill it. It confuses it. It like, this is what I was, all right, you tell me, because I was confused. On first, I thought it killed the AI, right?
Yeah.
But then there's like an extra part to their mission plan. And then later on, they say, no, it just...
you're right. It'll confuse it and think it's in
reality.
Right,
and then
you're
it can't tell what we're doing, so now we can trick it and trap it. But like that was very confusing until we got to the end of that movie.
Yes. Okay, you're right. I messed it up.
Because it's like unclear for a long.
But it will destroy. Even though the entity's trapped, it will destroy the source code in that thing, so people can't replicate
so you can't
it.
so it's like a whole. It's like a part one of killing the entity. You need this thing.
So because Ethan Hunt's the only one who has the key, Gabriel's just like, you're gonna go get me that box.
Yeah.
And you have to go to the Sevastopol sub to get it, but no one knows where the sub is. So Ethan is now going to like the military. Sorry. After he gets this information, Luther gets attacked. Luther is like dying or sick.
Yeah, did I miss that?
I'm guessing. So this is like 2 months after the first one. They might have cut something out. They didn't mention him being sick in the last one.
I don't remember that happening. And all of a sudden,
but he's very sick in this, and he has a nurse and everything.
Yeah, like he's like in a clean room that they set up for him.
Yeah. So I don't know if there's a deleted scene, like maybe something he did affected him somehow. Oh, and meanwhile, sorry, a little bit background, what's going on with the world. The entity is like brainwashing people around the internet too much to want the entity to destroy everyone. I realized that's what kind of happened to Gabriel. Because Ethan gets in this thing where he can communicate with the entity, and the entity's
direct,
just like
into his brain.
The entity's like, I'm going to do this. You're gonna help me. You're gonna do it. I'm gonna blow up the world. But you're gonna help me get into this doomsday facility, which we learn what that is in a little bit.
Yes.
But yeah, Gabriel leaves Luther with a nuclear bomb, and Luther
needs to crack a bomb.
It's pretty sad. It's sad.
No, it was
because Luther, I guess he was already dying.
Yes.
So that's why he's not too scared. Again, I really think they should have explained that a little more. But yeah, he can stop it from going nuclear and detonating the like whatever radioactive part, but it's still gonna detonate. So he tells Ethan, he's like, Ethan, this is what you have to do. I am here to make sure you live and carry out this mission.
Yeah.
He's like, there's that pill thing. Well, the bad guy took it. Gabriel now has
Yes.
the pill. And he's like, I left you a message on it. Please destroy that thing.
Right.
And Luther dies.
And I feel like, okay, this is sad because I love Luther.
Yeah.
But we have that like little bit of a like character arc, a tiny bit for Ethan, right? Where he does, like he tries and then he's finally like, no, I do have to leave Luther behind for the good of like.
Yeah. Humanity.
The good of humanity. So he kind of like makes up for that in a couple.
Also, I like that the movie started off with a montage.
Oh
of
my
all
God.
of Ethan's greatest hits.
I have to say, if you don't feel like watching 8 movies, you can really just watch this one, and it covers all of them.
When you're they don't show too much from 2.
No, they show like the lady.
Well, they he gets the mission briefing, and it's from the president. So Angela Bassett is now the president. She won an election, I guess.
Yeah.
And she's like narrating all this stuff, and it's like showing a highlight reel of his greatest hits. But at some point she goes, all the risks you've taken, and it's him on the side of the mountain from 2. I'm like, that wasn't a mission. Right. He was doing that for fun.
That was his like vacation.
That was him being risky for no reason. In context of the movie,
right?
It doesn't make sense. It looks cool in a montage, but like he was just being an asshole.
He was just like, they like had to take a helicopter to go find him. They're like, we need your help. And he's like, I'm on vacation.
Yeah, he takes one vacation and suddenly there's a virus. Yeah, so I like that. But yeah, so he now has to go get he has to go to where the sub is. They have an idea of where it might be, but he needs precise location. So Benji is now a team leader and has to take Grace, Blondie, and that other guy. The other guy's guy. Again, too many characters.
He was introduced in
the last
part 1, right? Yeah.
Him and the gray-haired dude who, let's just get it out of the way. So the gray-haired dude who was hunting Ethan in the last movie, he has a one-on-one with Ethan. He's like, what's your name? And he says it, and he goes, but that's not your original name.
Your name.
It's Jim Phelps's son.
Yeah, it's Jim Phelps, named after your father. So I was like, wouldn't that be... Why wouldn't you just call him Jim Phelps Jr. then?
JJ. Instead, he has a whole different name. Probably because his dad... which he's like, the reason we find out he hates Ethan... It's like, oh, let me guess. Were you framed? You seem to get framed a lot. And he's like, no, your dad really was bad. I'm sorry.
Yeah, no.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Not Peter Graves turned evil.
Yeah. Fake Peter Graves.
I was wondering if they were going to retcon it. It's like, yes, I knew your dad, Jim Phelps. He was one of 2 Jim Phelps who worked at IMF. The other one that you know was a nice guy. I was wondering if they were going to go that far. They end up not going that far. So he has a whole thing. He's like, at the end of this, I'm gonna kill you. Maybe you'll have your final reckoning.
I think he's one of the final reckonings.
Yeah, I love the scene with him and the president where he's like trying to tell him like, you have to trust me one last time. But they're like, what the hell? You've done all this shit and you want us to trust you? And I love that she's like yelling at him and screaming at him, and it turns out she secretly approved it. But she waited until he was out because she didn't want the other generals. She didn't want anyone else
to stop him. So
Nick Offerman's in this.
Like, so underutilized.
He came out of nowhere.
Also, no beard. That was disappointing. Maybe I just like guys with beards. Is this what I'm discovering about myself?
I don't know. Bob has a beard, right?
He does.
Yeah. Well, it checks out. It checks out.
Man, all right.
He looks, did he have a facial hair in Civil War? The Alex Garland Civil War, not the Marvel Civil War.
Oh.
Did you see Civil War?
No, I didn't.
That's good.
Yeah.
Good. Yeah, it was just so funny. I saw his name in the credits and I'm like...
Right, we're both like...
I watched the trailers. I don't remember seeing him in the trailers. So that was a surprise.
I feel like everyone's in this movie. Like the whole movie, I just kept being like, wait, it's that person.
Yeah. I don't watch Ted Lasso, but I think the blonde girl is in that. Yeah.
The owner.
Yeah.
Or owner's wife from Ted Lasso's in it.
Yeah.
But she doesn't have her British accent. They give her an American accent because she's part of the American military in this one. I was waiting for it. I was like, ooh, what are we doing here?
But yeah, so she trusts Ethan more. She's just like, we're gonna give him a couple days. So basically, the entity is taking over every country's nuclear arsenal. At the beginning of the movie, there's only 4 left: Russia, China, England, and America. And then it's slowly taking them over. And I like the little, maybe we didn't need so much of the subplot with the president in hindsight.
Yeah.
It adds extra tension, but like, this movie's long. It's like, we probably could have cut this. We could have assumed things were getting tense. Because at one point they're like, look, if we act right now, we can bomb all our enemies. And then they basically go, and we can bomb one of our own cities to make it look like we were attacked too.
Well, I think the idea was that were they trying to like bomb the like nuclear facilities to essentially stop I think that was the idea. It was like, okay, we have control of our bombs. The entity has control of everyone else's bombs.
Yeah.
So if we nuke their like one spot that they own the bombs, then we could like stop, like we could prevent the entire world from dying. We'll just have to kill 100 million people, right? Is that what it was basically? And so then they said, well, to show good faith, we'll just also bomb an American city to not create like World War III. We'll be like, we swear we did this out of like, like for the good of mankind.
Which is pretty fun. I guess I misinterpreted. I thought they were like, can you believe it? We got hit too.
No, I think it was just to
show. Oh my God, you got nuked? Oh, we did too.
I think to show like this was a sacrifice that even America would make a sacrifice the way that like everyone else had to. I don't think it would. I think it would just make everyone upset.
I think it would really upset everyone. But I like Ethan calls them out on it. It's like, you all had a chance to unplug, like take your nukes offline, and you refused to do it. Because you were all scared of each other. Now the entity's got control of them. Benji, Grace, who's back.
Yes.
Oh, I love the beginning where she has to watch Ethan murder people.
That scene, after watching the whole movie, confuses me. Because I thought, we're going to get a little goofy in this one. I thought we were going to get a little like...
Well, they have a little fun here and there.
Yeah, but like I thought it was taking this into like a different direction. Or it was like, I was wondering like, is this because like Tom Cruise is getting too old to do some of these shots where like...
Well, no, because it's PG-13. What he does to them is pretty brutal.
I guess that's just her reaction.
But I like that afterwards. He's like, they're bad. They were going to kill you. Let's go. Yeah,
you're doing
really
great.
Like, we have to go. And then it cuts to the fuse lighting.
Yes. And then, we get into like the intro.
Yeah.
But, that was just like, I thought it was like a tone change and we didn't have that tone change. So I guess I was a little like disappointed.
Yeah. So then Benji and his team have to go to a facility to find. So they were like, okay, it happened in 2012 in this area. There's a site here that records like underwater sound, and they'll have a record of like anything crazy, like a sub blowing up and crashing.
Yeah.
So they have to go there. The Russians are already there. But it turns out the person who lives here is the CIA guy from the vault in the first movie.
The very first. You called it too. You were like, it's that man.
As soon as I saw him, like, it's him. It's him. So, turns out he got fired that day. Oh, but not fired. He got demoted and relocated to a random island.
Like near the Arctic.
Near the Arctic. He got married to an Inuit girl, which was nice.
They like are so in love. It's
and he
cute.
now speaks whatever language they speak up there. I couldn't believe that they brought that, again, too many characters.
There's so many
I don't think they needed
movie.
to bring that guy back and then have him a part of the mission for the rest of the movie.
I like that he was in that scene, and then when he just kept going, I was like, he needs to get left behind. Just like, first I was like, oh, he doesn't die. Yeah. Oh, he's still here.
Yeah.
Oh, he's still here. Oh, he's still here.
Still,
like,
and his wife too.
And his wife is like, she's like, look, if you're taking my husband, I'm going too. So
yeah, I love the heist for this. We'll get to the big stunt. The heist for this is like, okay, Ethan, once he has the location of the sub, he has to dive all the way down to get the sub in the frozen water.
And like frozen 500 feet, right?
Yes. Go down there, plug in the key, grab the thing, leave, go all the way to the top, get the bends.
Yes. That's they all are like, this is going to be painful.
Luckily, he has an experimental suit that'll prevent it a little bit.
Yes.
So, because normally you would just die die.
Yeah, so this like prevents the death part of
Yeah.
it. It just still really hurts.
Yeah. And he will have a beacon on him. And his team needs to be in the area to see where that beacon is, find him, chainsaw him out of the ice, and throw him into a mobile decompression chamber.
Yes, I don't think I know what that means. I was trying to figure it out the whole movie.
They spell it. I love how they spell it. Well, the girl's just like, all right, so our plan means we all have to be at the exact same location at the exact same time with like a moment's notice. Yes.
And like, cool. I guess we'll get to it later. When I was like excited to see how do they use this decompression chamber because I couldn't conceptualize it.
Yeah.
And then when we watched them use it, it just caused more questions for me. I was like, how is this working?
But yeah, the sub part's cool. It does go on a little too long, I feel like.
It was, okay, this is where I start feeling like there's no way he didn't call up James Cameron, right? Like he had to have called him up, and because there, like so much of it felt very Titanic, right? With like the water, like he gets into the sub and like so parts of the sub are inside don't have waters, and then like water's coming
Because the sub
in.
is rolling this whole, because when he opens it, he releases water in, so it's throwing it off and rolling. Here's one issue. So like it does feel a little long, but then he'll like see the dead body, and I think for this movie, they assumed that maybe people skipped the previous one, so
I think they did.
They are showing so much of the previous movie, and like, we have to show a clip of all the sailors and whatnot dying, and I'm like,
yes,
we could have pieced it together.
We could have figured it out.
We know.
Assumed.
You showed a little bit of it, and like we didn't need when he saw a body, you didn't need us to show us a clip of them all dying. But I think they were like, box office wasn't great for the last one, so people are coming to see this because it's the last one. We have to like let them know, like these guys all died previously.
Like the torpedo room, like they he gets into the room where all the torpedoes had like fallen off the shelves.
Yeah,
and then they like do a flashback of all the torpedoes falling off the shelves, and it's like, well, I assume that happened when it sunk.
Yeah, I mean that's something you do like if your sequel comes out like a decade later,
right?
Like if you're doing like a really late sequel and you want to like remind people what happened in the other one. That's also why I think that montage is in the beginning.
Yes, at least the montage was that makes sense because it was like it went all the way back to the very first movie.
Yeah.
And also had more plot points. Like for the sub, it doesn't like none of that was plot related. It's like this sub got torpedoed and is underwater. You can just assume that's why it looks the way it looks. You don't have to watch it get sunk.
Yeah. Unless they just wanted to pad out the time also, so they'll both be 2.5 hours.
But like I do, like there are definitely moments of like they did that rig, right? It felt like they did the rig where
like all that stuff is good.
Everything's like rolling around.
I just think you still could have had those cool moments and just trim down a little bit of him scubaing around. You could have got him into that room a little quicker. It is tense when he like has to leave out of the torpedo tube, and he like can't fit all his stuff, so he has to take his backpack off and slide it out.
But like the only way to take the backpack off is to strip. He's like in his underwear a lot of this
Before
movie.
this, he's doing like a stress test, and one of the guys on the sub has been brainwashed by the entity, which he makes fun of. He's like, you spent too much time on the internet. And he has a whole fight scene in his underwear. I guess he's just like, it's the last one. I gotta show I'm still in shape.
Yeah, there's like a lot of like shirtless Tom Cruise in this movie. It was really bringing like and we see them like he's on to like before he gets to the sub, he has to get onto like the boat.
He has to like jump out of the helicopter into the boat.
And so this was like very much giving me like Top Gun, which I just watched recently.
At one point, he's wearing like a hat, the George W. Bush like boat, and he looks like Maverick for like a second.
No, and it was just like and then all of Top Gun, the first one is just him in like underwear the whole time anyway. So I was like, wow, this is like.
I like both Top Gun movies.
I haven't seen the second one because I needed to watch the first one first. Yes. So,
honestly, you probably didn't even need to. I mean, honestly, with that one, you just have to know that Val Kilmer was in it and that he did like a mission. They fill you in.
He was so like, I guess that's one of Val Kilmer's first movies, right? Because he was like,
it's like an early one,
really underutilized in that. I wanted more of him.
He wins Top Gun. He's technically the guy who wins.
He is the titular Top Gun.
Yeah. If you're wondering what happens to Kelly McGinnis's character in Top Gun Maverick, never bring it up. They never bring her up. That woman that he loved, they don't even mention. I want to, like, can we just maybe she's like a senator or something. I'm sorry she didn't age as well as Tom Cruise, so you're not going to bring her back as the love interest. But can you at least mention that her character went and did something? Did you like the scene in Top Gun, which was clearly a reshoot, so they put a hat on her, but it was still obvious that her hair completely changed? Yes. In the elevator. Her hair is like different, and they threw a hat on her. I'm like, oh, that's noticeable. That's rough.
Oh my God.
Still a great movie. Both of them are good. Okay. Both of them are good. I had the same problem with the fucking Blade Runner people, like
2024.
2049, yeah.
Yes.
And I'm just like, no, that one was mediocre at best.
No, it just was, I felt like it totally lacked all of like the feeling of the first one. Like it didn't, like you could tell these are two different directors. These are two, like it just was like.
And I like the director of the second one. I just didn't like his, I didn't like his Blade Runner. His Dunes are good. His Blade Runners aren't good.
It just felt like it was.
Fun fact, people like this. Dating update. Ooh. So on Tinder, I matched with a bot. And I knew it was a bot because the first message is, send me your Snapchat. I'm like, all right, well, this is clearly a bot.
Yeah.
So what I'm doing now, and I guess other people have done this.
Ooh.
And the AI, the evil AI, has caught on. The first thing I sent, I copy and pasted the tortoise question from the Voight comp test from Blade Runner.
Oh, yes.
I'm like, you put a tortoise on its back, and then you're not helping. And I'm like, that'll be funny. What'll be the AI reply to what I just said? And then they unfollowed me. And I'm like, oh, the AI caught on. The AI caught on. They're like, too many assholes have done this Blade Runner gimmick. Yep. Leave it. But it turns out that test works.
Look at that.
So yeah, he has to leave the sub like naked in the freezing cold and then get thrown in that decompression
Also,
tube.
how does that like, I guess the suit that he was wearing that helps with
hypothermia and whatnot.
Yeah, but like also like getting the bends.
Yes.
Is it just from the oxygen he was breathing, right? They said, okay, so he could still like get to the top without. Yeah. I thought there was something in the like suit that was preventing his bones from exploding, but it was just like the medicine.
No, I think he's not. I don't think he's at like crush depth, right?
Okay, I don't think so because
he's like 500 feet. I don't know. I
don't know how.
Captain Boomies isn't here. I don't know. Although she does boats on top of the water. I don't know if she knows anything about subs.
I think those are a little different.
Whatever, it's in the water. Who cares? But yeah, he gets saved by Hallie Atwell. And then I regretted not seeing this in IMAX. I didn't think we were going to get extreme close-ups of Hallie Atwell cleavage. So
she was like, I really need to save you.
You know what? Screw you. They like cover her up so much in these movies, and then we just got that one scene. I'm like, what the hell?
She's got like just a tank top, and she's leaned over on him, and she's going like giving the CPR. It is like close up.
Angela, I don't think I'm ever going to wake up to a Hallie Atwell giving me CPR. I just don't think it's not going to, much like Rebecca Ferguson soaking wet being on top of me. I just don't think these are things that are going to happen to me.
I'm sorry.
I'll probably match with another bot. Maybe it'll be Hallie Atwell's picture. No, that's what the bots used to be real obvious.
Yeah.
It'd be a super pixelated picture of an Asian woman. I'm like, that's been like saved over and over again, or it'd be like a Russian model picture, and you're like, that's clearly.
Well, now they're all like AI pictures,
now they just started using pictures of like normal looking people, and I'm like, oh, you sons of bitches. You sons of bitches. I know what my league is. I know I can't get Russian supermodel. It felt like the Terminator in the first one. He's like, the first models wore rubber skin. They were easy to detect, but then they got better. I'm the Kyle Reese of the dating world. I'm like, these bots, they're coming for us. They're coming for us. I keep asking them about turtles, and they keep outing them. Anyway, so he gets saved by her.
Yes.
So
this
part
is
of the
my confused part, is that she saves him, puts him in the decompression chamber.
Yeah.
Why does she go in it with him? Doesn't she get unpressurized? Does she get pressurized to be in there?
That I don't know.
Right?
I don't know how it works.
Does it decompress? Like, she's at one pressure, he was at another because he was under the water, and then she gets in the pod with him to like kind of hook up with him while he's getting depressurized.
Again, it's been 2 months, and they haven't interacted with each other much. I'm like, where is this? We know from part 2 he likes to move quickly.
Yeah.
But I'm just like, but you haven't really even done anything with her, really.
I don't know why she was in the pod with him the whole time.
Yeah.
I just feel like that would mess up the decompression.
I'm not complaining about it, but I also was a little confused by that. Wait, so one of the entities' plan, the entity's grand plan because it doesn't have all the nuclear arsenal.
Not yet.
But they're like, why would it want to blow up everything anyway? So it turns out in South Africa, there's a doomsday vault where all the most important information ever is stored in this super bunker that's immune to electromagnetic stuff. So if you launch a nuke, it'll be safe. It's solar powered. So basically it's like the most secure thing for it. So the entity can live there for like 1,000 years.
Yes.
And like, well, mankind rebuilds and whatnot, and can take over slowly, can manipulate people. So basically it wants to go there.
Yes.
It needs someone to upload it there because they can't get to it through the network.
Yeah.
Before it launches all the nukes. And again, it also has to wait until it can get America's nuclear arsenal.
Yes.
Because that's the biggest one. So basically the plan, I like when he tells them, it's like, wait, so your plan is that you are going to let it in? So they have to let the entity in, get the pill, the death pill from...
First they get the death pill.
First they have to get the death pill back from Gabriel.
Yes.
Well, part one was getting the source code in the box.
Yes.
He's got it. He's got to get the death pill back to confuse the entity.
Yes.
And then they have to hack the thing inside the server room and then capture the entity in like this weird glass thing.
Yeah, glowy glass
that
box.
Luther made. And they have to do it in a split second. So Grace has to do it because she does the sleight of hand stuff really quick.
Yes.
And Benji has to lead the team. So yeah, they all meet at the Doomsday Vault, and then Phelps and Kittredge come in and kind of fuck up their plan. And they left a bomb there. There's a big nuclear bomb there.
Yes.
Gabriel
Again.
has a lot of nuclear bombs.
Yeah, and they all, I don't know if this is how real nuclear bombs work, but they all this one, just like the one in the beginning, has two ways to work. It can either explode with nuclear material, right?
Yeah.
And like everyone's screwed, or it can just explode a little bit and only a little person is screwed.
Like
so.
the detonate, like it'll detonate the explosive, but then the radiation won't like
go
make
over.
it big.
Yeah. So
yeah,
they can contain.
They
it.
stop it from going to a nuclear bomb, but it's still going to explode. So
Right.
then guy from part one, his wife, and new guy who was added to the team.
Yes.
The three characters you care the least about. Because,
Yes.
I mean, I guess the guy was in the first movie, but he was a minor bit part. They have to defuse the bomb. Benji has to go in with the other ones and go with Blondie and Haley Atwell and walk. So he gets shot. So he has to tell one how to stop him from internal bleeding, and he has to tell the other one how to hack a machine. Meanwhile, Ethan has to chase Gabriel in a prop plane, and Gabriel brought two planes just in case.
He does mention it. He's like, I've covered all my bases by bringing two prop planes.
Yeah. And then that's when we get the big stunt is the prop plane, which when I saw Dead Reckoning Part 1, Tom Cruise did the thing where he's welcoming people back to the movies. He's like, thank you for being at the movies. And he was on the side of the plane. And Christopher McQuarrie's like, we got to do it again. He's like, all right, I'll see you later. And they did like the bat. They flipped it upside down. This scene was tense when he's just dangling on the plane. That was awesome.
Constantly dangling, and the plane's going, woo.
Yeah. I love that he just killed that guy. He just unbuckled the guy and
see, that's
flipped
what
it
I mean. Like, that guy died for, like, he was just probably someone who
No,
could
he was
fly.
a bad guy.
No,
He
could
was a
fly
bad
a
guy.
plane and needed some cash. I feel
No,
like.
he was the guy who was let go of the bomb.
was
to
he
start.
the bomb?
No, he's,
Okay, good.
He's in on the Doomsday Cult
Okay, I
stuff.
thought he was just like a pilot there to help out with this extra prop
No,
plane.
no,
Okay.
he was full on bad guy mode.
Cool, good.
So it's good that Ethan murdered him.
He did.
No, the plane is intense because they're like flying into each other and onto. Somehow Ethan ends up on that plane. I love the bad guy's death.
Oh my god.
So they're upside down. The plane is damaged, and he's like, "Hi, Ethan. I'm so smart. I have a parachute." And he lets go, and he doesn't realize like the tail wing though is back there, so he gets his balls crushed. I love that he gets his balls crushed and then flips over and gets his head split.
Splits open, and it's like, well,
That is the funniest death a villain's gotten in this series.
Hilarious.
And he was a real son of a bitch. So the fact that he got his balls crushed and his head split open, I'm like, oh, fuck you, buddy.
Yeah.
But yeah, then Ethan is falling and he's got to get this thing connected. And
But where does he get this parachute from? Like,
It was in the. I think it was.
Was
in
it
the plane.
in the plane?
He just when that guy said you don't have a parachute, it's like you don't have a parachute at this moment.
Right. I was like, you just made a whole big deal. Like Ethan doesn't have a parachute.
Well, he
and like
probably
very
assumed
next shot
Ethan wouldn't
was,
get back into the plane because he was upside down.
I guess. I guess it was just.
He also thought he was not going to have his balls crushed and his head split open, Angela.
He
but you know,
didn't know that it's because the entity stopped
wasn't
talking to him.
The entity would have been like, "No, you're getting your balls crushed and your head's
was
going to
part
split
of the-
open."
yeah.
It's bad. It's bad news. But yeah, he's fallen. He saves the day. They all save the day, and I really thought he was gonna die.
His like parachute burns up.
Yep.
And then his like second parachute's not releasing, and I was like, good, not good. But you know, like I wanted him to die. I'm like, I'm ready for us to close this chapter. Let's kill like Benji's dying. Like
He's not dead.
No.
Everyone's alive. And Luther's message plays. Like, Ethan, I knew, because he said, I have a message on this. And it's like, I knew you would do this. You would do the right thing. You were meant to be here. It's your destiny and all that. And I like that he goes, this message will and he kills the source code so the government can't use it. And then they have the entity trapped in the bottle.
Yes.
Which I assume they will destroy.
But see, that's the annoying. Like that's it. In addition to like, not only does Ethan Hunt not die, but then they don't destroy the entity on screen. And right, like
well, I think they wanted to give it to Ethan so he could do it.
No, but he doesn't destroy it, is what I mean. So I just feel like this is still they leave too many doors open to have another movie.
Okay. I feel like to help with ticket sales, they really played up the whole fine. Jesus Christ. No, she's allergic to you. Go.
No, I'm not allowed to play with you. I'm sorry.
Go, Space Cat. She's allergic. You can't play with this one.
Run away.
Mint Salad's still here. Go play with Mint Salad. Anyway. She was on here the other day. Are you good?
Oh, yes. Yeah, I'm okay.
Okay.
But thank
you have to like touch them.
Yeah,
right?
I have to
Okay, good. Because that happened with the other day. Manny Muskets was here. And I was like, she wanted attention. Like, Manny, can you pet her? And he's just like, no, I'm allergic. I'm like, oh God, Manny, she's been sitting where you're sitting. Oh, and he's like, no, I'm fine.
No, yeah, I just can't like pet her.
No, my mom's boyfriend in my last apartment, he sat on my couch before she even moved in. Like I was still moving in, but my couch she had been on, and he just starts like sweating, and I'm like, so now I'm like nervous when like you and all
not that
go.
bad. No, I just can't touch the cat.
I'm just like, wait, I didn't vacuum. Anyway, so yeah, I think the marketing they played up the final stuff and structured the movie to feel like it was. They made they made so many references to the old one. The guy kept the knife from the first movie.
Like they referenced the first movie so much in this one.
Which is weird because at this point it's so far removed from what's going on in any of this.
Yeah.
Bringing back Jim Phelps' son, stupid. That could have been its own movie, Jim Phelps' son hunting him.
Yeah.
It's needlessly tacked on here just because they want to connect to the first movie because they want you to think this is the last one. The stupid, like bringing back the CIA guy, and then he still has the knife, even though it should have been evidence.
Yeah.
And then Tom Cruise is like, yes, the knife. I'm like, that wasn't Tom Cruise's knife. That was Jean Reno's knife that almost fucked up the entire plan.
Right, because it falls out.
And I remember in the trailer seeing the knife. I'm like, they show the knife and then him holding it. I'm like, that can't be the same knife. That's stupid. And then I literally in the theater was like, what are we doing? I don't care about that knife. And then, I really think they did this like in post. They played up the whole it being his last thing.
They did. I think so.
Because it doesn't. I mean, maybe Tom Cruise is done doing it, but like the character is still around.
I don't know. I mean, I don't see anyone else playing Ethan Hunt. I don't think like Tom Cruise
you would have to do. You would have to do a new team. You would have to do a new team.
But like, I was hoping that like we would. I don't know. It just feels like they didn't close it. Like they left it with like Luther's message was like, you need to keep going and you need to keep being an IMF agent. And
not even like maybe like go back to what he was doing in 3 where he's just training.
Right. Like I don't know. He just feels.
I don't know. Did he calm the world? So a lot of people and this entity have been trying to nuke the world for like the last 10, 15 years for him.
Yeah.
So maybe now that that's calmed down, he's like, okay, I can go back to teaching. I think I stopped all the Illuminatis out there and rogue AIs. I think I'm good. I think we can just go back to normal terrorists. I think we're good. Are there any viruses happening? No? Okay, we're good. We got it. But yeah, it's just
like Benji lives. Everyone ends up being Luther's the only one who ends up dying.
Luther's the only one who dies. Yeah.
Even like the new
Kittredge
guy
lives.
Yeah,
Yeah, and then that new guy. Totally not needed that guy.
No.
I would have sacrificed CIA guy, his wife, and that guy for one Ilsa.
Right?
For one Ilsa or a Jeremy Renner.
Yes.
It'd be nice if Jeremy Renner's like, you
him if he
need
came
me on
back.
this one, Ethan.
You're like, yes, I do. And of course, we get that that fake out handshake at the
Oh God! When Jim Phelps' son pulls out the gun and then puts it in his other hand and shakes,
and then shakes. Like what?
Yeah, I don't like the fake out of it being there. And by the way, if it wasn't advertised as the end,
Yeah.
I think it would have been fine. The thing is, like, he's done 8 of these, so it is time for him to hang it up.
Yeah.
And if you're gonna make it seem like this is the end, just to leave it on, like, and then it'll just keep going. I like when like a character does get a happy ending. I'm not super nihilist where like that character needs to die at the end. And I know I sound like a hypocrite because I like Alien 3, but there's a time to do it and a time when you don't.
Yeah.
I like when the hero gets a happy ending. It's fine.
Yeah,
after
I think
doing
I
their
want
mission.
I like in theory the idea is when like, oh, a character dies, like I don't have to worry about them coming back later. But I mean that doesn't always happen, as we know.
Yeah,
but,
there's that. But I mean, just like in the.
But yes, but I'm like, if he like really is like, I'm having a happy life, I'm hanging it up, I'm not gonna come back.
It's nice
like,
to have the
fine
hero
with
like
that too.
celebrate. Like there was like and you can also kill them. That's fine too.
Right.
But some people feel like that should be the only ending. But yeah, for this, I'm like, no, he's too old to keep doing it, and really, you do need to kill the character off. Because I really don't want to see him doing this in his 80s.
And he didn't retire. It didn't end with him like doing that. Like that was it. Like, and they like someone comes to his door and they're like, "We need you," and he's like, "No."
We're like, "Your mission, should you choose to accept?" And he's like, "I think." That's where he just goes like, "I think we're in good hands," and he looks at the new team.
Right. Like if we had one of those moments, I'd be okay. But it was like he was like looking at his team in the crowd the way that they did in the other movies.
Yeah.
And it just kind of felt like. I could absolutely see him writing the next script, right? Like, as
I
soon
wonder
as he
how
got
I
off.
feel with this, like on a rewatch. Now that I know how it ends, will it be as annoying as it is at this exact moment?
Right?
I'm
I
like,
don't know.
I'm like, this is annoying. I thought you were done. Will I get that Blu-ray set? And Angela, as someone who saw the last Indiana Jones movie, Tom, I know you got lucky. And you were in great health and you looked great. You gotta hang it up, buddy. You don't want to be elderly Harrison Ford on a horse. You don't want it. You don't want it.
Or old Robert De Niro trying so hard to kick a guy and with his de-aged face. It just gets to be a point where you can't. You just
Michael
can't
Keaton in the thick rubber Batman suit in his 70s.
yeah.
It's like, oh, buddy, come on.
Only,
Or the worst offender, the Ghostbusters in the last 2 movies. It's like
I didn't even bother.
It looks like Bill Murray was like strapped to a pole so he could stand up.
So old.
And I'm like, yeah, this is terrible. This is so bad. But yes, that brings us to the end.
Yeah. Woo!
Angela.
Tony.
What is the best Mission Impossible by Christopher McQuary? Now that you've seen all 4.
So I really like the experience of actually watching this last one in the theater. So like I'm trying not to let that sway me because it was way better in the theater than like on a TV screen.
Yeah.
I think I liked the Henry Cavill one a lot.
Okay.
Or this one felt like, even though it was like this pacing felt better to me than Dead Reckoning Part 1.
Okay.
Yeah, I would either say Final Reckoning
or Fallout.
Yeah.
I'm going Fallout.
Yeah.
I'm going Fallout. It builds on the last one really, really well.
It does.
It just works. The action's tense. The wife being there. He was firing on all cylinders with Fallout. Fallout, I thought, was really, really good. It's probably, in the entire series, ignoring my ironic love for 2.
Yes.
It's probably the 3rd best one for me. I mean, I think Ghost Protocol might still be like the best, and then maybe the first one. They're neck and neck right there. But whatever one is 1 or 2, Fallout is like 3 for me.
I think if I saw it in theaters, I would probably agree. I think
Yes.
it's just like that's what's like edging it out.
I mean, you should watch them all again without me talking.
I mean, that would also help too.
But if you're watching, you shouldn't do that. You should go to Patreon and get our Mission Impossible album where we do commentary tracks for all the movies. But yeah, if I had to rank them out of the 4, these just 4, it's definitely like Fallout, Rogue Nation, Final Reckoning, and then Dead Reckoning Part 1. Dead Reckoning Part 1 is probably the weakest of his.
Yeah, that's my.
But again, that's there's some COVID shenanigans in there, and then
but I just feel like pacing was not a COVID shenanigan. Like I totally am overlooking all like
unless
the
they remember a lot of these movies had to do rewrites, so
that's true. That is
maybe
fair.
they did add in extra characters because of other actors' schedules and shit. So, but Final Reckoning, it just feels like they added a little too much at the end.
There's just a lot of people in this one.
Yes, I mean it wasn't as egregious as other finales, like. Jesus, sorry. Space Cat, we're almost done. Like the Rise of Skywalker, the last Star Wars. It's like 30 minutes to the end. And they were like, oh, it's time to give Finn a new girlfriend. So he's going to meet a new lady stormtrooper like in the 3rd act.
That's not the time.
And now she's the main character. And then also she's Lando's daughter, but we don't mention it in the movie. And now there's an awkward scene. When I saw that movie, it's awkward because I think Lando's like flirting with her.
Yeah.
But like it's because it's his daughter, but the movie was so chopped up that none of that is remaining. So it's just, I'm like, wow, the end of all 9 movies ends with an old guy creeping on a young girl. Anyway, so they add too many characters, but at least they're not doing shit like that. They're like, oh, by the way, this is now a main character.
Yeah.
But yeah, Final Reckoning mostly works. It's good. It's good. Dead Reckoning, I just thought was it should have been a little neater.
Yeah.
You could have fit this in the one movie. I don't think it needed to be. Now that we know how it ended, I don't think it needed to be 2 movies.
No, not at all.
But yeah, other than that, I have a good time with all of them.
They were fun. Me too.
They were good. And you get 3 with Rebecca Ferguson. 2 with Vanessa Kirby. But yeah, I have a lot of fun with it. I really do want him to stop doing them. I want Mission Impossible to continue, but I want him to stop doing them.
To, like, pass the baton.
And part of me is just like, oh, it'd be cool if Paramount brought it back as like a TV show.
Yeah. Back to its roots.
Yeah, but I said that about Star Trek, and they didn't do a good job with the new Star Trek. So.
No, you didn't like any of them, or?
No, I tried Discovery, and I went no. I tried Lower Decks and went absolutely.
Okay. The problem is you have to get through the first season.
Angela,
I know. I hate telling people that, but sometimes you do.
I can't do it. At this age, I can't do it. I can't invest time into stuff.
That's fair.
Because I get so burned out. I'm like, because then I get to the second season, I'm like, oh, I still hate it.
That's the problem. Is like Lower Decks, like each season gets better, and the last season's the best, and then they canceled it. And you're like,
they said the same thing about Picard. Like Picard started off terrible, and apparently the 3rd season is like what everyone wanted, with like all of them together doing something. But I've given up on it, so I don't know. Maybe they can make Mission Impossible work as a TV show. I think it'd be fine as a show.
Yeah.
You just do a different team. You don't have Ethan Hunt there.
No, and again, I mean, that was like the whole thing was like he got a different, like, he always had like guest people on his team every episode.
That would be fun. You could get big celebrities on like each episode. Like, oh, for this mission, we need
international superstar.
I'm just looking around here. Oh, God. I have no idea. We need Christian Bale on this one. Hello, Christian Bale, whose name will be something else in the movie or the show. Yeah, that would be fun. That would be a lot of fun to do. But yeah, that is all I got here. With Fallout is the best. We're calling it.
Yeah, I'll go with that.
Fallout is the best. What do you think? What do you think is the best Mission Impossible by Christopher McQuary? Let us know. Angela, where can we find you? If I want to fake a hospital room and trick a terrorist into thinking that a bunch of holy sites got nuked and then dramatically throw down the doors, where could I film that?
If you needed a studio, you could go to Angela Wolf Video Studios.
You should do that. I shot something there recently, but I can't say what it is at the time of this recording. Don't get your hopes up too much, but I shot something cool there.
But it's really cool.
It's really cool. But yeah, that's it from us. All right, like, share, subscribe. Goodbye.
Remember to like, comment, and subscribe. Check out our other videos and Patreon page.